Hello and welcome everyone for another day of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa, here along to start out the day with Makes, Zyronic, Nagura, and you know what? Before we get started, there's a very special birthday today. Did you know it's actually Ed Sheeran's birthday today? Yeah, a lot of people's favorite pop singer, and really, I've heard he's a nice guy. Michael Jordan also has a birthday today. Paris Hilton. I thought we should just recognize some of the famous birthdays that people may know from around the WoW scene, right? So Nagura, how's it going?
I'm great. Thank you so much, Doa. How are you doing?
Great. Anything special going on in your life today? Yeah.
No, I just had some Italian bread earlier. Other than that,
Okay.
everything's normal.
That's great. Hey, but seriously, let's wish Nagura a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Nagura. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're spending it with us today. But we got a lot of matches to go through, too. It's a great birthday because we're going to see some seriously great games today. That's right. It is a special day because it is an elimination day. And this season, it is even more, the stakes are even higher, we should say, as we check this out, because 4 teams go through to the global finals, but we only have 2 groups. So the teams that are eliminated today, this is their last chance. There's no last chance qualifier down the line. The lower bracket is it. Top 4 teams go through instead of top 2 from previous seasons, but still, the tension is going to be pretty crazy. And we've got so many good teams, too. I think no matter what, we're going to see some teams go home today where it's like, that's a bummer. There they are, our 8 teams.
And I mean,
Go ahead.
we will be seeing who actually makes it to the top 4 today, right? At the end of the day, we will be knowing who our top 4 teams are. We don't know the order just yet, but there's lots of games happening today that will decide who actually moves into the finals. And I think that's going to be really interesting.
I think it's really hard to call. It's ironic. We made some predictions earlier in the weekend about who we thought was going to go through. Did anything that happened on day 1 change your opinion on your list?
Honestly, not so much. I mean, it definitely changed Stratnos' opinion, but
it's
I'm
still there.
I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with my top 4 personally. All 4,
What is this?
all 4 of the teams that I selected won their matches. So as long as they, stay the course, my predictions should be pretty good. Of course, we know that's not going to be the case today, as both of the upper bracket matches will send one of those teams to the lower bracket, but they can still make it through in that lower bracket match and make it to the top 4, which is, like we've already been talking about, that's the goal of the weekend. You want to just get top 4 so you can make it to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. So, Nagura, I feel like your list is pretty solid. The only one that I feel like I wish I would have considered including is DAWGS. What do you think about DAWGS coming into today? The team, not the
I
not
think
the animal.
DAWGS. I like dogs. Also like cats, but I do think
dogs.
DAWGS did play really well yesterday. It's hard to tell. I think Direwolves and DAWGS are kind of the teams that I wasn't sure on which one's gonna make it into the top 4 and which is not gonna make it. But looking at yesterday, considering the DAWGS actually won against Direwolves, I still think that they're the team that have a higher chance of qualifying. But yeah, it's difficult to tell. It also could just be the first day kind of jitters, people being a little bit nervous. Again, Direwolves being from Australia, maybe they needed one day to adjust to the time zone difference and getting their sleep schedule adjusted properly. So anything can happen today, really. But I still think if I could change my list now, I would probably go with DAWGS over Direwolves.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like some of us are kind of thinking that way. And Direwolves always, again, seem like a team that's right on the edge of achieving success. And they've made it, if I remember right, they've made it to global finals in the past. Or did they just barely get eliminated before making it? This is something I should have up on my second monitor. But either way, they're a team that seems to have always had a good amount of talent, but just have not quite been able to execute when the moment really demanded it. Makes, what do you think?
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, right, we already mentioned the time difference, but there was also a pretty big roster change, and a very short-term one at that. Most of the other roster changes that we are seeing coming from teams happened before the time trials happened. The Wolves had another roster change after the time trials had already concluded, with Thickshape moving on for Ryu, their previous healer. So I feel like really they didn't have a whole lot of time to practice. And knowing them, I think there's still a chance that they improve throughout the weekend. But after what Legendary did yesterday, right, I think we all saw the screenshot that Hopeful posted of all of the teams just venturing into the Ataldazar to try and copy the tech. So really, question is, how much can you do when teams are putting out runs like that require you to come in and completely adapt to a new strategy?
Yeah, that Ataldazar run from Legendary yesterday kind of changed things coming into today. Zyronic, I want to go to you and ask, like, we've seen teams like Echo come in and be able to just go overnight copy a strat like that, but how feasible is it for the rest of the teams in the group to do that?
Well, we definitely saw them going in there instantly and trying. If you saw the screenshot on Twitter, there were like 5 separate teams in the Ataldazar trying to put something together in there. Whether it was the 4 DPS strat or the strat that we saw from Legendary, either of those is going to take a long time to get used to. We've seen a team like Echo be able to like put together that strategy and form something similar to what the other team did in the scope of a weekend, but it's a pretty difficult thing to do. Like it's not as easy as just looking at the polls and copying exactly what the team did. There's little minute details, like for instance on the very first poll on Ataldazar, you actually have to make sure that all the trash is dead at the same time the boss dies, which is during the second transfusion, so you have to properly allocate your DPS to make sure to burn just enough of the boss's HP down, not too much, because you want to make sure it does enough of its own health with transfusion. There's a lot of minute details there as well. Also things like making sure your players stay alive while they're baiting Juggernaut charges while they go get their first blood pool for the first transfusion cast. There's lots of things that you have to figure out, which is probably going to take more than just a few hours to figure out. So I'd be very surprised if we see teams come in and execute that perfectly on their first broadcast attempt. I think we'll be more likely to see teams just ban it out against Legendary rather than have spent most of that time practicing the new strategy.
I think that seems pretty reasonable. I'm just looking at the matches right now to see. It's a lot of people hanging out in Ataldazar after the matches yesterday, trying to figure out if they can incorporate that Legendary strat into today's games. There's that tweet we were talking about. But let's talk about our first match of the day. It is going to be Echo versus DAWGS coming up, and they are going to start in Ataldazar. There's no avoiding it this time.
There isn't, and just looking at the conversation we had going yesterday, all this question about is a sub 10 possible, I actually messaged Tobo after their run, after Legendary's run, and I was like, dude, that was really crazy. I love that round. And he said, not even sub 10. I think it's totally on the table for today, and we're going to head into it for the very first dungeon today. I am so curious between Echoes and DAWGS. DAWGS did have the faster time yesterday, but Echo also had a boss reset. Nagura, you and I, we were casting that game. How do you feel? Do you think that the Rizan reset timer could have changed the outcome of the final timer between those two teams?
I think so. Like, the difference is like 30 seconds between the teams from yesterday's runs. And I think the Rizan reset cost them for sure at least 30 seconds. So I think if Echo does have a perfect run and DAWGS have a perfect run, then I think Echo's strat is faster. But as we just talked about, all of these teams were refining their Ataldazar strategy, so both of the teams could be quicker now. And look at that, we do have a 4 DPS comp on both sides now, Sally on that Red Paladin.
Wow, that is going to be so fun. Of course, I know somebody that was rooting for the Red Paladin, so I'm just very happy we see that. But the big question is, how many of these teams are adapting to what we saw? And looking at Echo on the left-hand side, you're seeing that they're doing the same pull. We're not going to head all the way to Alonza to pull everything there. They're still grouping it up here. And for the DAWGS, we're seeing familiar territory as well with going to Rizan first. So do you think that pulling off this completely new strat was maybe a little bit too hard for teams overnight?
So, I mean, Echo is certainly changing up a lot, right? Like, not having the healer, also saving their bloodlust. They are completely changing, not their route. They did do the same pull earlier, or yesterday rather, but they're doing it without a healer. And look at Sally and look at the damage that he's putting out on that Red Paladin. And yeah, holding on to Bloodlust is very interesting. We've seen Echo use the Bloodlust immediately as soon as the dungeon had started yesterday, and then get it ready at the very, very end of their run. But now they think that they're not going to get their Bloodlust ready, so they are banking on a less than 10-minute run or around 10 minutes. So they definitely think that they're going to be quicker than yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good indicator right there, telling you that you will only get this one bloodlust. We're not going to send it at the very start like the DAWGS did. The DAWGS right now is finishing out the Rizan poll, have the 22% already, but Echo are in that big next poll, and here's a lot that could go wrong. You need to watch your feet. Mare is dropping really low as well. Big question is, where are you going to send that bloodlust that you have? Do you want to have it for the very last boss, for Yasma, or would you prefer to just send it on a very big pull like the one we saw in the Volcal area for Legendary yesterday?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And I do also want to quickly talk about the difference in the fourth DPS that they chose to bring. So DAWGS
Yes.
bringing that Aug Evoker, we've seen that before. The benefit of an Aug Evoker is it's probably a little bit more damage to bring because they can buff 3 damage dealers, which is very nice in comparison. And they also have a lot of mitigation. And on top of that, they have Oppressive Roar, which is so good for raging, which is the affix in this dungeon. While a Red Paladin, on the other hand, does also have a lot of damage output, on top of having a lot of extra utility with Bubble, Bop, Sacrifice, all of these defenses that they have, and a lot of off-healing as well. So while the Aug Evoker has mitigation, the Red Paladin has a lot of off-healing. You can see Flash of Lights being casted by Celia here, and just a lot of Word of Glories coming out.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Just in that very last pull for Echo, the red just topping the damage meter. I am personally just super excited that we get to have a little bit of a melee path. But on the right-hand side, we're seeing tragedy unfold. Several people dying throughout this pull here. The Juggernauts, we have a couple of those assaults hitting people. Problem is, if these guys enrage, the Juggernauts, their hitbox gets just a little bit bigger. And sometimes that safe spot that you had before isn't really safe anymore. And there's just so many of these that if you're moving around, chances are you're going to get hit. Happening again here now on 7 deaths for the DAWGS. That has to be unfortunate.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for DAWGS. And yeah, this is the problem with the raging affix in this dungeon. They're doing these incredibly crazy pulls, and they can do the pulls, but if one person goes down and you're losing a little bit of damage, especially without a healer, and with everyone raging and that the mental going through, none of the mobs being interruptible anymore or stunnable or CCable, all of these wildfire casts going out, all of these charges coming through, it's just so much damage in a group. And yeah, you really get a domino effect as soon as one person goes down, and that is exactly what happened for DAWGS there. They thankfully managed to recover and still finish up the pool, which is honestly impressive, because as soon as they're all enraging and you lose people, that is probably a wipe on any given day on like a live server run. But yeah, thankfully DAWGS did manage to recover. But yeah, Echo already on Rizan, about to finish up that boss, and they're just moving so quickly through this dungeon. They're already up to 80% enemy forces. I believe they're probably just going to go into Volcal with the rest of the trash and leave some percentages up. They're going to do a Sky Screamer with Yasma at the very end. But yeah, this is shaping up to be a very fast run by Echo. I really wonder if they practiced this from yesterday to today, or if they had this already planned before and just didn't want to show it yesterday, because this seems like a very big change in their strat and route.
Yeah, you know, Echoes sometimes are pretty good for having some extra secrets up their sleeve. We will never truly know what they had prepared before, but we did just see the Bloodlust come out on Rizan, that previous poll, so that was their Bloodlust for this key, if they really are going to do it. Sub 10 on the other side, the DAWGS are going to get it back in 6 minutes, but of course, with those extra deaths, they're just a little bit behind. We did see the poll count now go up to the 98.6%, which is where they were yesterday as well on the side of Echo, which means we're just gonna drag those Sky Screamers up to Yasma, like you said. So it's just Volcal and then that last boss plus a Sky Screamer for Echo. And I think if we're looking at the timer here, man, it's 5 minutes 30 seconds. This is absolutely looking like it could be sub 10.
It definitely does. They're just speeding through this key. And we talked about Legendary's route yesterday and everyone being at Tal practicing Legendary's route. But this is not Legendary's route. Echo,
nope.
Everyone was like, oh my god, they're all copying Legendary. But it's not true. Echo already had like the better strat than Legendary coming in probably before yesterday. Just keeping it a secret, presumably. And this is just crazy to see how they're pulling this off. Also with that Red Paladin and Celia absolutely blasting this key and keeping everyone alive as well. Especially Volcal in phase 2 just does a lot of damage to your group. So yeah, just doing an absolutely amazing job at making sure everyone stays alive through all of this rot damage here.
Yeah, you can see it every single time the cast basically begins. Of course, you interrupt it, but the players are just ticking lower and lower. Of course, we also still have that Vampiric Embrace on Maris to try and get some off-healing that way. Warlocks, I said it before, I will say it again, they're just so tanky. They're usually good on their own, but then everybody else does need a little bit of extra help, and Zelia doing a fantastic job at that. If you're looking at the details left-hand side, currently second in healing, as you would often see a healer. It's just so much throughput coming through on that side. But on the other side, of course, we are seeing the DAWGS pull up to Volkal as well, and a pretty familiar picture as well. I wonder how their route would have played out if they didn't have the terror kind of happen with the Juggernauts there.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for DAWGS. I think it definitely would have been a lot closer. And now, of course, something can still go wrong for Echo, but they only have Yasma left and one of the Sky Screamers. They're going to be pulling up there. You can see Zelia already running ahead, making sure he is the one to maybe even clear some of the spiders, because that's probably going to be the most difficult part of this whole dungeon, right? Look at that.
Yeah, if you have arachnophobia, you should be watching out. But they're actually setting up a gateway here to try and skip some of the spiders. Make sure you're not going to open yourself up for some risks. You said it. You're right. Now we're up here. The Sky Screamer should be coming around the corner as well. We're in fight with Yasma. 7 minutes, 50 seconds on the timer yet to go. No bloodlust available, but of course, this is a 23 tyrannical. This boss, I don't think is going to take 2 minutes, so we might be looking at it. The very first sub 10 Taldazar Sky Screamer now walking in as well for Echo.
Yeah, this is an incredible run so far by Echo. To compare it to the fastest run we had yesterday, it was legendary with 10 minutes and 11 seconds with 0 deaths on their part. So we'll see how fast Echo can finish off this boss. The Sky Screamer is now in as well, and it's about to go down with all of that extra cleave we have here from the Daster Warlock, of course, with the Havoc. So no problem for them. The one thing that can be a little bit dangerous here without a healer is getting multiple casts on the same person, of course, on top of the Soul Rend, which also does a lot of damage. But since it's only a hit every once in a while, these classes have a lot of defensives that they can use for the Soul Rend. As long as the debuff doesn't go on the same person, the Wrecking Pain, multiple times in a row, then they should be okay here. As one of them is going on Mirrors.
You can see now just kind of sitting in the spiders there saying, okay, you know, I'm in demon form, I have my defensives up, my mitigation up, I'm just going to clear the way for everybody else here, make sure these spiders are not becoming a problem. Really nice little thinking ahead with everything that's going on here as Yasma is dropping lower and lower. We're on 15%. One more Soul Rend is most likely going to come through. You can see them group up in the background as well. Mirror's taking a big hit as the timer is still going. This is the point where you just CC and you nuke this boss, and that is 9 minutes and 29 seconds for Echo in the Ataldazar.
That is an incredible start to the day. Not just for Echo, but for everybody to get to see that. But Echo, like, just when you think another team is going to be like, yeah, we're going to be the fastest in this key. Like, from what we saw from Legendary yesterday, that was amazing. But Echo coming in with something totally different, another 4 DPS strat. Stuff like the gateway tech on the stairs, like, that was an insane run.
Yeah, and I mean, going into the replay here, the strategy difference really came down to just the choice of that fourth DPS player, right? The Ret Paladin provides so much utility and so much extra off-healing for the group to deal with that it makes these pulls that much more safer. Echo had no issues dealing with that first pull, and they didn't even use the Lust on it, even though that was their first pull of the dungeon. Because they knew they were going to get that sub-10-minute run, they could pretty easily just save their Lust for the Rezon pull. Whereas we come over to DAWGS here, who also didn't have Lust for this pull, but having just the Aug Evoker instead of the Ret Paladin, not having that bop available for your baiting player for the merciless charges here, Soda just gets instantly one-shot by all 3 of these charges, and then once one player goes down, your timer on this pull just becomes that much harder to deal with. Once those mantles go up, you can't interrupt any more wildfires, the damage going on in your group gets worse and worse and worse, people start dying to charges, and it all just cascades from there. And the execution on this pull is really kind of what set DAWGS behind in this dungeon. Now, even if they had a perfect run, I don't know if they would have been able to compete with the 9-minute 30-second time from Echo. That's just a ridiculous time. But still, seeing this many deaths to one pull is not going to help you win a dungeon against Echo.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? It wasn't a bad run at all from DAWGS, but Echo is Echo, and here's that gateway tech again we were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Just useful to get through that wall. Of course, you've always been able to get through that wall with a blink or, anything that kind of skips terrain. It's not really a real wall, so you can also go around it, and that gateway is really nice for that. Saves you a solid, 15 seconds of waiting for RP to finish. Just tiny little minute details are what makes this team that good.
Look at Sally's damage.
Zyra. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. But do you feel like the other teams should be adapting to no healer in Ataldazar from what we're looking at right now?
It certainly seems like it. The question that I have in the back of my mind is, okay, so we've seen the 4 heal strat, we've seen the 4 pull strat. Who's potentially going to be the first team to maybe try to put those two together and go for like a sub 9-minute time? Because it seems like it could be possible, right? I don't really know how you're going to live through that first pull without a healer that Legendary does, but, somebody's going to find a way to do it, I think.
I mean, if you need to, I suppose. Like, do we even, at this point, like, Echo has set the time to beat again, right? Not just a sub 10-minute, but a sub 9:30 by a little less than a second. So it's like, first you need to get to that point. Then you need to maybe even like iterate a little bit more. Like, is that even possible? It's hard to imagine. Yesterday we were like, is sub 10 possible? Now it's like, can we get like 9:15? Can we get 9:20? Something like that. But I don't know. It's a crazy start to the day, but I feel like at the same time, it's just what we've really come to expect from this Echo team. And the DAWGS are not out, not by any stretch. Even if they do end up dropping in this match, they still go down to the lower bracket. They've still got another shot, but that is a tough one. We'll see what they can do in the next dungeon.
I do have one question to you guys. Do you think that this strategy or this route that Echo is, because I don't think they came up with this from yesterday to today, but what do you think? Do you think they actually just looked at their route and they're like, oh, we have to do this quicker, and then just cooked it all up in one day? Or do you think they just really held back yesterday?
I think
feel
both
like
is possible.
Yeah.
We've
I
seen
could
them
see
hold
good
back in the
arguments for
past, I
both
think.
sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
I
do
felt
you
like
feel
we've
about
seen
the
them
Thrones
hold back
ban?
in previous seasons.
Yeah, I think the throne ban is interesting because we saw Echo ban Waycrest Manor yesterday, which makes sense because Waycrest Manor is just one, if not the most difficult key this weekend. But they decided to ban it against some seriousness, but not against DAWGS. So I wonder if they're more afraid of Throne of Tides, and that was just not part of their first series yesterday. Or if they specifically thought that DAWGS is going to ban Waycrest anyway, so they're banning Throne. I'm not sure.
Well, here's a look at the keys and the affixes one more time. What do you think would be the priorities, Ironic?
Well, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but Throne of the Tides was a dungeon that got hotfixed yesterday, a few hours before the competition actually began, and what the hotfix for Throne of the Tides entailed was a particular mob in the dungeon could be mind-controlled to do a ton of damage, almost as much damage as one of your DPS players, and I would not be surprised if many of the teams used a strategy that involved using that mob mind-controlled. And if their strategy was just completely changed right before the competition, that might be something that they just want to start banning out completely. So that doesn't surprise me too much. And of course, it's probably just one of the harder keys in general, so it makes sense for it to be a ban too.
Now, I believe going into this is the first Galakron's Fall we've seen in the weekend so far. I believe. I'm looking back through the previous ones from
We
yesterday.
saw it yesterday.
I know that was a
We
long
saw
time
one.
ago. Did
yeah. Last Hope
Last
and
Hope
Levels
played it.
Fall. Yeah. Fastest one was 12
oh, yeah,
minutes,
yeah, we did, yeah.
36 seconds. So big question is, can you go any faster?
Probably.
I think yes.
I mean, those were pretty solid runs, though. I mean, it was just one death per team on those runs, so they were fairly clean. So if there is going to be a speed increase, it's going to be from efficiency, not necessarily avoiding deaths. So we saw that done pretty well already.
Yeah, and they played with a healer yesterday, so I wonder if we're gonna see a no healer fall as well. I mean, at this point, I feel like any dungeon could be done without a healer. So I wonder if this is one of those dungeons too.
This one is particularly annoying to do with no healer, right? Because you want to do half of the second boss room per pull. There's a lot of residual group damage going out there. And then, of course, on the last
Yeah.
boss, we saw yesterday, you have to heal Chromie. If the second Earthbreaker Blast goes
True.
off and Chromie isn't healed at all, she dies and you wipe. So you need to have some amount
Yeah.
of off-healing. Can a Ret Paladin do enough off-healing in this dungeon? Maybe. I mean, also that dragon pull, doing triple dragon with no healer, I think that's just a no-go. I
Yeah.
don't think just VE plus off
think
heals
you're
will
right.
heal you through it. Maybe. You could potentially see a world where somebody cooks up a strat, but I don't think we'll see that until maybe Global Finals.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Dungeon number 2 underway.
Oh.
We'll see if DAWGS can
Oh.
tie it up or if
Oh.
Echo grabs the. Oh, well,
There
you wondered
it
about 4
is.
DPS. There you go. There you go.
They said,
Wow.
why take healer when can have Ret Paladin? That's enough healing. Chromie's just gonna get a sack and then we move. We'll see how it goes for both of these teams, Echo and DAWGS. Off to the races. 1-0 for Echo thus far, but can they get another map with this no healer tech? Gonna pull everything onto Chronicar. Both teams doing very much the similar pull here. You're gonna see that Bloodlust pop off on both sides. Question is who gets through it faster, right?
Yeah, we also did see Mirrors cast Dominate Mind on one of these mobs here, so having one of the mobs being controlled on that Shadow Priest and fully focusing down the boss and just cleaving the ads for both teams. DAWGS actually being a little bit ahead on boss DPS, being able to gather up this pull a little bit faster on their side, it seemed like. And looking at the percentage, it also looks like DAWGS maybe pulled more trash. We'll see once Echo finishes off all of these mobs here. We do have Spiteful and Incorporeal here, which maybe is a little bit slightly harder to deal with for Echo, because DAWGS does have that Resto Druid, of course, with the Hibernate and the extra CC. Yeah, look at that. DAWGS pulling more trash and finishing off the boss 5 seconds faster. So even though they don't have that 4th damage dealer, they somehow managed to pull up more DPS on their side.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting, right? Because normally you think like, oh, 1 more DPS, surely we're going to be faster. But if everybody plays a little bit more defensively to try to not take any additional hits and, you know, do some off healing, then maybe you'll lose some of that DPS once again. It's one of these conversations we had yesterday already when we first looked at these no healer keys. So I'm personally really curious on when we're going to see that effect kick in. Is there maybe any bosses that they can face quicker or something like that? We'll see if it's possible. For now, they also have to pay attention with this thrash here. It cost people their lives yesterday, so it's always a little bit scary, this one, as we are moving towards the time boss. We're going to have a little bit of extra trash to play here. Velocat on the right-hand side dropping a little bit low due to some of these casts here, but mostly teams have it under control. The CCs are going out.
It's crazy how they survived. Mirrors just had a circle debuff plus the dot on him, and now he's got another dot and somehow is still surviving. They have so much off healing and so much utility coming out from their comp that they can live through all of these dots. Echo dealing with that second trash pull. They're doing this room in 2 pulls. DAWGS at the right side of the screen also doing the whole boss room in 2 pulls. And now that last anomaly that DAWGS is dealing with, they're probably going to be pulling on top of the boss, while Echo did pull it into their first pull with Gingy doing some alter time tech right there. They only have a leech left that they have to deal with. So yeah, DAWGS though, definitely pulling the boss quicker. So DAWGS a little bit ahead, just dealing with the first boss and with the trash slightly faster than Echo.
I think this boss area here is very interesting in terms of how teams approach it, because of how differently you can pull these trash mobs and then what can you pull while the RP is happening and then kind of finish it off with the boss. Of course, like you said, for the first boss as well, there is Spiteful, and this is a boss where people tend to hug the boss a little bit more, so maybe just playing it a tiny bit safer, not trying to have too many on there. But you can see in the background, we even have some leeches still up for Echo that they're currently not in fight with, and maybe don't even want to be, but DAWGS are in the lead in terms of percentage and also boss HP. Definitely putting down a great time right now.
And then people might be thinking, so how is Echo dealing with all of these magic debuffs without a healer? But they do, of course, have the Master Spell from Mirrors. They have the Dwarf Racial Zelia, and they also have the Imp that they can potentially play on the Warlock on clicks. Now, of course, when you play Imp, that means you don't have the Fell Hunter for an interrupt. So that is something you have to think about. But on a boss like this, you don't need an interrupt, so it's easy to just play with Imp and have that extra Dispel on the Warlock player. But yeah, DAWGS doing so well right now as they're done with the boss. They're also 11% enemy forces ahead. Because they pulled so much more trash at the start of the dungeon, they can do a lot, or they have to deal with a lot less trash than Echo has to. So this is very interesting. DAWGS actually being incredibly fast and also having more enemy forces. So this is going to be very difficult for Echo to catch up at this point.
It is. I did just want to quickly highlight, we saw this nice little gateway from the middle of the boss into the portal to try and save as much time as possible. Of course, here it's going to be important that nobody touches this dragon. That's Giga banned. Well, not by official tournament rules, but really, if you play that, I don't know where you've been. Don't touch that dragon. Super inefficient count. We're just going to move on through, and then we'll see where players actually try to make up the count. Echo specifically, we had a similar difference in teams yesterday for Last Hope and Levels, and it didn't really work out for Levels, so maybe it's working out for Echo. We'll see. Right now they're very neck and neck as they are approaching this portal here and making way, but like you're saying, it's all about the percentages, and here come the dragons.
Yeah, so how is Echo going to deal with the dragons without a healer? These dragons are doing so much AoE damage to the whole group. Looks like Echo is just going through, pulling all of these dragons together without a healer. Sacrifice already running. They are using all of the defensives and offensives that they have, but look at the damage going into the group here as they do have Vampiric Embrace running. Leon Hands being used as well by Sally, making sure everyone can just stay alive. But yeah, just...
They're just killing them faster than the dragons can kill them. Like you're seeing all of these defensives right at the start, making sure, okay, we'll try to mitigate as much damage that's incoming here. We don't have to heal what we don't take. Dragons are finished off within seconds for Echo, and they're just blasting through this, pulling very close to the percentage that the DAWGS had thus far. Both of these teams are on Blight now.
Yeah, look at that. They engaged the boss at almost the same time. So Echo did catch up quite a bit. Not only did they deal with the pull a little bit quicker, they just ran to this point quick, right? So the boss died 1 second later, actually a couple of seconds later for Echo, and then they somehow managed to gather up the pull faster. So just the efficiency from Echo moving to this area like saved them a few seconds. That is something that we don't speak about often enough, I feel like. Because yeah, the damage and the efficiency of the pulls obviously matters, but how you get from point A to point B is also just incredibly important, and I think Echo really focuses on that a lot. They're just so efficient on how they're moving through the dungeon. This is just such a close game right now, as DAWGS and Echo are completely even on boss percentage.
I mean, the big thing is, right, the DAWGS, they skipped, I think, one or two. We'll have to ask Sarah, but I think they skipped a dragon, at least one, moving down here. So really, they will have to play similar trash count to what Echo has right now, because the percentage between these two teams has gotten closer. So they should have been quicker, but they weren't. They were pretty much equal time, even a little bit slower than Echo with 4 dragons. And that is insane to me.
And that is absolutely crazy. It looks like DAWGS did catch up a little bit on boss percentage now. So again, even though they have one less damage dealer, because they don't have to focus so much on surviving compared to Echo, they actually managed to put out a little bit more DPS. It's all going to be about how to deal with the trash that they still have to do. Echo having to do a little bit more trash in comparison, as we talked about. But if they do it in one pull, like if they don't have to do one extra pull, then it couldn't. Possible that doesn't make a difference at all, right? But yeah, DAWGS finishing off the boss first, Echo right behind them on their heels. Both teams have 0 deaths, so there's no death penalty. The time is going to be so close between those two teams. And it's also going to be about Echo being able to deal with the last boss with Chromie. We talked about this before.
Yes.
Is it going to be Leon Hands? Elliot does have it ready. How are they going to heal up Chromie?
Right? Like, this is a big mystery to me right now. You need to heal her. You also need to deal with the Incorpo on top of that. We saw that being a problem for teams yesterday. And, I mean, ideally, if you are running these 4 DPS, you're just gonna blaze through the boss fast enough so it doesn't become a problem. That's what I'm trying to figure out, if that's even possible. But we'll see how Echo approaches this one. Both teams now making way towards that final boss. Of course, triggering the RP, making sure you can actually engage the boss as soon as possible. Now look at this. These guys, they do a lot of damage to the team. You can see it on both sides. The mage is suffering a little bit, but is going to be fine as they are finishing out the trash pulls. DAWGS are pulling it into a Ridicron. Echo seems to be taking it just a little bit slower, but in comes the gate, and this is where they're also going to engage the boss.
Very interesting. So we saw two different strategies coming in here. DAWGS did have Velo stealth ahead to start their RP, and the rest of the group came in a little bit later to make sure that they have the whole trash gathered up as soon as the boss gets active, so they can use all of their offensive cooldowns to hit the boss and cleave down the Eds. While Echo said, we don't care about pulling it into the boss. We're gonna do the trash without offensive cooldowns. They pulled all of the trash, dealt with it without cooldowns, and then engaged the boss and used their cooldowns for the boss. So this is going to be incredibly close between those two teams. We have to keep an eye on Chromie, see how Echo deals with it. And if Echo can skip a shield because they have an extra damage dealer, which I'm not sure if they can because they have to focus so much on surviving. Right? Because when the shield is up, the group takes so much damage. So I'm not actually sure if they will do more boss DPS in comparison. DAWGS already using a Bloodlust, Echo also using theirs on their side. This is going to be so incredibly close between those two teams.
Yeah, and you can see the Vampiric Embrace is already gone out. Celia still has the Zac, has the Lay on Hands as well, and like you were saying right now, that Bloodlust as well to try and do as much damage to Iridicron as possible. But Chromie on the side for Echo already a little bit low there on those 36%. Should still be enough to live it through, but we know that this could cause problems in the long run, so the big question is, can they actually make it through here? Whereas the DAWGS are having a little bit more room. They're now entering the obliteration, and Chromie is of course being healed up here as well, together with the group. Left hand side, Echo is in it as well.
They got it. Alright, DAWGS did finish out the boss here. This was such a close game, but DAWGS actually pulling off the win here with an 11 minutes and 10-second clear. Wow, what a run by DAWGS.
I mean, that was just great on both sides, right? We saw two very different strategies, no deaths on either side, but DAWGS managed to get it done in the end, and this is going to game number 3. This match just got quite spicy.
What an incredible run. Our fastest time that we saw from yesterday was Last Hope doing it in like 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Both of these teams an entire minute faster, and it came down to the wire there. There are so many tiny things that we could talk about in this dungeon when we go over the clips. There's a lot of interesting, tiny little tech details we can talk about. On the first boss here for Echo, Mirez actually ends up mind controlling one of the Chrono Weavers here and uses its ability on the boss, reducing the boss's haste by 50% and also changing its spell queuing. So it actually doesn't do Sand Stomp as often, and when you're running this 4 DPS comp, you really need to make sure you're taking as little damage as possible. And yes, this gateway, they use the gateway to start the RP on the dragons here, which lets them actually skip past both of them. And those chunks don't have to worry about those at all either, because they've got the Fear Sigil on them too. So much tiny cool tech being shown off in this dungeon from both of our teams here, only having to deal with 2 of those dragons. They don't have to wait for the third one to run in after the fact, saves them so much time in the long run. We were kind of all thinking it here as well, right? How do you deal with the triple Risen Dragon Pull as a no DPS comp? Well, it just kind of comes down to an it dies or I die scenario. The Vampiric Embrace from Mirez there doing 200k HPS for the first 20 seconds of that pull, keeping everyone alive. Great execution from them, but in the end, of course, it's a little bit of execution, the ability to go for the bigger pulls in the second boss room, ekes out just a few extra seconds of time for DAWGS here, and they're able to take us to a Game 3 in a really, really close second map.
Yeah, so I guess that brings us kind of to the question then. Like, we know the 4 DPS strat can work, but a more kind of traditional thing ended up being what won the day for DAWGS on that map at least. So going forward in the tournament, and I'll throw this one over to you, Nagura, do you think we're going to see the 4 DPS comps stay in the running, or do you see we're going to see a transition to more traditional stuff across most of the dungeons as the weekend continues? What do you expect there?
I think it's hard to tell. I mean, because both of these runs were so close, but is it worth the extra risk to run no healer when you're not actually going to do much more damage because you have to focus so much on survivability? I think it really depends on the dungeon, because we talked about this before. Fall being a dungeon that has so much unavoidable group damage in the second boss room, on the last boss, on the dragons, and I think in this dungeon in particular, they had to focus a lot more on surviving in comparison to something like a Taldasar. So I think in the dungeons with less incoming group damage, we will for sure still see the 4 damage dealers, but maybe in fall, it's not going to be something that we see that often anymore. If Echo cannot pull it off and be much quicker than another team with a healer, then I'm not sure if any other team can pull it off.
I mean, really, you have to celebrate it for what it is. It's a win for the healers out there that have been commenting against no healer keys for the past months or so. So I personally think this is super cool to see come out here from the DAWGS, knowing that they were the team that actually ran no healer keys for the majority of their runs yesterday. So kind of stepping back here saying, okay, but actually for this dungeon, we do want the healer and we do want a different route that plays around that. I think it's just so awesome, and personally, I'm really excited to see a third map against Echo, first and foremost, in that upper bracket, but also, what are we going to see in that Everbloom? Because we know that the DAWGS ran no healer there yesterday. Is Echo going to do the same thing?
Yeah, so the DAWGS banned Waycrest Manor, and so that means we are indeed going to the Everbloom. So like Meg said, are we going to see a similar thing from DAWGS? What are we going to see from Echo? And it is a rare treat to see a Game 3 against Echo in any part of any tournament, really, in World of Warcraft esports. But I don't know. This is going to be a fast and furious dungeon either way. I don't think any of us want to try to call this one. I think we just kind of want to wait and see. But I like where we're at with the 4 healer, or not 4 healer comps. Maybe that's a future thing. Who knows? But with the 4 DPS comps, it's nice that it's a possibility, but it's always better, I feel like, if in the end, the more traditional comps, having the healer round is important. Otherwise, what's the point, you know? But I like that 4 DPS is an option sometimes. That's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely like a riff on the just dungeon-specific comps that we're seeing. Sometimes you just drop the healer and try to go for more DPS, and if it works out, it works out.
Right.
But there's definitely some issues with it, obviously. It makes your dungeons way more on a knife's edge. We saw in actually both of these matches that it has its downfalls, right? You can't go for as big as trash pulls, which is what set Echo back in that Dawn. You have more potential to wipe without having the extra healing to back you up, like we saw for DAWGS and that Atel'Dazar. So if we do end up seeing a 4 DPS versus 4 DPS comp in this Everbloom, it's really going to come down to consistency of pulls. And honestly, the run yesterday from DAWGS really wasn't the cleanest run, right? They had a ton of Sanguine healing in that pull in Witherbark's room, right? They had a lot of like wasted time moving around the dungeon. The gateways weren't quite as fast as you'd like them to be when they were skipping into the second boss room. They could definitely gain probably 20 to 30 seconds on the run yesterday if everything goes clean for them. So they'll have to put together a clean run to take down Echo, I think, here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more adaptation from the teams over time too, and that like I do believe, and we've seen evidence of this in previous seasons, where teams don't necessarily pull out every single tech they've got in the very first matches of the tournament. And now that we're getting into it a little bit deeper in the upper bracket, even though we're still in just the quarterfinals, we know today is a make or break day for these teams, right? If you go down to the lower bracket, you still have a fighting chance to get back. But if you're eliminated this time, there's no last chance qualifier. You are just out of the season, right? So I think we're going to see more, like put it all on the line strats today than we did possibly in previous seasons. So that's going to be kind of neat to see. But I believe we're just moments away from getting into Everbloom and seeing who takes this match between Echo and DAWGS. Is there anything else we need to kind of cover going into this? I feel like where we've sort of set the stage, right? We're kind of just waiting and seeing how this one plays out. I think it's entirely possible that we see Echo in the lower bracket for first time in maybe ever. I don't know how long. It's been a long time. I know they have lost once or twice in the last, half decade or so, but I don't think they've ever done it from the lower bracket.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Right. I just quickly want to say that the fastest Everbloom we saw so far is from DAWGS, and it's 12 minutes and 1 second. Now, we were talking about this one yesterday and the routing. You said it already, Zyra, there was a lot that was unclean, but also a fellow caster colleague had the opinion that the routing itself wasn't that good because they had a little bit of backtracking that they needed to do, so maybe they were approaching it differently. And of course, the big question is it really going to be 4 DPS against 4 DPS for Echo as well? Or are they saying, well, in the fall it didn't really work out for us, maybe we just play this one like we normally would? I'm really curious, to be honest.
Yeah, and if they play the 4 damage dealers, are they going to play the Red Paladin again? Because we haven't seen Echo play Aug Evoker just yet. They always go to this Red Paladin instead. So I wonder if that's also going to be better, considering that it's Sanguine and Aug Evoker specifically has a lot of tools to like knock mobs around, while Red Paladin really does not. So I wonder what they're going to do here, unless they just play with a healer, because Resto Druid is also a class that, of course, has something like Knock a Typhoon that can deal with Sanguine really well.
Now, would you say, I'm curious, that is the major difference between the choice between the Red Paladin and the Aug Evoker, is that, both have a lot of utility, but when it comes down to it, the Aug Evoker might have a little bit more in that case, especially when it comes to displacement, and the Ret Paladin might provide a little bit more just raw numbers. Is that a good way to look at it, or do you look at it a little bit differently?
It's a little different than that. Like, they just have completely different toolkits in general. They're both pretty supportive classes. I think Ret has higher personal damage, but Aug provides more damage to the team. But you know what? We're going to have to see what happens right now, because we are seeing that matchup. It is the Ret versus DAWG. It's going to be great to watch.
I love it.
DAWGS bloodlusting right out of the gate here. We're going to see something similar for Echo. Now the bloodlust coming as well. DAWGS a little bit faster on this one. Both teams opting to go to the right-hand side here and round up these berserkers. Now, you need to be very careful with these guys. They have a liking for jumping on people and just absolutely smashing them down. So if you're not running a healer, you need to be on your toes. And you can see both teams rounding up this pull here.
Yeah, and considering that the fastest run we've seen so far is 12 minutes and 1 second, I believe both of these teams are planning to be a lot faster than that, because otherwise they would not be using their bloodlust before the pull is rounded up and they're still on their mounts running around. So this is certainly a thing that we've seen in Atel'Dassar yesterday as well, where they really just they have to press it early enough, even if they waste a couple of seconds, just so they can get it up later at the very end of the dungeon again. There we go, Echo using a gateway, DAWGS as well, to be able to get to that council fight that they opt to do first. This is something we've seen the teams do yesterday as well, of course. Echo we have never seen do this dungeon yet, but DAWGS was running the dungeon yesterday, and they're running a very similar comp, or route rather, than what we've seen yesterday too.
Look at the percentage. So Echo has 1.67% more than the DAWGS after that very first poll. And it might seem minute, but this kind of percentage can sometimes make a big of a difference. So the question is, did they add something that they didn't want in there? Or did DAWGS maybe forget something? Or are we really looking at the difference of basically one mob throughout those two routes? We're going to be seeing how they deal with the tribunal here, the protectors making it through. First one down for Echo already. DAWGS are going to finish out the Life Warden in a couple of seconds as well, but it seems like Echo is just a tiny bit ahead right now.
Yeah, looks like they are. They did also manage to get that extra little percentage that they were missing. Maybe there was some mob we didn't see on camera that just died at the back. So now they're... Actually, no, they're still 1% behind. Sorry, it's because the point percentage after the dot is the same. I was thinking they actually caught up, but they did not. Still 1% behind.
Nope.
So we'll see what Echo does later on. Yeah, a little bit quicker in the boss for Echo's side. They are cleaving down the last two bosses as much as they can, while they already focused down Gola. And we'll see what they do afterwards.
Come.
Oh, yeah, there's
I
extra trash
love
coming
this.
in for
Look at the
Echo.
horde running in there for Echo. We saw something similar on the side. I believe it was the Dire Wolves, where the mage just kind of goes back, gets in fight with them, then comes back to the group and just drags in this massive pack. And it just seems so great value for these long boss fights, right? You're going to be here anyhow. Why not add some trash on top of it? Of course, you need to be a little bit careful with everything else that's going on, but they're doing a fantastic job. Trash is down. There's one abomination in here that is going to die right as this boss finishes. And you can now see the percentage that Echo is once again ahead. Both teams using this small little gateway trick to get up the hill here, and the DAWGS will need to make up that and count.
And there we go. DAWGS already gathering up all of this trash here. Looks like Echo is doing the same thing. Now, this is such a dangerous pull because you have all of these casters and they cannot be displaced either. You cannot stun them, you cannot knock them, so Sanguine also being a little bit of an issue, while all of these casts have to be interrupted. You have those Pyroblasts going through. On Echo's side, actually, one of the casts going through, and Miras does have the dot on him as well. He's using Dispersion, making sure he can survive here. The dot still on Miras. He's just trying to survive as one more tick does not finish off Miras. He does survive. Really well done. Did also try to Shadow Melt, but did not quite manage to get it off there. But yeah, DAWGS already fighting Archmage Soul here. DAWGS definitely ahead at this point as they are engaging the boss already. Echo now also on the boss with a little bit extra percentage now. They're 9% ahead, so DAWGS has to make it up, but Mirrors does go down. They do have a Battle Rest available. It's immediately being used by Celia here. But yeah, some issues on Echo's side.
And take in mind, that is just a boss on its own, whereas the DAWGS are actually pulling all of this trash on top of that, giving themselves even more damage onto the group. Empiric Embrace now coming out for Echo, trying to keep this group alive. Beerus once again ticking so low here. We do have the Lay on Hands available on the side of Celia if something should happen again, if somebody drops really low. But DAWGS hanging in there. One more small little ice collar.
Yeah, Lemike did get hit by an orb there, getting stunned. Thankfully, it does not go down there. And sorry for calling him Lepan instead of Lemike. the le at the start tripped me off. But yeah, there we go. DAWGS still ahead in boss percentage. Again, they are a little bit behind in trash percentage, but it's also possible that that percentage does not necessarily make a difference if the pull count, the amount of pulls they have to do in the rest of the dungeon is the same. So we'll see how they're dealing with the trash that they're missing afterwards. And Echo does not have the battle rest available for 5 minutes. Without a healer, it's very possible that someone does go down here and there. So yeah, this is going to be very risky for Echo until they have that rest back up.
It's definitely a little bit of a scary situation, but at the same time, this is the moment where you're getting a lot of that single target, right? That's where all the single target casts come through, the AoE from Soul. It's just a lot of pain that's going out onto individual group members. Whereas this next pull, we're going to see it on both sides, setting up. You have the Mind Soothers out as they are moving towards the water area. And I assume we're just going to see the same thing from both teams, trying to grab everything and then accumulate it in the pond, because that's where all these guys feel really happy. But it seems like Echo is deciding to not actually do that right away. We're going to get a couple of CCs first, whereas the DAWGS have walked into the water already. Make sure that you are not going to be dealing with any of these silences. Usually you should also be safe on the Sanguine here, but look at Echo. They're just finishing out this trash pack.
Alright, so this is very interesting. We saw this strategy from DAWGS yesterday, and we were very impressed. I mean, still am very impressed at the fact that they can deal with this in the water, pull Gnarlroot in here and get this extra trash percentage, not having to deal with Sanguine, not having to deal with the silence from Gnarlroot as well. But the amount of time it takes them to set this pull up is quite a lot, right? Look at Echo. They finished off the trash, spawned the boss, and now they're pulling Gnarlroot into Witherbark. So they have to deal with the silence, but it's just quicker, right? They are going to be dealing with this room quicker because they didn't have to set up the pull into the water. Now, DAWGS does engage with the bark as well, and it's still going to be incredibly close, but I think I like Echo's strategy here. Sometimes the thing that looks less fancy is just better, because you don't need the time to set up a pull like this, and you need to wait for all of these mobs to walk into the water on DAWGS' side, right?
Yeah, Nagura making sure we're not being blinded by some fancy tech. I do want to shout out Echo, though, grabbing even more trash into this kind of Witherbark Gnarlroot pull that they're doing here. We had all of these small little plants walk in from the right-hand side there as well, which should put them on a tie as soon as everything is dead. Yeah, there we go with DAWGS in terms of percentages. So now it comes back to the boss percentage. Now, the one thing that I'm thinking about that maybe could make a difference here, depending on how fast teams are, is that DAWGS were able to get their Bloodlust up and running a couple seconds before Echo. That might make a difference depending on where it comes back up and where we are on Yalnu, but right now we can see both teams chewing through Witherbark and making sure that they're doing the most to stop these globules, I believe is the name of them, in their path to not actually heal the boss back.
Yeah, you can see Mirrors, they kind of have like a staggered system where they have lines of players making sure they get all of these roots in front of the globules as soon as they see them behind them. So I really like this by both Echo and DAWGS, making sure either they put their roots in front of them or they even finish them off. We see them focusing the globules with Havoc and with some multi-dotting going on for both teams. So really nice control by them. Witherbark still in that extra damage phase for both teams for the longest time at this point, and they are going to be finishing it off for Echo's side. So even though Echo seemed to be behind this whole time, because of this difference in strategy here in the Witherbark area, they are pulling ahead. And yeah, I mean, I'm impressed. They are using the gateway to get back up, and at this point they only have to do the last boss and some trash that they're very likely going to be pulling into that last boss room as well. DAWGS now also done with the boss, but they have to hurry up if they want to catch up to Echo.
They are doing exactly that. Gateway comes in. They're also making way towards that final boss. You can see both teams missing a little bit of count, but we're just going to see them drag that into the final area if everything works out right away. 37 seconds on the Bloodlust for Echo there. It's definitely going to come back up. Only point is they did have that death earlier on, so 5 seconds against the clock, and it might come down to the wire here with how close these teams are. I just want to reiterate, this is the 8th seed going up against the first one. DAWGS are giving Echo a pretty tough time in these matchups. We're going to see how it goes on this very last boss. 10 seconds to go for the Bloodlust on Echo, currently still in the lead, and DAWGS will try to do everything to claw that time back.
Yeah, unfortunately, DAWGS losing so much time in comparison to Echo here and that Witherbark area, but also on their way to Yalnu as well. It looked like Echo was quite a bit faster gathering up the last assistance that they needed for the enemy forces. Now, dealing with Sanguine, that is also something that you have to think about here in the last boss, because Yalnu does not necessarily like moving. So they have to make sure the assistants do not die underneath Yalnu. And Echo, interestingly enough, also spawning all of these lashers, not running around getting rid of those plants at all. Gingy does have aggro trying to survive here. That's managed, but yeah, there we go. Sanguine pools dropping. DAWGS very close behind Echo. The 5 seconds, as you mentioned, might actually make a difference as the Bloodlust is still running for DAWGS. Echo certainly are ahead, but the 5 seconds penalty might come back to bite them here.
They're catching up. They're taking over DAWGS on 9%. They're zooming through this boss fight. 4 to go. 3, 2, 1. And that is going to be 11 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock for the DAWGS as they take this serious.
They did it. Echo is being sent to the lower bracket by DAWGS. That was incredible. And as I watched that last boss fight, I was like, that is a lot of Sanguine healing on the side of Echo, but they still seem to have a little bit of an edge. But no, the DAWGS charge back and seize victory in a way we have rarely seen here on the Mythic Dungeon International. That was an amazing run, Zyronic.
That was 1 tick of Sanguine healing on the boss for Echo. That did 40 million healing. We'll get to that in a second, though. We need to cover the things that let DAWGS stay so close to take control of that at the last second like they did. Sanguine healing on this first pull for them, exquisite. Only 20 million total healing on a pull of that size. Very, very good. The knockbacks were excellent there. Echo had double the Sanguine healing on that first pull. Probably saved DAWGS about 10 seconds over the course of it. One thing I'd like to see DAWGS do in the future, if they can add it to their route, is to change this pull. This pull lost them so much time against Echo. You can see the efficiency of it isn't quite there. There's so many mobs just trailing in after the fact that the efficiency of the AoE on this pull really doesn't work out for them very well. In this pull alone lost them probably 20 seconds to Echo's run. But still a lot better than yesterday, a lot less Sanguine healing. Looks like they found their spot in the water that the Sanguine doesn't work on. They didn't find that yesterday, it cost them a lot of time. And they were eventually able to get onto the boss and keep themselves neck and neck with Echo. In comparison, here's what Echo did, right? Just quick, easy, quick pull, deal with all the trash in the room, and then go pull more trash onto the boss, which lets you get more cleave damage onto the boss, and then also helps you out with your single target damage, because you're not really worried about boss damage when it's not in that double damage phase, right? You kind of want to just be cleaving the trash down and maybe get some residual boss damage. But at the very end of the boss here, the consistency with the Sanguine was just good. 0 Sanguine healing on the boss for DAWGS. All of that Sanguine healing was just the attendants on the other attendants. They're able to quickly kill off the adds, get that damage buff on the boss, and take it home. In a map that Echo looks like they should have won. They were ahead until the last 20 seconds, and then it looked like they just fell apart after that Sanguine tick went on the boss. This might be the best Dr. J team we've ever seen. He's gone through so many different iterations over the past few years, and they've all had their own little inconsistencies here, but we've seen so many great runs from them already this weekend in the first 2 days. I'm ready to see what this team can do going further in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it just goes to show it's not over till it's over as we look at the numbers here. And keep in mind, too, this means that DAWGS have qualified for the Global Finals. Of course, we've still got another day of matches to claim crown our group champion tomorrow. But the DAWGS can rest easy now. They've made it through to the big show later on next month. But let's talk a little bit more about this one here. Nagura, what do the numbers tell you?
I don't know, I'm still just so mind blown on what just happened. Like, to me,
Yeah.
like, it looked so good for DAWGS initially. And then when I saw this whole difference in the Witherbark strategy, I was like, oh, I guess Echo is going to pull ahead, and I guess Echo is just going to win. But then that Sanguine tick on Yalnu, and somehow, even though DAWGS took a little bit longer to gather up the trash onto the last boss, they also, I felt like they had more boss damage too. It wasn't just the Sanguine tick, they also just had more single target damage too. So yeah, just incredible performance by DAWGS. I'm just so impressed.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we said it was a rare treat to see a game 3 against Echo in MDI. Like, we are seeing Echo actually lose a match. That is extremely rare. That only happens like once every few years or something like that traditionally. So if you're here and you watched it, you can say, I was there to see it. Now, before we go too crazy about all of this, Echo's still in it, right? They're still going to the lower bracket. They're still a major threat. You almost feel bad for whoever ends up having to face them after they win their first match day in the lower bracket, because it's like, all right, we're in the lower bracket, we still got it, and now we have to play Echo. All right, well, you know, you do the best you can, but Echo, shown to be mortal. Every once in a while, we see a glimpse of it, their mortality. It does exist.
This really messes with the lower bracket as well, right? Because now if you're one of those teams that's in the lower bracket right now, and you thought you'd be playing somebody else if you won your match, now you're playing Echo, and it's like, well, our chances of qualifying and moving forward just drastically went down. Who is that going to be? That's the winner of Levels and Date Night.
Oh, dear.
Ooh, that's a rough one. I mean, looking at that match, knowing you'd have to play either Echo or DAWGS coming out of that, that was a rough one to be fair, but I think, oh man, they're going to have something in the back of their mind playing their match coming up here in a little bit, that's for sure.
I mean, you say that, and I do agree, just the thought of, oh, it's Echo that's waiting for me in the lower bracket is definitely threatening, but looking at how this series went, I don't think I would prefer the DAWGS as an opponent in my lower bracket series. Like, both of these teams seem so lethal, and the fact that this is an 8th seeded team, I said it before, going into this tournament, that's like middle of the pack, and you're just stomping through it, solidifying their place right in their first game of the day today. Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it only we knew this season was going to be intense just because of the nature of the way that the groups are working this time around, but it really is not disappointed.
And I mean, not only do we have this incredible series between Echo and DAWGS now, we're going to see Last Hope versus Legendary now, which is also going to be an incredible match. Not only is Last Hope one of like the best teams we've seen, but Legendary just had such an incredible performance yesterday, showing us this incredible Taldasar run as well. So I think it is going to be a very close one too, if not also a 3-game series between those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of those teams lost a match yesterday, lost a match. We'll see. Well, you know, you can't blame Twitch chat, really. You know, this is kind of the typical match prediction we see for this kind of matchup. But that said, somebody made a lot of channel points off of that. Somebody is filthy rich in channel points now.
19-1 odds on Dr. Genius. I'll take it every day. That dude is a mastermind.
There you go. The doubters have been silenced. As DAWGS move on, they are our first team to reach the semifinal in the upper bracket. They'll play the winner of our next match, Last Hope versus Legendary. That one is going to be amazing as well. Unfortunately, we have to take a quick break right now, but don't worry, it's not going to be too long. The second match of the day here at the Mythic Dungeon International is going to be coming at you very, very soon, and it is going to be spicy. Oh, but first, hold on. Wait, we got to do this first. All right, so this is a map of movement here of a boss, and you must guess the boss. It is one of these 4.
This is Yasma. Yasma.
Yeah. You can see them group up.
See
for
all
the
four
over there.
all 4 of the non-teams grouping up for the Soul Rend, running in a circle around. It's
It
definitely
was
not Shade
baited by the
Xavius.
tank first, but yeah. It's not Razan, it's not Kurtalis. I don't think they would be running much faster in a circle, so it has to be Yasma with those soul rents. You can see them again.
Yep.
Hmm.
Can you give
So
us
you're
a harder
thinking
one next time?
Yasma.
Come on. This is too easy.
Okay. So everyone's
We're just flaming.
settled on
She's a
Yasma,
Lucan.
is that
Okay, cut her
right?
some slack.
Yeah.
I think we're all locked in.
settled on
Yasma.
Oh, there you
Yep.
go. All right. Yep.
Yeah.
It's Yasma.
Pat
Good
yourselves on the back.
job. You know your boss movements. That is it. So we're going to keep doing this throughout the weekend, too. I think it's a really fun addition to this. We saw this in AWC as well, to try to guess the arena by the movement of the players. And now in MDI, we get to do it to guess the boss by the movement of the players. I think that's really cool. New technology being unveiled. Wow, Echo going to the lower bracket. New tech unveiled for MDI on broadcast. It's a whole new era of WoW esports, isn't it? And now, for realsies, we're taking the break, and then we'll come back. It's going to be Last Hope versus Legendary. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, see another great best of 3 here on Mythic Dungeon International. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doey, here along with Nagura Makes and Zyronic, and we just saw, I want to say history made, even though it hasn't happened. You know, it's not that like it's never happened in the past. It's just so rare. We saw Echo get knocked down to the lower bracket. DAWGS advance not only to the semifinals rather of this MDI group, but they also lock in a spot for the global finals as well. So huge achievement from the DAWGS team. But now we look forward to our next match. It's going to be Last Hope versus Legendary. Another 1-3 wins the victory. And both of these teams coming in with 0 maps lost on day number 1. So it should be a really good one. Here's our bands.
Yeah, and I mean, Legendary, right? We saw them yesterday kind of put the pressure to the rest of the competition with that Ataldazar, looking really good in their matches, but today already a team has been faster than that, so it's a big question of what can they do in the other dungeons that we are going to see them in. First dungeon is going to be that Darkheart Thicket that I'm personally super excited for. I feel like there is still a lot of stuff that we could see in that dungeon.
That's right, and we've got Blackrock Hold as well for the second dungeon once we get done with the first one. And my question is, you know, do we dare... Would it be too bad manner to make a prediction about who's going to be the first person hit with a boulder? I feel like we could go the whole weekend without seeing anyone get hit by it, but still, you know?
I mean, you're probably right, but I don't think anyone's ever going to get hit by a boulder. The last time that happened, the caster that was casting broke into a laughing fit. So...
It'd be hard not to.
Yeah,
I think if anyone's going to get hit by a boulder, it's going to be a tank. Because tanks,
sure,
they usually don't care too much about getting hit by like swirlies and stuff on the ground because they're so tanky, they don't care, right? But the boulders do kill them. So let's take a look at this DHT. As we do see a big difference already in composition here. Now, of course, the names are wrong here. It's not Echo versus DAWGS. It is, of course, Last Hope versus Legendary, but we do see we do see Last Hope running the rest of the druids, and this is like typical comp. While on the other side we see the Mistweaver and the Rogue coming in from Legendary.
Legendary is going very, very far with this first pull. Very similar to what we saw them doing in Ataldazar, where they just keep going. Same thing for Last Hope. They're still going, too, all the way into the bears, and then they're also pulling both of these bears into the first boss on the side of Legendary. This is an absolutely massive first pull, and they're really on a timer here. If these Grizzlies get more than a second roar off, that debuff is going to stack up incredibly high on the group, and those roars will probably potentially one-shot the group, so they really need to burst those 2 targets down. And I guess the advantage here is that you get on the boss quicker than normal, and you get just free cleave on the boss. Oh, the second... Oh, that's Corruption Pool from the bear going down, one-shotting Tobo. They have the battle res for it, and most of the trash is dead. All of the trash is dead now, so it looks like they're home free, just have to deal with the boss. But now, for the next 8.5 minutes, they have to deal with no battle res.
What an incredible pull by Legendary. That's insane. They just did 35% of enemy forces while also dealing with the boss. And they did have this one death on Tobo, but still just so well done. Hopeful somehow survived a grievous leap from the boss while also having a cat leap debuff on him. So incredible stuff from Legendary. Last Hope did manage to also engage the boss now, but the pull that they did also had less trash percentage in it. So they somehow have to catch up 12% of enemy forces while also being behind on the boss. This is just looking so good by Legendary. They also somehow managed to spawn the boss really fast. I'm not sure what the trick was there, because usually you walk up to the barrier and it takes some time for it to open. But somehow Legendary managed to make that a little bit faster. So really cool tech coming in from Legendary here. Just incredible.
I'm guessing what happened is after the Shroud ran out for the Rogue, the Rogue just ran forward and started the RP as quickly as possible while everyone else ran through the trash. That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. But in the end, the difference, like you mentioned, a massive percent in trash difference. The pull they went for was much bigger. And also they gained about a 20% boss HP lead. And remember, this is a tyrannical dungeon, so that 20% really adds up to a lot. And what they can skip now with that Rogue is going to be very, very important. There's a lot of annoying things you can skip in this dungeon that, you know, the other team will end up having to pull together. I think in our DHT that we saw yesterday, we saw a lot of random deaths due to snapping flowers and not potentially getting your shadow melds off. So we'll have to see what Legendary is planning on doing with that Rogue. The Shroud won't be back up just yet here, but we can see Wexy running off ahead. to get a sap on this Dryad. Oh, never mind, the Shroud is back up. They're going to use it right away to skip past most of this, notably skipping past 2 Dryads and a Keeper that they really don't want to deal with. They also going to skip past this double Keeper pack as well. That's a huge problem for time in this dungeon. Yes, they are. So,
Looks like they
don't have
are
to worry
doing some
about
tech,
any of those
though.
Blossoms healing. Yeah, we'll
I
see
think
what
they
the
are
plan
going
is
to
here.
be... Yeah, I think what they might be doing, which we've seen teams do yesterday as well, is aggro the pack in the back, but not deal with it quite yet. Deal with it later with the boss once it's active. So they're probably going to deal with the Dwellers here. You see some Blossoms as well being added, but maybe the Keepers are going to come in later. Maybe they just seat them and are waiting for them to come in. So you can see there's some trash still in the back. We see some Blossoms and a Dryad as well that they're dealing with here. These Dwellers can be pretty dangerous if you don't interrupt them. If any of the fears go through, it can cause some issues. But of course, they have a lot of CC to deal with them. It's also bolstering, so that is something you have to worry about as well. Last Hope now also gathering up these Dwellers, and they also skipped a lot of these Keeper packs on their side too.
Yeah, that's good. So for Legendary, I think the specific tech that we figured out yesterday is it's a Ring of Frost into a Mass Poly, which puts you in combat with all of the mobs. Of course, the Ring of Frost will break first, so you can let those Blossoms start running down. But the Poly on the Keepers keeps them there, so you don't have to worry about them, and then your Mage can just invis off the aggro later, so they don't have to deal with the Keepers as well, if everything goes correctly. If it doesn't go correctly, those Keepers would be snapping down right around now, so we'll see if they got the invis skip off. But the fact that that's all that they had to deal with there is pretty nice. I mean, it's fine technically.
I think killing the Keepers is extra, like it's actually efficient. Well, if you don't need it, then sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I think we figured out yesterday that
there they are.
you have 1 extra count in your
they
dungeon,
want them.
and the 2 Keepers were extra. Maybe they figured out a way to pull... Oh, actually, you know what? They don't need to pull the entire lot because they have the Rogue to skip past most of that stuff. So, yeah, the extra count is actually very useful for them. And once again, all of this skipping for Legendary has kept that 20% lead on the boss, but the difference is Last Hope still has to deal with all of these Blossoms that they didn't skip past, whereas Legendary only has the Keepers that they're worried about. So just less things for Legendary to worry about while they're on Oakheart here.
Yeah, and are they having a Keeper as well on Last Hope? Because we see all of these mushrooms spawning around the room. I don't see a Keeper though. Interesting. All right,
no,
so it looks
Tobo
like
goes down.
Tobo does go down for Legendary, and they don't have a Battle Rest. That means they have to finish off Oakheart without a healer, which is definitely doable. I don't think that they're going to be wiping here as long as Lepan does not die to the Keeper and to the boss's grip here. So they should be technically okay. But we see an Afflicted go off for Legendary too. Now with the healer going down, they don't have enough Dispels to deal with it. They technically only have Hopeful's Curse Dispel, and you can dispel 2 Afflicted mobs as 1 person if you're fast enough, but they don't have any off-heal going on with their group, with their comp. So Hopeful has to double dispel each Afflicted here, 1 immediately and 1 8 seconds later.
Looks like he got the first one off in time. He should be able to get the second Afflicted at the very last second here. Oh, he just got it, I think. Literally slivers left on that cast bar. And you know what? They didn't really lose that much time here. Yes, they have an extra 5 seconds on the board, but they kept most of that 20% boss HP lead. Last Hope was able to whittle that down into the 13% range. They have a summoning portal up here as well, because I believe he's going to respawn at the first boss. They have to summon him down, so that's going to be more time lost. In the meantime, yeah, Last Hope is going to be catching up here. Their boss is going to go down at about the same time Legendary gets the summon off onto Tobo here. So with those death timers, Last Hope might even slightly be in the lead here. Of course, Legendary still does have the advantage of that Shroud, so they can skip past some of this trash if they want to, or they might just use it for the speed boost in general. It's going to be neck and neck coming into the final 2 bosses, though.
You hold no sway.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Legendary. They made up so much time on that first pull, but because of that death on Tobo, and because of the comp difference as well, if this same thing would have happened for Last Hope, they had the Shadow Priest to rest Drogo on the Rester Druid afterwards. But because Legendary is running the Rogue, they don't have that out-of-combat rest with their comp, and they have to use the Summoning Stone, which takes quite a lot longer and losing more time. You see Dresser being engaged a little bit earlier from Legendary, but as you said, with the 10 seconds death differential in favor of Last Hope, I think this is going to be completely even now between those 2 teams.
Yeah, the question again is, what can Legendary skip in this last section with the Shroud, or are they just going to use it for the damage buff? I mean, it's going to be very important to see how much they can actually skip. You can see that Earth-Shattering Roar does a ton of damage. almost one-shotting 3 players on Legendary, even proccing the Cauterize for Hopeful there. He's not going to have that Chi Death available for the next 5 minutes. Looks like they're mostly safe here, and that lead is still being kept to a little over 10, maybe to 15%. There's a death for Last Hope. Drogo goes down to one of those frontals from the Blood-Tainted Furies there, and that's going to be their battle res gone. Now neither team has a battle res for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, we do see Legendary also finishing off those Furies. They have to deal with these blood-tainted mobs here, making sure they don't cast Metamorphosis, otherwise they're going to be turning into Furies, and they definitely do not want that to happen as they deal with the AoE damage coming in from both sides. Looks like Legendary just got 2 Furies to spawn here. They did not interrupt the mobs. We do see 3 Furies even. This is actually a big problem for Legendary, as they did not manage to get that interrupt in. We're going to see so many charges coming through and so much stuff happening for them. This is even 4, I believe. 4 Furies spawning for Legendary. This is just disaster for them. As they have to somehow deal with them. Looking at their comp, they also don't have a way to drop combat because they only have Lepan on the Night Elf.
This has to have been an accident, right? Like, I was thinking in my head, because I want to think positively about the teams, and I want to think like, okay, well, maybe they spawned them on purpose because technically it would be a single target increase to have these on the boss, but there's no way you want to spawn those 4 Furies because now they're going to be following you throughout the dungeon. Do they actually despawn if you get far enough away from them? Can they shadow meld them off? That's a question that I'm not too sure about. We'll have to see if they actually do end up following through, but they don't have shadow melds on everyone, you're right. I mean, Hopeful could invis, but Splat can't do anything. The Rogue can vanish, but they're always going to be aggroed onto Splat, so we'll have to see what the plan is here, but they're not worrying about that right now. The Fury is snapping to their tank, so they're still going to have them when they get to the boss. They're doing it live here. We're going to have to figure out how to deal with them. It's not going to be easy. Those frontals are going to be going off the entire time. They'll have to dodge the void zones on the ground, but we have to move on. We can't spend time just DPSing them down. That's too much of a time loss. Wait, are we just Soulstone skipping? Or is that just a pre-Soulstone to make sure that they have white protection? That must be what it is. All right.
Yeah, I think
Fury has
Shade
despawned.
of Xavius is being engaged by Legendary, so they're the first team to pull the boss here. But this is going to be very difficult for Legendary, because not only do they have to deal with all of this trash that is being gathered up right now, they also have to deal with the Fury. Actually, the Furies might despawn now at this point. I don't see them anymore. So, yeah, so apparently they do despawn if you just carry them with you long enough. Last Hope now also on Shade of Xavius. Both of them do have Bloodlust running, and they're going to be dealing with all of this trash while cleaving down the boss. Now we only have a 5 seconds penalty differential in favor of Last Hope. I'm not sure if that's going to make up for the difference. It is still very close. Looking at the boss's HP, Legendary did deal with all of the trash, but look at the percentage. They're missing percent.
What are they missing? What are they missing?
They must have missed one mob somewhere. This is a big problem for Legendary.
No, there's the stalker. It's the stalker they see.
There's the stalker. Okay. Oof, all right.
Something we haven't really talked about, because it hasn't needed to be brought up yet, is if the teams kill Shade of Xavius and they don't have their trash percentage, and they've already killed everything off in the tunnel, you're not allowed to talk to the NPC to teleport yourself back, because that ports you out of the dungeon, which is not allowed in an MDI scenario. So you really need to make sure you have your trash count set before going into the log to go to the end of the dungeon. Otherwise, you'll just lose because you can't get your trash count. I don't think there's actually any way to get out of the log, but not going to be an issue for either of the teams. They both have their 100% trash count. Oof. And look at the percentages on the boss. Both teams at 30% mark at almost the exact same time. But remember, there's an advantage for Last Hope here. They have 1 less death, so they have a 5-second advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Legendary rest is going down for Legendary. They do have a rest, but this is another 5 seconds on top of the 5 that are already behind. So not.
You have to move
Last Hope has 10 extra seconds, and they're completely even in boss percentage. In fact, Last Hope is actually slightly ahead at this point. So even though it looked like Legendary is ahead this whole time, those deaths and issues that they had on their side might mean that Last Hope is still going to be pulling this off. As the boss is lower and lower and lower for Last Hope, it looks like they are going to be finishing off in a second, and this is it. Last Hope is going to be winning that first dungeon against Legendary. What a run by both of these teams.
They killed it at the exact same time, but it was the death timers that brought them into the win there. What a crazy first match from these two.
Yeah, that came down to the wire, but yet another match delivering for us today, where Last Hope was able to take Darkheart Thicket, but it doesn't really get too much closer than that, does it?
It does not. These two teams, man, I was being swayed from left to right, from front to back throughout this entire dungeon. I know everybody that was watching probably feeling the same way. Now, let's start off with the beginning here. This pull from Legendary kind of does him honor when you're looking at Diataldazar as well. It's just such a giant pull, and the one person that's profiting off of this the most is Splat. He is shooting up on that details meter just to the very top, looking super good because of all of those extra targets, and they have this nice little skip here, pretty much being in the lead throughout this whole run, and then down there is where it all changes. So we have the unfortunate death happening on Tobo, gets rest, and then dies again, and they have to finish it without the healer here in this area. In the meantime, though, on the other side, Last Hope is kind of dragging all of this trash. You can see it in the background running down. I think you were also talking about it, like, do you want the keepers? Do you not want the keepers? They did want the keepers, and it took them quite a long time to actually run down there, and I wasn't sure if it was going to be worth it in the end, but it did work out for them. Here, you're going to see that unfortunate death happen. Oh. And then in that next gauntlet, both teams kind of rounding out the trash. You can see it here, making sure everything is coming together, and then unfortunately these Furies spawning. It's just so sad the way both teams pulling up these bats here. I think is pretty common at this point. You just want to try and get that extra count in there, not play it on its own. But yeah, the Fury spawn on the side of Legendary is really what did them in for at this Dresseron pull, and lost them so much time, in the end coming down to the death timer, and then having another death. I think it, there you see it, I think it was already kind of settled before Wexier's death, but eventually after that it was final.
That's right. So, a lot to take into the next dungeon here, and I mean, if you're a fan of Legendary, like, I don't think you need to be too worried. You know, there are a couple little missteps here and there, and, you know, from what we saw yesterday, that's not a common thing with this squad, it looks like, coming into this weekend. So this could definitely be another series that goes all the way to 3 dungeons.
Yeah, I think so. And, I mean, so even though Lasso won, I think Legendary's route definitely was faster if they would have pulled it off cleanly, right? Now, that is always something you can say, right? And just because you have a faster route, technically, doesn't mean that that's actually going to help you. So if their strats that they're doing are too risky and they keep making mistakes like these, then they're not going to win against Last Hope. But if they recover from this mistake and they're not going to be tilting and they do have routes like this and strategies like this, then yeah, I think this could also go to a 3-game series for sure.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the maps in this series again, see where we're going exactly next, talk a little bit about that, discuss the bans again a little bit too. I mean, Darkheart Thicket is a punishing one to start out on, and I believe we're going to Blackrock Hold next. That's right, because we did have a Throne of the Tides ban coming in from Legendary. They miss the jellyfish elevator as much as the rest of us do. They can't even face the dungeon without the joy of the jellyfish elevator. So we're going to Blackrock Hold. It's ironic. Yeah, what do you think we're going to see there?
Well, I'm a little surprised to see the Throne of the Tide bans from Legendary, because their run yesterday, which is the only Throne of the Tides we really saw, actually looked pretty clean, and it looked like they had room to improve as well. I'm pretty sure there's probably a reason for that ban, but, you know, I don't exactly know why. You know, it could be something to do with that witch ban, that witch fix that we saw earlier, but who's to know with these team strategies before they show them off on live. Going into the Blackrock Hold, though, we did see a very clean run from Echo yesterday. I think it was around the 12:30 mark, around there.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
And it looked like there really wasn't a lot to improve there. Those were massive pulls, and it really came down to the Sanguine management, especially on the big pulls that you see in this key. I think one of the really make-or-break points in this dungeon is that big room right after the second boss with all of the scavengers in there. You really need to make sure you're interrupting those ancient potions so they don't just sit in one spot and flamethrower non-stop. If they do that in Sanguine pools, you're going to lose 20 to 30 seconds worth of time there alone. So really, yeah, it comes down to the Sanguine management in this key.
I just got a message, literally like this second, saying we can still win. It's all good, no problem. I'm gonna leave it open from who I got this message, but it's good to see the confidence still be there after a little bit of a rough first match from this team here. I love it, honestly. I'm so
Is it bad
happy
that I know who
to
that
see
is
these
from the
teams kind of-
intonations you
yeah.
did? All good. We'll win.
Hey, I mean,
We
you
still
know,
have a
it's
chance. That's the kind of mindset you need, though, right? It's really cool.
Yeah.
And personally, you said it already, Zyro. We saw a Blackrock hold from Echo yesterday, but I felt like that could have been faster. Teams have been spending a lot of time in the Blackrock hold, and I heard some rumors. I personally think this dungeon could be zoomies. We'll see if maybe we'll see a faster one.
Well, it was 12:46 from Echo yesterday in their run. The very first dungeon we saw in the MDI season, in fact. They did have one death, so you would imagine there's a little bit of time lost from that and also from getting the person back again. So, yeah, definitely that is a timer that can be improved on. And was Echo showing us their very best strat that run too? Were they saving a couple tricks here and there? Are we going to see some tricks of their own from Last Hope and Legendary as they do this one? Because again, this isn't just a battle to get into the semifinals of Group A. This is a battle to get into the global finals because we're sending our top 4 teams this time around. That's worth saying again. So this is a big deal. If Last Hope wins this dungeon, they're in. Legendary down to the lower bracket, but Legendary has a chance to tie it up. Like I said, I think we're going to see 3 dungeons, but we're going to have to actually see the dungeon itself before we get there. Yeah.
It's just hard to say.
We're all just
These dungeons,
Well, that's
both
the
of these
thing.
dungeons are they're so short and so volatile that one mistake can call it. Like you said, 12 minutes for this dungeon, 11 to 12 minutes for Galakrond's Fall. They really can't afford to make a single mistake in either of these 2 dungeons. Remember, in that Echo DAWGS matchup, it was 1 tick of Sanguine that separated them 2 at the end of that Everbloom. You just have to be extremely consistent all the way through, which is really tough in these very quick, massive bowl dungeons.
Yeah, that's right. So we're just waiting for that dungeon to get loaded up. It sounds like there might have been a couple little internet things to solve on one side, so it might take a moment or 2 longer, but we'll get in there ASAP.
I mean, even between these 2 teams, you saw how close it was, right? It came down to the death timer, which usually is a pretty good indicator that both teams are super fast throughout those dungeons when it's not like major route differences. And they did have major route differences. It was just that both routes were really fast between the 2 of them, that it came down to those final minus seconds that they get if something goes wrong, as well as that very unfortunate Fury cast there. But I feel like those 2 teams are very, very close from everything we've seen so far, and I'm curious if they're gonna run rogues on both sides, as we saw from the first map. I would assume yes.
Opinions?
Yeah, I mean, I also
Essentially,
think
yeah.
that we'll see the rogue, but then I was also wondering if we might see a no healer run for BRH as well. Because we've seen so many no healer runs in keys in dungeons where we were thinking absolutely no way they're gonna run no healer in fall, but we'll see.
I mean, it's definitely viable, isn't it? Across more
I mean, we
dungeons.
also
trying to
saw
think
the
if there's-
no healer lose today, so I'm just
Yeah.
putting that out there.
There's a lot of residual damage in the first few. It'd be really tough to no heal trash leading up to the second boss. There's so much damage that goes out. There's so many random bolts that target players. If a knife dance gets off for a couple ticks, people take half their health and damage. It's definitely doable if you play perfectly, but it seems very, very difficult. Who knows? Could be one of these teams that shows it off here. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see normal comps with the rogues that we saw yesterday, though.
Yeah, well, we're again moments away from getting to that dungeon. My favorite thing about the Last Hope logo is that we still have the star stuff from inside the P and the O and the A. That wasn't removed apparently, but that's okay because it just makes it look more epic to me. I love that little detail. We're just waiting to see when we get started with this dungeon, and we want everything to be perfect. So, like I mentioned before, it seemed like there was a little tech issue with one of the players. And so we're making sure that is all good first before we get in there, because this is such a high-stakes match, of course, and that the winners go on to the global finals. the losers of the match are not out, but they will go down to the lower bracket. If Legendary takes this one, we're going to Dungeon 3. If Last Hope takes it, it's a 2-0 victory for them. And a victory for North America, too, right? Right's ironic. Right, exactly. All right,
For North
let's get in the
America.
dungeon. It's time.
Oh, no rogues.
Okay, so we do see the healer comp, but no rogues for the speed up, and you can see already both teams opting to use just regular invisibility potions instead of that. That means they'll have no damaging potions available to them for this first pull, which is not too big of a deal in the long.
They might have pre-invest, right?
Well, maybe they could pre-invis too. I think that gets you there. So, yeah, not too big of an issue. They will still be pulling trash into the first boss here. The Bloodlust is prepped. The cooldowns are prepped. Who gets there first? Looks like Legendary got there just a little bit faster. The Lust is up, and they're off to the races, burning the boss down. The trash will slowly trickle its way in after the fact, and they'll get their cleave on it afterwards. You can see the DPS for both teams have positioned themselves on the far side of the boss, so that trash funnels in right on top of the tank, and they can very easily get aggro without having the DPS players go down.
Yeah, it does look like Legendary is dealing with some of the trash already now. Last Hope now also getting their trash in as well. They are making sure that they CC and interrupt most of these casts. As Mech does go down for Last Hope, they do have a Battle Res immediately using that to get him back up. It looks like one of those Soul Blasts went off on top of maybe some other residual damage as well on top of that. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for Last Hope, losing some of the damage on Smack because Bloodlust was running, so we did lose that. Tobo goes down for Legendary too, immediately using that. Yeah, immediately using the Soul Stone. I was very confused on how fast Tobo did get up, but I think there was a pre-Soul Stone on him. Or releasing, actually. The boss is down. Yeah, there we go. That's what happened.
Yeah, he just releases right here. Yeah, I was curious about the Soul Stone because they didn't actually use their Battle Res, so that would have been pretty crazy if they used a pre-Soul Stone and didn't use their Battle Res. Let's look at the situation here for the teams, though. Are they going to have any trash left over when the RP resolves? Because if they do, that's a big time loss here. Legendary was able to get a lot of their cleave off here, and Ravencrest is down right about the same time the door opens here. Last Hope looks like they still have a lot of Lady going through, and they're actually Sanguine healing her as well. The door is open, and they're not moving. They've got to finish this boss off here. Legendary already off to a pretty significant advantage here right off the bat, probably about 20 seconds already.
Yeah, again, Legendary looking very good at the beginning of this dungeon. We'll see if they're going to make any mistakes moving forward like we saw in the DHT. But yeah, Legendary getting up all of these spiders into the next room, which can be a little bit dangerous on the tank because you have all of this these magic dots stacking up very quickly from these spiders. We do see dispels coming out. They obviously have multiple dispels going on with this group, multiple magic dispels from Tobo, from Splat potentially, if he's running the Imp, and then we also have the Master Spell from Wexy, so no problem with that. Last Hope doing the same thing on the left side of the screen, now that they have managed to finish up that mini-boss that healed.
See both teams using that Banish on the Arcane Minion, so it isn't jumping around causing issues for the Rain players. And they're letting it out after the Banish goes off so they can just single target it down before they move into the next couple of pulls. Smart play, so you don't have to worry about too much about your feet, and you can just DPS blast away, but you can see the advantage here. Legendary already done with that pull, whereas Last Hope still whittling through most of it here. They're going to have to be very efficient and have literally no Sanguine healing to give themselves a chance to come back to this one, or Legendary's going to have some pretty major mistakes for them to throw their lead here, but there's still plenty of dungeon left for that, and this trash is the place where mistakes can happen. So much residual damage going out on the group here. The archers shooting random players, jumping around, casting their barrages. You need to make sure you're stunning every single one of the knife dance casts as well. If any of those go through, you're going to be in for a world of hurt, but so far so good for both teams.
And Sanguine Manage also going to be such a big thing for these teams. You see 8 million healing coming through for Last Hope, unfortunately. That also depends on which mobs healed, because some of them maybe it's not going to slow you down as much as others, like the mini-boss, for example, if that one heals. It's going to be a little bit of an issue, but you can also just carry... Actually, you cannot carry him along because the door does not open until you finish him off, so definitely don't want to have heal going off on that. But yeah, looking good for both teams so far in this area, as they are using their defenses, making sure they can survive all of these combos. Some of them dropping really low. They have a lot of cloth players, right? They have triple cloth comp, triple ranged. So that means that they're going to take so much damage from these archers.
Yeah, the physical damage does a lot to those clothies. Almost no armor on those characters whatsoever. Really hurts in this dungeon. Lots of physical damage, Smash Spite as well later on. does a lot of physical damage as well, so it's just a little bit of more stress on the healer in these keys, but as long as it isn't one-shot territory, it's not too big of a deal. Those HOTS will top them back up. Going to go ahead and run by this champion and double archer pull. We're going to be dragging these into Ilzana Ravencrest. We're going to be cleaving those down with the boss as much as possible here, just trying to progress the dungeon as quickly as possible. That extra lust coming out for Hopeful here, trying to burst as much single target damage as possible onto the boss.
Yep, looking very good for Legendary as they're bursting the boss down, just dropping so quickly on their side. Last Hope still finishing off that mini-boss. They lost quite a bit of time on that first boss, not being able to finish off the mini-boss quicker and having to just finish it on the way. And then it looks like they also dealt with this area a little bit slower, because I don't think the difference was as much as we have now. So I think Legendary definitely dealt with this trash area between the first and second boss a little bit faster as well. As Ilusana is down 50% and Last Hope is just now pulling the boss, also putting down that Ring of Frost because of the trash that is going to be trickling in, as you can see, Champion and those two archers. Drogo does go down and they don't have a Battle Rust available. This might be a little bit difficult for them. They can maybe do the boss anyway, but there's quite a lot of damage going on with those bleeds that are going out. Glaives.
Nothing here does too much damage. They have the Vampiric
Archers?
Embrace active from Smacked here to help them off. As long as they can finish off the trash before they get into the intermission phase, I think they should be okay. They definitely cannot afford to have a single Arcane Blitz go off on their group. This is definitely going to cost them. In terms of time, though, who does the focus go on for the I-beams? Oh no, it goes on the Warlock player. That is their worst option. You would love this to go on the Mage because they can just jump, stand still, do all their damage with that beam on them and take 0 damage, but the Warlock is going to have to run in circles, costing them DPS uptime and making sure that they don't actually get to do maximum damage to the boss. This is costing them a ton of time. Meanwhile, Legendary setting up for that massive scavenger pull we were talking about before. This is going to be a massive pull for them. They need to make sure they have as little Sanguine healing as possible, making sure they get stuns on the Ancient Valcasts. Also, Topo, in the meantime, just going up the stairs, stopping the Boulder RP early.
Yeah, it also looks like Last Hope is having some Sanguine heal going through, as the champion that was still alive from the trash bag before did put a pool below the Vanguard and the Arcanist here, but it doesn't matter as long as the boss did not get healed, so they are going to be able to finish off this boss on Last Hope's side, being able to recover with a death healer, but Lepan dropping really low for Legendary, as some of these mobs are just doing so much damage to the tank with this huge pool. They have to kite this out now, making sure the Sanguine does not go off on any of these mobs here, especially not on the Blade Lords, because they have so much HP, but looking good so far. They still have to interrupt some more casts. A grip coming through, making sure none of the Sanguine goes off. But the Blade Lord's healing a little bit. Oof.
It was looking so good to that point. The knocks on the Ancient Potion casts were perfect up to a certain point. At the very last second, though, they just ran out of CC. They got a little bit of Sanguine healing off, but honestly, most of the trash was dead to that point. I think you'll walk out of this poll with 40 million Sanguine healing feeling pretty good about yourself if that's what they keep it to. It's still ticking up, though. These scavengers somehow still walking through Sanguine, but only a couple mobs left. You know what? It wasn't the best execution, but that will keep them in the lead. As we look over towards Last Hope, gearing up to go for a big pull of their own now, but it's not going very clean for them. Cryptic's instantly popping Cauterize at the very start there. Must have been taking some residual damage there. Let's see how they're able to deal with these Ancient Potion casts here. There is a... wow, that was an interesting AoE from them to keep the potions away, but they're able to get it done. Now they're kiting them out to make sure Sanguine healing doesn't go too high. They're keeping it low so far. Fears there weren't exactly perfect. Couple of them stayed inside of the Sanguine healing. There's the knock from Drogo to make sure that they don't get too much off. And yeah, this is going to be a very clean pull from Last Hope. This is the kind of pull they need to get themselves back into the dungeon. But Legendary is just so far ahead after that death on the second boss.
Yeah, Legendary did use their Invis pots on the players that cannot use invisibility otherwise to skip past some of these Dominators. The rest of the Dominators that did pull on top of Smash Spite here, they need to make sure they're interrupting them on the Fell Frenzy, and on top of that we see Curse of Tongs from Splat, so the cast is actually slower and can be interrupted easier with the range comp that they're running, because of course they don't have as many interrupts as a melee comp would have, or especially not having the Rogue as well. Shadow Priest having a much longer cooldown on that interrupt on their side. But looking really good for them so far. They are just passively cleaving down the Dominators while fully focusing Smash Spite. We also talked about the physical damage that this boss does on the Earth Shatter on the AoE, plus the Fixate as well, the charge. So they have to make sure they're using their defenses properly. on this 23, making sure that nothing happens. Lepan also a little bit of an issue for this boss. This boss generally does a lot of tank damage, and these Dominators as well, but looking good. Sanguine also is something they have to worry about here, as those Dominators do go down, but looking good.
Yep,
What a
good
cast went
movement
off.
from them there. Gas did go off, so the boss is fell frenzied. Lepan's going to be a little worried about the melee damage on him here. This boss, like you mentioned, does do a lot of tank damage, but with the boss being this low, they should be able to finish it off even if Lepan accidentally dies here at the very last second. They have it low enough, and that's going to be a boss kill. But look at what Last Hope was able to bring this gap back down to. 50% on the boss here. The Dominators are both almost dead. Legendary needs to stay clean in this last section here, which can be a little annoying with these Lancers jumping around everywhere. But also a lot of damage going out on Lepan here. And if they do go for the same strat we saw yesterday, they really do need to make sure they're staying careful and not getting Sanguine Healing onto the boss as well, because that is likely the strat here. Into this top room. Are they going to be going into the boss room? It looks like it. Here we go. Legendary, one last massive pull to stay in the lead and take the second dungeon. Can they get it done?
And this is a very dangerous pull. They are immediately popping that Bloodlust. This boss does a lot of damage in phase 1. Lepan going down. They do have a Battle Rust available, but I'm not sure if they can recover with the aggro being all over the place at this point. Looks like everyone is trying to kite it out, using all of their defensives to survive here. They also have to make sure that the Sanguine does not drop in the middle of the room, because that is where the boss is spawning in phase 2. They might have recovered the aggro here, but Gusts go down again. They do have another Battle Rust, but it's so difficult for them to recover at this point as the Battle Rust is going through. Lepan might be having some issues as he's not taking the rest. It's definitely going out. The boss is in phase 2 now, but there's still Lancers and Swordsmen around, and Lepan has to take the rest. And it's not looking like they're going to be able to do so, as they have a full wipe on Legendary side. Last Hope is now also engaging the last boss, and it's all going to be on Last Hope to see if they can pull off this trash pull on top of the boss.
Burn away.
The pull goes horribly wrong, and it gives Last Hope that one chance they needed to get back into the key here. The trash pull is going good for them. Dorky has 2 stacks of Death Bleed on top of him and is tanking all the mobs with no issues right now, full HP. But as we saw from Lepan, that HP can go from 100 to 0 very, very quickly. But with the Lust rolling, they should be good to go. Drogo holding on to that Heart of the Wild, I assume, for extra healing and damage in phase 2 to deal with the boss more quickly. And they didn't need it for this pull anyways, with the trash all being dead, just a couple of Lancers alive they need to finish off, and they need to make sure they kill them outside of the center of the room so they don't get that Sanguine Healing on the boss. This actually could be a little bit annoying for them. I guess Sanguine Healing at this point wouldn't matter, they don't have the damage buff left, but with everyone jumping around, not stacked up, it could be a little annoying for Drogo to heal this off, but it looks like they're safe. Just have to deal with this Stinging Swarm, and they are definitely home free with the safety here. Legendary Lepan still not able to release. This is just extremely unfortunate for them.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Legendary. Now, of course, this is the upper bracket, and they, of course, still have a chance to continue in the lower bracket. But yeah, Legendary, they have played so well, having issues on Lepan there. Just incredibly unfortunate for them. They probably would have won. They were ahead at the point where all of these issues started, and Lepan did manage to come back now. You can see he also even engaged the boss, which is not necessarily something they want. They did manage to reset it now, and they're going to be getting back into it. But unfortunately, it's going to be too late for them, as Last Hope is already down to 30% on the last boss, and they're going to be the one that are going to be moving on in this upper bracket and also going to be qualifying for the Global Finals. Congrats to Last Hope.
That's right. Last Hope does end up taking the match 2-0. They are moving on to the Global Finals. Legendary, unfortunately, down to the lower bracket as well. Unfortunate internet issues, it seemed like, happening with Lepan. That is kind of the nature of the beast sometimes, and gave them as much time to try to get it under control before the dungeon began, but seemed like it came back to haunt them towards the end of that one. It was a great run aside from that by Legendary, but Last Hope certainly not doing too shabby themselves.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that run and kind of put that tragedy at the end to the side, because there were some big differences in how these teams moved through the dungeon. First and foremost, we did have the death there at the beginning for Last Hope, where they had to use that Battle Rust, which then ended them costing so much time here, as well as in the beginning where they had that Sanguine Ichor healing up Ravencrest. So threw them way back, allowed Legendary to have the lead there. I love this little kind of starting the RP early, not getting hit by boulders, Stoa. So no worries there. We're safe. We're making it through as a little kitty cats. Now then they did have some of the healing on the stairs here. You can see it on the details as well. Definitely not ideal, not the cleanest version, but it did work out for them in the end. It's just a couple of these scavengers that got some extra healing there, but so long as you keep these guys interrupted, you should be fine. And then I felt the rest of the dungeon was pretty much the same for both teams until, of course, what we all saw happened there at the end. Unfortunately, Lipan having some disconnectivity issues throughout this and the previous dungeon. We did as much as we could to kind of help them fix it, but in the end it is what it is, and they were just not able to kind of recoup this, get him back in there. They rest him, he couldn't accept that rest, so unfortunate for Legendary to lose this one, but of course, Last Hope taken 2-0 in this upper bracket, I feel like is a little bit unexpected to people as well after how Legendary looked yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Last Hope did put on a impressive performance against Levels in their first match of the weekend, but coming into this one, we knew it'd be probably fairly close. I think a lot of people were giving the edge to Legendary, but it is Last Hope that goes through. Now, that said, Legendary does go down to the lower bracket, but they've got some time. Of course, we've got 2 matches to play in the lower bracket before they're going to need to play again, so hopefully that'll be enough to where they'll be at full strength technologically as they go into their next one. But either way, congrats to Last Hope for making it through. They are going to end up facing DAWGS in the semifinals, and after DAWGS sent Echo packing, that is going to be a pretty fearsome opponent for Last Hope.
Yeah, definitely a blockbuster matchup to look out for. That's tomorrow, though. Now we're going down into the lower bracket, and we're really figuring out who these last 2 global final slots are going to go to. Of course, whoever is still alive at the end of the day are the remainder of our 4 teams. And look at that lower bracket. There are 6 teams alive there. Only 2 of them can make it through to the grand finals, and it's going to be a bloodbath for the next few hours here. You don't want to go anywhere.
Honestly, I feel like we've been kind of banging the same drum, and I'm sorry to repeat it again, but if you're looking at this lower bracket, I mean, I'm shaking looking at it. I don't know how the teams are feeling that are looking at either Legendary or Echo to come around and be their next opponent, but it's definitely a threat if you're trying to make it into the top 4 right now in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I'd say a threat is a good way to describe it. I'd feel a bit threatened having to go up against either of those teams. It almost looks like there was like a graphics error or something where it's like, did they mean to put like Echo down there? Was that a mistake? No, that is actually what happens. DAWG managed to win that match. But now we've got some seriousness in Direwolves. Winner of that faces Legendary. And then the other match, Levels versus Date Night, the winner of that faces Echo. So it is either going to be, just an extra step of the way for Legendary and Echo to get to those global finals, or, we are going to have perhaps an even bigger upset than we already have had today. Because as good as those other 4 teams we have left in the lower bracket, I think are, and they're obviously all very accomplished World of Warcraft dungeon runners, we're talking about Legendary and Echo here. It's going to be an uphill battle for whoever makes it to that match either way. Yeah, so not too long to wait until that one here. But now let's check out another thing we touched on a little bit earlier, the dungeon movement maps. Remember, we're trying to guess the dungeon boss based only on seeing a replay of the movement of the player. And each replay shows movement from competitors in a real match played in this season's Mythic Dungeon International. There you go. So we have another one loaded up. It's either going to be Mindbender Gersha, Ancient Protectors, Lord and Lady Waycrest, or Soulbound Goliath. Guess the boss based on the movement.
Why is it so tiny?
Give it time.
Maybe it's a big amount of movement. Maybe that's a clue. Look at that. I feel like we're watching art. See, I would take some of this and I would frame it and I would put it on my wall.
Yeah.
Oh, they're painting a birthday cake. It's a birthday cake.
I was going to say, yeah, that's a birthday cake for
There's no way this is
today,
any of these bosses, right? I was like, what is going on? None of these bosses seems correct.
It's definitely not Lord and Lady Waycrest.
This is
This
one
is very
boss, or this is the
interesting.
entire
What-
dungeon?
Is this where we
I was gonna
sing
say, yeah, is
happy
this the entire-
birthday, or?
This is
Oh, are we
not
singing
actually-
Happy
does
Birthday
look
to
like a-
Nagura?
Oh, is this? Are we being
so.
trolled here? Oh, okay.
We're being
All right.
trolled.
It is. The guess was right early on. Oh, happy birthday, Nagura.
I was trolling. I didn't think it was actually
Wow.
a birthday cake.
Yeah, me neither. I thought I was sold that it must be some boss up to like the third candle, and I started getting suspicious.
I'm actually more
happy
impressed that they were
birthday.
able
Aw.
to do this. Like, did they actually have people go into a dungeon and run this pattern?
Yeah, I
I think that's the only way on how you could draw a
Yeah.
cake like this.
Right?
there-
Yes,
there's
I
no
agree.
way.
Impossible
This
to
looks
do
like-
Impressive,
otherwise.
honestly.
This looks like a Photoshop extravaganza. Shout out to Ferris backstage or in our production
Aw.
virtual area putting that one together. That was great. That was great. A wholesome.
Thank you so
moment.
much.
You're-
Thank you very much.
Speech. But it has to be Bilbo's speech from Lord of the Rings. It's the only
Wait,
birthday speech we'll accept
Birthday
here.
person has to hold the speech? I thought someone else has to hold
Yeah.
it for me.
No, the birthday person does the speech. Yeah.
Roads are changing, Nagura.
Oh no,
Where's
I don't
the
want
speech?
to. Oh no, there's too much attention on me. Let's move on. How's the weather?
Okay. Very cold here. How about you?
It's cold.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Dark
that was
outside, I
Nagura's
can't
birthday
see it.
anniversary. The full screen. Congratulations.
Zoom in a little bit now.
That's right. Closer.
I don't like this.
Well. Hey, you chose to live the on-camera life. This is what happens. Well, that said, happy birthday one more time, Nagura. Now for some seriousness. Forget all those shenanigans. It's actually a team called Some Seriousness, going up against none other than OCE's Dire Wolves. Quick break, and then we'll get into that one. Don't go anywhere. More Mythic Dungeon International coming at you in just a moment. And we're back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doey, here, along with Tettles, Nagura, and Dratnos, joining us for the first time today on the broadcast, just in time, because we're going to the lower bracket, and now things get extra super serious. Not just some seriousness. I mean, that's the name of one of our teams, but ultra serious, because the team that fails to win this series is going to be out of the tournament. There is no last chance qualifier. Let's get right into the map bans. Both teams electing to take out Waycrest Manor. I mean, we've seen that fairly commonly. I think this weekend we've only seen it once. It's a scary dungeon, a plus 24, fortified bolstering, of course. But Dratnos, now that you've joined us, what do you think of the maps we're about to see here?
Yeah, so we're starting off with Everbloom, which, I mean, this is an incredibly dangerous one to put at the start of a lower bracket series, because we have seen such explosive pathing in this dungeon, right? This is another one of those dungeons that dances around that 10-minute mark when played, you know, by the very best teams in our bracket. But the question is, how much time have Direwolves and Some Seriousness put into this map? Because it's not an easy map to do by any stretch.
We're getting right in.
Played this map yesterday.
Interesting
Yeah,
to
they're both
see.
going to use the full comp as well, both playing the healer.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to mention that too. We did see the no healer comp earlier with the Red Paladin and also the Aug Evoker from both DAWGS and Echo, but Some Seriousness and Direwolf sticking to that healer comp and the more common comp we've seen so far. Bloodlust being used by both teams as well, and they used it once the pool was gathered up. We also see Narroot being added to this pack here by Some Seriousness. This is... Oh, and for Direwolves as well. So very interesting. We do see a little bit of a different route here from both teams compared to what we've seen before.
Yeah, Narroot is a big Sanguine problem here, potentially, but Some Seriousness are going to say, not a problem for us at all. That thing is getting no Sanguine healing. The rest of the pack here is getting some Sanguine, and they are going to have a couple of mobs getting back up to full, but nothing too bad, using those sigils, using those knocks to try and manage the affix as much as possible. 40 million Sanguine healing for them. Meanwhile, Direwolves have gotten through that pull with only 16 million Sanguine healing. That sounds like a lot. That is not a lot for that pull. That is really impressive out of them. They got more count than Some Seriousness, and they were able to do it substantially faster as a result.
All right, so it does look like Some Seriousness and Direwolves are moving on to that Witherbark area. Direwolves gathering up all of this trash here. Neither of the teams using that kind of water strategy that we've seen from DAWGS, not using that sea access to avoid the Sanguine and also the silence from Narroot, but we do see them gathering up some extra trash in the corner as well. Some of them even being CC'd on Some Seriousness' side, making sure they have less stingers to deal with. The stingers can be incredibly dangerous because they put that poison debuff on a person, and they do have limited amount of poison dispels. In fact, they only have one, right? Yeah, there's only the Rasta Druid that can dispel the poison. They do have dwarf racials on some of their characters, so they can get rid of an extra dot here and there, but it's still just very dangerous if you have multiple of these dots in a group.
Yeah, those stingers are pretty dangerous. It's not going to one-shot somebody on a 22 Tyrannical or anything like that, but if you have one or two of those stacks of poison, you are in a lot of danger. And, there's a lot of other random damage that can just be going out in these pulls as well if you're not careful, if you're not controlling, those choking vines casts. Things can get out of hand very quickly. So looks like both teams have done a pretty good job of avoiding that happening. Count is looking pretty similar for both groups. Direwolves, though, already on to Witherbark, whereas Some Seriousness still have to kill these enemies to actually activate the boss. They went and grabbed a little bit more count from over off to the side, which means they might need a little bit less later once they actually finish off these mobs that spawn the boss, but they are going to be a little bit slower because they've spent an extra pull in this area.
Yeah, and Direwolves also did pick up some trash from another boss area as well. You can see the Pyromancer here and the Arcanist just having... They have to worry a little bit about Sanguine here. The Pyromancer being pulled away from the boss last second there. That looked a little bit dangerous for a moment for Direwolves. But they are now finishing off that Ice Color as well. And it's well enough away from the boss, so no Sanguine healing onto Witherbark. And Some Seriousness now also managed to engage that boss. And they also have some extra trash that they added on top of Witherbark too. So we'll see what kind of trash they can skip in comparison to Direwolves that did not pull as much trash.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different options for how you want to, mobs that you can pull or skip in the remainder of the dungeon, but, they're going to want to just be getting into boss combat as quickly as possible, right? Both teams are just going to want to be spending as much time fighting a boss for the rest of this run. They're already nearing that, 60, 70% trash count where you are just trying to fight the rest of the trash with bosses in this dungeon, so... a little bit of damage. You got to watch out those swirlies on the ground here. They're not going to one-shot you at this key level, but a tick of a root plus a swirly will kill a player in a group here. So you can actually see that's going to be a cauterize procced on the side of Some Seriousness. A little bit of danger on a boss you don't normally think of as that dangerous, but they're having to be pretty careful here because they're trying really hard to avoid Sanguine Healing the boss. You can see Sanguine Healing is jumping up those healing meters for Some Seriousness. But they don't really care, because that's mostly just on the Dread Petals, right? And that's fine. As long as the boss doesn't get a tick, we're okay.
Yeah, one thing to mention here is that earlier we saw Echo and DAWGS play the same dungeon, and neither of those teams had the boss go out of the extra damage phase. So once the boss went into that phase, they continued the boss in that phase until it was dead, because they dealt with the globules so well. They either finished them off, or they spawned their roots in front of them, making sure those lashers spawn and they don't get any of that extra energy into the boss. Now both Direwolves and Some Seriousness did not manage to pull that off, and the boss did actually get the energy and is turning back into that normal phase. So definitely losing a little bit of time there, losing that extra damage increase.
Yeah, it's interesting, because on this 22 tyrannical key level, like, you can kill off some globules by just whichever one you put Havoc on, for instance, will die on this key level. So it is something that they have a little bit more control over than you might think. If they're looking to do it, they can avoid getting Witherbark into that, damage amp removed, which you can see Some Seriousness here. They had to chew through that bottom 20% of this boss's health, mostly outside of that damage amp. That's going to cost them quite a bit of time, as they are 52 seconds slower than Direwolves on boss 1 split. They did get a tiny bit more count in that first split, so, it's not pure downside for Some Seriousness, but Direwolves certainly in the lead, already working on Archmage Soul here, avoiding that Sanguine Healing. It looks like maybe one tick of Sanguine landing on Soul there, but nothing too deadly for them.
Yeah, Jumpy dropping a little bit low there as well at the very end of some of these trash mobs dying, but did manage to survive, and now they only have the boss left. It looks like they're pulling some assistants on top of the boss too. We've seen these assistants mostly pulled on the last boss, but it looks like Direwolves opting to play with the Archmage here, as some more Cinder Storm damage is going out onto the group. Can be a little bit dangerous, but no problem for Direwolves, as Some Seriousness is now moving on as well, dealing with those mages that Direwolves already had pulled onto Witherbark. Now the boss is also engaged for the left side of the screen, so we'll see how fast they can deal with this one as well. They are a little bit ahead in trash now on Some Seriousness' side, as they did pull that trash earlier onto the first boss. So we'll see what they can skip, if it actually saves them a pull or not. But I have a feeling it won't make up the difference that Direwolves is ahead right now, as the boss does go down for them, and they're going to be moving on to the council fight.
Yeah, it's not just that 0.67% that they're ahead right now, but there's also just a bunch more trash in this area that's left alive for them, whereas Direwolves have already killed a bunch of it. So, Some Seriousness do get a little advantage here on that, but I think Direwolves are going to be able to make all of this up in one pull onto this boss. So I don't think that it's going to be worth the time here, because, we saw a 52-second advantage for Direwolves on the boss 1 split. I fear that boss 2 split might get also, might also go in their favor here. We might be looking at something like a 90-second cumulative advantage for Direwolves, which is pretty difficult to overcome this late in the dungeon.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Direwolves now also pulling some trash on top of the boss here. We've seen teams do this before. Some of the teams opted to pull the trash after the first boss has already been downed. Direwolves opting to just deal with it while fighting all three, which is a little bit dangerous because we do have the Abomination casting that AoE dot onto the group, while the Berserkers are jumping around, doing initial damage with their Whirlwind. Jack proccing that Cauterize, does manage to survive though. Yeah, this can for sure be dangerous. We also see that Sanguine going off onto the group. They need to make sure that the Berserker does not die underneath any of these bosses, because that would be a disaster, but it looks like they have it under control.
Yeah, there's a few ways here this could go really, really wrong, but I'm sure they've ran into those enough in practice that they are confident that they won't have to deal with it on live. Oh no, we have a mage down for some seriousness here. Soulstone is going to be cast. A little bit of danger actually from that ground effect as well, nearly taking out the Warlock as well. But some seriousness are going to be able to recover here. So, yeah, we can see another minute is going away from them on the Boss 2 split. They are now 2 minutes behind Direwolves, who are grabbing their final little bit of count. And then they'll be able to get into the end of this boss here. Basically, they grab this count now that the boss is stabilized, right? Now that they have one of those casters dead. And they can just take care of all of this with their second round of cooldowns.
And are doing a good job. Now, we do have to mention the time here. So it's 9:40 into the dungeon. Direwolves have played this yesterday already, Everbloom. And they did lose to DAWGS. So the timer, like, it looks like their strategy has improved a little, but it's not quite there compared to, like, the best times we've seen earlier. With Echo and DAWGS just having an incredible run in that Everbloom, with the Sanguine Tick going off on Yalnu and making DAWGS win the whole series against Echo. But still, Direwolves doing a good job, having 0 deaths in their run. Very clean run for them so far. And we do see, as you mentioned, them finishing off that extra trash. Interestingly enough, the boss is dying first, so they have to sit here for a little while longer and finish off the trash. Maybe not as efficient as it could have been, but still doing a good job making sure none of the Sanguine goes onto the boss here.
Yeah, they didn't want to pull that trash before they had their combustion back up, but, I mean, you're right, they are waiting for the trash to die anyways, so I think they probably could have grabbed it a little bit earlier and saved a bit of time there, possibly. Either way, though, it's a few seconds lost. Not going to cost them this game as long as they don't wipe on Yalnu, which they're heading towards now. Some seriousness about halfway through this boss. They also still need a little bit of count, and you can see they're going to be grabbing it now. And they only need 9% here, so it won't take them much extra time. But so they are going to catch up a little bit on this split, I think, relative to Direwolves, but I don't think it's going to be enough to close this gap. I mean, Direwolves already getting in combat here with the last boss. 11 minutes, 14 seconds as they pull the boss. That means they do get their second Bloodlust here, which, you know, as you mentioned, maybe a dungeon where you're aspiring to only use one Bloodlust even, but their path isn't quite that fast. They're a little bit slower than that.
Yeah, still looking good though on Direwolf's side, as they popped all of their cooldowns here with that Bloodlust, making sure they get as much damage onto Yalnu as possible before the Ancient spawns here, the Flourishing Ancient, that they have to focus down because they are losing extra damage onto the boss whenever that adds up. And now we do see Chompy dodging that frontal. This boss not having too many dangerous mechanics on a key level like this. Usually on live service, if you do higher keys, it can be very dangerous when they add this up on top of the boss's AoE cast. But on a 22 Tyrannical, not too big of a problem, especially with the healer that they're running, compared to some of the other teams that we've seen running a 40 PS comp in the past. Also looks like they're also opting to not soak.
Yeah, who cares,
just letting
right?
them spawn and gathering them up, yeah.
They don't do anything. They die pretty quick as long as you have those sigils, which, you know, they don't have anything else to use them on here. They're not pulling trash onto this boss. They're going to be doing pretty well here. And I was actually mistaken as well. This is a 2-less dungeon for everybody, so they're not even that much slower than the top few teams here. The fastest run that we've seen in here is around that 11-minute marker. And they are looking to be a minute and a bit slower than that, but still a pretty good run coming out here from Direwolves. 0 deaths, I think, is one of the most important things as well. If you're trying to make a lower bracket run, your chances are so good if you can just keep every single run that clean, and that is something that Direwolves have done a really, really good job of here. Yalnu just a couple % left, and they're just going to ignore these lashes entirely. Just go, boss, kill it, and that is 1-0 lead for them in the series so far.
Yeah, very commanding start for the Direwolves here. In our first match in the lower bracket, they do a very clean Everbloom. And I would say, you know, already in this first dungeon, you know, looking improved from yesterday. They definitely took the time to practice a little bit, come into it with a sense of polish, and looking good, taking the lead in this series.
Yeah, I think the big thing, whenever we were watching it in the green room there, was the Sanguine management overall for Direwolves. Yesterday, whenever they played this map versus DAWGS, they had 118 million Sanguine healing in total. I think that whenever we look at the stats here in just a couple of seconds, it's probably going to be somewhere in the order of like 60 million. So they might have nearly 50 million less Sanguine healing than yesterday. And that was like really big for Direwolves to just kind of like accelerate in this dungeon. I thought that they also had some pretty interesting strategies, especially taking these 3 casters into Witherbark. Whenever you're playing a 3 DPS composition as opposed to the 4 DPS composition, you're not going to be able to one-phase Witherbark. So that's something that the 4 DPS comp really allows you to do. But instead, they're taking what is a much more dangerous pull, and they're actually just obviously they're going to two-phase the boss regardless. From then on out, it was roughly the same for Some Seriousness and Direwolves. Some Seriousness lost about 50 seconds in the first boss split just because they had to do one additional pull, and they lost another 50 seconds in the second boss split because they had to do an additional pull. But I thought they kept it pretty competitive. I don't know what you guys thought whenever you were casting, but it seemed like it was obviously whenever you have to do 2 additional pulls over another team in like a 12-minute key, it's just kind of gonna end up like that.
Yeah, the other team's just simply going to be quicker. So I guess my question to you, Dratnos, then is, how easy is it for Some Seriousness to maybe try to condense things? Like, do you think it's a situation where their plan coming into these dungeons just simply isn't as fast as some of the other teams? Or do you feel like it's something where, you can adjust on the fly? There's something they could do to try to tighten it up and be competitive time-wise?
So it's very hard to do an unpracticed strategy for the first time on tournament broadcast. That is a tremendous desperation play. But in some cases, there are dungeons where teams have a sketchy strat that they can do this dungeon in 2 less pulls. They've done it 30% of the time in practice, but they don't think it's that consistent, right? And so those are the kind of decisions where they might be thinking to themselves, like, okay, do we need to bust this out to beat Direwolves? Or are we not that much slower? Maybe we think we're on par or even faster in some of these other dungeons. Because, we talked about Direwolves having a clean run, but Some Seriousness also had a pretty clean run. They had 1 death in their whole run. It looks like 6, but that was because they died after time was called at the end there, I believe. I think they were doing only the 1 death in the part of the dungeon that was live. And
yeah, I think you're right.
I think that is it's really tough, right? Because obviously, you're not favored either way, right? But I think the disciplined play is just to stick with something that you think has a high chance of winning. Even though Direwolves were super clean in that run, that doesn't mean they're going to be super clean in the next run. And you just have a good chance of, if you do your thing, I wouldn't want to take any tremendous risks at this point. I think that's something you'd maybe do if you're matched up against Echo, which, spoiler alert, somebody is going to be later today, and that's going to be an unfortunate spot to be in the lower bracket. But I don't think you have to pull the trigger on that just yet.
And one thing I do want to mention about Some Seriousness again is this is the first time they're competing in the MDI. They're a full Polish team. One thing is that some of their members apparently have never done a key above 20 before the time trials for this MDI. So they did not play a lot of M+ at all on live servers. They are in good guilds. They have 4 players of Enclave and 1 player of Fatshark, yes, but they only played M+ for gear. They did not push any high keys at all, and were not necessarily that interested in Mythic Plus other than for Mythic raiding to farm gear. And now they decided, you know what, we like the season, we want to do MDI. And now they're here. So considering that, it's very impressive what they're pulling off here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep in mind that essentially they made top 16, right? Because that's kind of where we started in the past. It was a little bit broader of a spread as far as teams coming into MDI. It's tightened up a little bit this time around. And so that's quite the accomplishment to be top 16 out of all the different teams that face in the time trialists. But let's take a look at this a little bit more, Tettles.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. This is Direwolves from yesterday to today, where they had 118 million Sanguine healing in their first run of Everbloom, and now they only have 87 million. I mean, if you look at the difference too, look at the first run, Gnarl Root gets 19 million healing, whereas today Gnarl Root gets 1.2. Wow. Like that is a huge time save by itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're looking ahead to the next dungeon in the series. It's going to be Dark Heart Thicket. And then, possibly a Taldazar if some seriousness is able to tie up this series. And this is where it gets ultra serious for some seriousness, because if they drop this dungeon, they are out of the Mythic Dungeon International until they can try to requalify again sometimes. But let's see if they can tie up the series, see if we can get to a Dungeon 3.
All right,
here
so
we
we
go.
are in the dungeon. Looks like we see the rogue on some seriousness, and we keep the same comp for direwolves here. Both of them are popping the bloodlust and gathering up this big pool at the start. We see 2 grizzlies for some seriousness, while I think I only saw 1 for direwolves. We'll see if they manage to finish this off. We do have bolstering in this dungeon, so it can be very difficult to deal with this pool. Never mind, there's also 2 grizzlies on direwolves' side. They need to make sure they finish this off before the next maddening roar is coming out, because that roar is certainly gonna kill everybody. Chest going down for direwolves. Does release immediately to run back. And look at these blade hogs just being so huge, razor beaks. Chompy does have to kite them out, because if he does get meleeed by them, he's gonna go down, just dropping so low.
Yeah, a lot of danger there from these bolstering stacks. Even on those auto attacks, you can see Chompy's scale has actually been procced there. So that is a cheat death that will not be available for quite a while for direwolves. Maybe something that they're okay giving up on that pull, though. Look how much count they got out of that. That was a tremendous, tremendous amount of value for them. And you can see direwolves are playing a full Shadow Meld or Invis comp, right? They're all Night Elves or a Mage, which means they can run past here and skip if they would like to. And we'll see how they actually want to set that up. Some seriousness, on the other hand, don't have to do that. They can play some more Dwarves, which is really nice for the poisons and stuff in this dungeon, because they have a rogue. So they're playing a rogue, they have access to Shroud instead, and that means they get those extra dwarf ratios really nice in this dungeon. You can see that Shroud being deployed right now by some seriousness. Downside is they're not going to have a priest, so a little bit less health, a little bit more danger of dying on the group. No powered fortitude, no power infusion to land on your mage or your warlock during their cooldowns, which is, those are powerful cooldowns both of those specs have. We'll see which of these comps ends up working out a little bit better, and some seriousness are actually going to grab some trash forward with that alter time back into the first boss. Direwolves on a similar plan here, fighting quite a bit of trash as well, or just that one pack as well with the first boss.
And we also saw a difference in gateway strategy for both the teams because of the difference with the rogue. So some seriousness managed to use the gateway to skip through this barrier at the very start, saving them quite a lot of travel time, while direwolves had to use the gateway to skip past the grizzlies at the end, because they don't have the shroud, and therefore they could not do the skip through that gate, meaning they had to travel a little bit further. Did still manage to get there though, quite a bit faster than some seriousness, but some seriousness picking up a little bit more trash percentage on their side. So we'll see if that makes a difference later on. So direwolves looks like they're in the lead, but we'll see if that actually turns out to be true with that extra trash that they have to play later on.
Yeah, you can see the trade-off here is a little bit more than 10% count once all this trash actually finishes dying for some seriousness, versus about 30%, 35% boss HP on this first boss. I think I'd rather have the boss
for some
HP.
Seriousness.
Yeah, that's not great. That's going to slow them down a little bit further here. They are going to be able to stabilize and recover through it, but maybe another downside of the rogue versus the priest. The priest has an easy extra dispel that you can throw on those afflicted mobs, whereas some seriousness are just going to have their mage and their druid able to do that. So that's a lot easier to fail than having 3 people who can look and do it.
Yeah, and we mentioned this earlier, and some people in chat were like, oh, but the Warlock can dispel, and it's actually not true. The Warlock can dispel magic with him, but the Afflicted Souls do not have a magic debuff on them. It can only be dispelled with the Curse, Poison, or Disease. Therefore, the Warlock cannot actually help with the dispel there, as you mentioned.
Yeah, same with Mass Dispel as
we
well,
go.
right? Neither of those effects will work on those mobs because of that reason, which... I think it's fair. Those abilities are, they have enough uses in these dungeons. We don't need another one for them.
I see
I very much
All right.
agree. Direwolves now skipping past a lot of these keeper packs, usually very inefficient to play because you have to focus down those keepers before you can finish up the blossoms because they are being constantly healed by the keepers. And we also saw some mind controls coming out here, making sure those ads are being gathered all the way up. And now they have to finish up these dwellers, making sure they get the interrupts out as well, the AoE stuns coming through to not have any of those fears go off. And then we'll see if they also do this strategy where they succeed the keepers, and then they're going to bring them into the boss later on to get some extra percentage while dealing with the boss fight.
Yeah, it's always nice to get a little bit of extra percent, right? The thing about those keepers is that they're pretty inefficient to fight with those mobs because of the healing of the blossoms, but if you fight them by themselves with a boss, they really don't do all that much, right? They deny some ground with those mushrooms, but as long as you just don't stand in the mushroom and don't stand with a mushroom behind you on this boss when you're getting knocked back, there's really not all that much danger in having one there, and it's actually really nice to have, you know, a little bit of extra cleave. I guess on this fight you get some for free anyways with those roots, but it's really nice to have just a little bit of extra count being done with the boss. You can see Chompy actually leaping back over towards the corner there. That was probably just to get out of range of the Nightmare Breath. It doesn't look like they're actually in combat with any keepers, or if they are taking a while to show up here. So Direwolves going to be at this 57.14% count. Some Seriousness, on the other hand, are pulling in a Fury and some Slimes with this boss. I like this a lot.
I definitely like this. It can be a little bit dangerous with the slimes exploding on death while also having the boss's stomp happen. But the stomp did go out and the slimes are now dead, so they're not going to be any overlaps for them. And the Fury, by itself, honestly not too dangerous as long as you're aiming the frontal and you're gripping the frontal. So yeah, there's the Blood Assault coming through. Dwayne almost walking into that. Being able to avoid it though. But yeah, some Seriousness catching up quite a bit, it looks like, on boss percentage as well. And enemy force is still ahead, as we said earlier. Plus the 5 seconds death penalty that we have on Direwolves from that one death that we saw earlier. So this dungeon is still very close between those two teams.
Yeah, the damage is... I think I'd still rather be Direwolves here, because I do think you can probably do all of those extra puddles and stuff that some Seriousness took care of without losing too much time. But, you know, it's definitely a very, very close game so far. I don't think that there's a clear advantage either way. It's a question of which slight edge you'd rather have. Direwolves are going to finish that boss off now and head into this remainder of the dungeon. It's going to be one pack of Slimes, one Blood-Tainted Fury. They've got an Afflicted spawn behind them that they may just try and outrange rather than worry about dispelling. It looks like they're going to be running most of the way through here and into the boss room. This is going to be a very aggressive pull from Direwolves if they can make this work. Chaz pre-positioning there. Going to be using that life grip as well to bring their druid up, who is running around and potentially grabbing even more trash from the log area. Yeah, you can see those coming in now, those Bloodseeker bats that sit just on top of that log. And then using the life grip to bring it in. That's really good extra count as well here. Very big pull for Direwolves. This is very dangerous. They don't even have Lust either.
Yeah, lots of damage coming into the group here with all of those slimes going down. Chaz dropping really low there. Did manage to heal him up though, as they will get an roar as well in a second. They're the earth-shaking roar, doing lots of AoE damage on top of the rest that is going on too. They have to worry about these Furies going down now. They have to deal with those ads that are spawning out, the bursters. We don't want any more Fury spawning. We've already seen that before, earlier in a series where we had those 4 Fury spawn. Apparently they reset at some point if you carry them all the way to the last boss's room, but you still don't want to necessarily see them spawn. Now we see Direwolves, of course, ahead in enemy forces because they dealt with all these Furies and that extra trash as well, the extra bats. Some Seriousness now also on the boss, but yeah, 20% behind, plus the enemy forces advantage that they had is not there anymore. So now we can clearly see the Direwolves is in the lead here. Not by that much, but in the lead.
Yeah, some Seriousness are going to be able to claw back that percent when the boss dies, right? Because they have those bats, they have that Fury on the boss as well. But, you know, they are going to be definitely slower, right? They're going to be at the same percent, but they're going to be, you know, 20% behind on the boss. That is indeed a bad trade. They do have 5 extra seconds of death timer, so yeah, that's a little advantage, but it's I don't think going to equal out to the now 30% difference in boss HP between the two teams, as Direwolves nearly finishing that off, and then we will just have the log to go. 78.75%, I believe, is the good number as well. You really want to make sure that you have all your count before you head down to the log here, or else you might just kind of lose if you're not able to find a way to grab some extra trash in there, which is not easy to do. You can maybe do it with a pet or something if you're short on count, but they are, I think, okay here. So they now head on down the log. Let's see how far they want to go here. I think they're going to try and take this just all the way forward. Yeah, Chompy showing no signs of stopping. Warlock Gateway used to bring the rest of the team forward. This is going to be the make or break moment for Direwolves. They do have that Bloodlust available for this pull.
Yeah, we'll see how they manage to finish this off as they're all gathering around the corner here, line of sighting the mobs while also engaging Shade of Xavius. Now the mobs are going to be coming in just a second, Afflicted spawning as well simultaneously. They're going to be using all of their offensive and defensive cooldowns to survive the Nightmare Bolts, the Drains coming out as well, while all of this trash is coming in. They have to make sure they're stacking up here because of the Stalkers that would otherwise jump around and potentially one-shot a player on top of the other damages going out from the boss and from the trash, but so much damage coming in. It is now bolstered. They have to Thick Shake and Jack going down to a shoot and a Dark Hunt. They do have 2 Battle Rests available. They have 40 with the Soulstone that has to rest both of these players up, and the Feed on the Weak is being channeled. Looks like they did manage to recover here, but that looked very dangerous there for a moment for Direwolves.
So he soulstoned, and then somebody took the res, and he had the growing paranoia on him, so he just was immediately feared by that. All good, though. Direwolves are stabilized now. 15 seconds of death differential against them, but they should be okay as long as they can avoid any further deaths here. 100% enemy forces count is available here for them now. That is really good. Meanwhile, Some Seriousness also finishing off their trash.
Lost some damage.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe the 15
large
seconds.
bat there. Okay. Yeah, Some Seriousness,
I don't
100%.
think 15 seconds is enough, right? But, Some Seriousness, they have the full Bloodlust on all of their players. They don't have any of those deaths. We'll see if they can maybe catch up a little bit. But yeah, Direwolves is just getting lower and lower on that boss. If Some Seriousness finds a lot of damage somewhere, he might be able to catch up, but doesn't look like it. With the 0 deaths on the board, though, still a very clean run for them, so very impressive.
Yeah, Direwolves just need to get this boss killed. They need to stop that clock as soon as possible. Both teams now don't have Bloodlust anymore. There's going to be no more offensive cooldowns for Direwolves for the rest of this dungeon either. Some Seriousness might get back to that combustion. I don't think it's going to be within those 15 seconds, though, so nope. They are also going to have no more cooldowns here. They need to do 33% in 15 seconds. I don't think that's possible. I think they are in too much trouble here. Yeah. Wow, what a close finish, though. Incredible run from Some Seriousness, but it's not quite going to be enough as 12:54 does pass. That is going to be Direwolves taking the series 2-0 over Some Seriousness.
Direwolf gets it in the end. They move on in the lower bracket, but that was a seriously impressive run from Some Seriousness. Not enough to advance in the Mythic Dungeon International, though they will be out, at least until the next time they can try to qualify for a future season. But let's focus on the Direwolves. They won one. They're moving on.
I actually think that Some Seriousness put up a really good effort there.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about this map pool, this was heavily Direwolves favored in a map pool. These are 2, Everbloom and Darkheart Thicket. These are 2 maps that Direwolves had to play in their first series, and so you would actually kind of expect that Direwolves have maybe the most practice on these keys. And they actually adapted their strategy from yesterday. So we saw their first pool yesterday. They did a really long chain into a lot of those Dreadbeak mobs. Instead, now they played like that double bear pull, very similar to what we saw from DAWGS yesterday in that Darkheart Thicket. So they did adapt their strategy a little bit. They got a little bit of time shaved off in that regard. But with that, it also came with a bit more challenging of pulls. We saw some deaths to the first pull of the dungeon. On top of that, we saw some deaths to the very last pull into Shade of Xavius. So, Direwolves did look a bit vulnerable in that regard, where Some Seriousness, they played a perfect run. They had 0 deaths. They looked like they were playing their strategy, and it just kind of comes down to the fact that Some Seriousness has never played in the MDI before. Direwolves have played in the MDI for, I don't know, probably going on 4 years at this point. It's going to be kind of difficult the first time you show up in arguably a harder format where there are only 16 teams as opposed to the 24 that we've had in the past, for them to really kind of just kind of like beat a team that's actually looking to qualify for globals. Where if some seriousness shows back up next MDI, I think there's maybe an opportunity for them to be looking to qualify if they continue to practice, they continue to put forth a lot of effort. They were definitely a high quality team. For Direwolves, just kind of shaking off the rust from what we saw yesterday and trying to make sure they're getting into the gear where they're able to take on Legendary in their next map and try to qualify for that global spot. That's kind of what they're in gear for.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, you made it, sure, you moved on, but now you have to face Legendary. So what would you say, Nagura, is kind of the number one thing that you want to see from Direwolves that'll give them a shot to go toe-to-toe and maybe even make it on?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, Direwolves definitely looked a lot cleaner today than yesterday, but their strategies are just slower. In comparison to Legendary, Echo, DAWGS, Last Hope, I don't think they're quite there in comparison. So they either have to somehow like pull some secret strats out of their back pockets, or I don't know. Otherwise, they're going to have a really tough time against those other 4 teams, especially against Legendary. They're going to be playing next.
Yeah.
Unless they play really clean and the other team has some issues because they're running this riskier strategies. But yeah, from a pure strategy point of view, I do think that Direwolves is not quite there yet compared to some of the other teams.
Is it controversial to say that Legendary looked better than Last Hope, even though they got
definitely
2-0'd?
did
I think there's
better than Last Hope.
Okay.
Given what happened, I think that's definitely a take you can have. Yeah. For sure. I mean, and Legendary is going to be coming into this next one with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They're not going to be enjoying the fact that they're down in the lower bracket here, especially with the way that it happened. So providing everything is going well tech-wise, yeah, I think they're going to be ready to rock for sure. So Direwolves, it's going to be a tough one. Yeah. But that's okay. That happens. They looked a little bit better than yesterday. Got to take it to the next level against Legendary. We've got another match coming up. It's going to be Levels versus Date Night. But before that, I believe we've got another boss to take a look at. Remember, we're doing the Dungeon Movement Maps quiz. Try to guess the dungeon boss based only on the movement of the players. And again, this is movement from an actual match played in MDI. And it won't be a birthday cake this time. I'm told this is going to be a real one. So let's check it out. Is it going to be Witherbark,
okay.
Smash Spite, Desseron, or Soulbound Goliath?
So I don't think it's Witherbark relative to where their tank is standing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go with. I wanna say.
This has got to be
Wanna say
Smash Bite,
Dressaron?
right?
Oh, okay.
I was leaning
Yeah, I'm
Smash
not
Spite because
sure.
you got to keep in mind the trash too, right? Like the trash is going to influence the movement a little bit too. So you almost have to remember.
Although
the
everybody
pulls
is
going
kind of
into these
getting
bosses,
blown
too.
away from Dressaron.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
fair enough. Yeah.
Nah, I'm sticking with like I
Smash
think it's
Bite-
Smash Bite.
I think Smash Bite, you'd
I
be
also
moving a bit
kinda
more to
wanna
drop
say
the
Smash
puddles.
Bite.
Oh,
sure,
wait, no, there's
sure.
got to be Witherbark, right? Is it? Or no, wait. I'm
you'd
on
be
Smash
taking-
Bite.
Oh,
I'm
it
on
could
Smash
be with
Bite.
a bar. Actually, no.
No, you'd be tanking Witherbark.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna go
Smash
with
Bite,
Smash
it's Smash
Bite
Bite.
as well. I'm gonna go with Smash
It's
Bite
ironic
too.
in our chat also shouting out Smash Spite makes his Dressaron though.
There
It
you
is
go,
Smash
nice.
Spite.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Kind
Yeah,
of.
mainly said it because the Warlock was not moving a lot, and if you
Right.
just standing still, you couldn't do that against Dressaron.
True. It did look for a moment though, like Dranos is saying, it looked like people were being pushed away, like you would see on the Dressaron fight, but not enough times to make it convincing. But yeah, there you go. Smash Spite the Hateful. Did you at home guess the right boss? Well, if you did, great. You're a Warcraft expert. If you didn't, don't worry. There's still a lot more Mythic Dungeon International to watch, so you can become one. That's right. Everybody wins here. Except
Though,
for Smash
I gotta
Spite.
say,
he died.
I gotta say, this trivia much easier than the TGP trivia that you gave us last
Dude,
week.
hey, I want to bring the map quiz back. I have not given up on that.
It was so hard, man. You literally.
I've already got
you literally
ideas.
just
It's
guessed it.
impossible.
I've already got ideas. Chat did pretty well, I thought, in that one too. So I want to bring it back. I don't think we're gonna get there this weekend, but maybe for the finals. We'll see. Either way, don't go anywhere. We've got another lower bracket match coming at you in just a few minutes here. It's going to be Levels taking on Date Night here on the Mythic Dungeon International. We will see you in just a few. We are back, everybody, for Levels versus Date Night here, jumping right into our next lower bracket matchup here in the Mythic Dungeon International. They're almost ready to go, so we're taking a look at this real quick. So, opinions, my analysts, what do you think about the bans?
Yeah, I mean, Murzon's Rise has been a common ban. Darkheart Thicket, I'm not actually surprised to see that one banned out either as well. A lot of nasty ones in this pool, right? Look at those key levels. They are all so high. But we are starting off with Blackrook Hold, which should be an exciting one. Nice little throwback dungeon back in the Legion early MDI days. It'll be exciting. And looks like they are ready to just get right underway.
Going, yeah.
Oh, man, we love a quick setup from the admins here, as we're already into game one of our first elimination match of the weekend here. Levels and Date Night both going at it, both bringing that rogue, which we didn't see too much of in this dungeon earlier today, although we did see it in our first matchup yesterday, using that shroud to quickly run past the trash and get up to the first boss here.
So I talked to Yips yesterday, who's competing in the second cup. I was trying to figure out what the deal with the rogue was. And so rogue is actually quite good in any dungeon that you can't mount him, is basically what he was saying. Speed Shroud and then just having strong damage cooldowns on every 1.5 minutes just makes that subtlety rogue a pretty solid option in a lot of the keys that you can't mount up in. Obviously Blackrook Hold being one of those.
Yeah, one of the standouts that I saw for the rogue that I was kind of surprised by was how huge their burst damage was actually at the very start of a massive AoE pull. They were actually topping the meters for the first 15 seconds or so of a pull. I didn't think that rogue was that strong, but, you know, goes to show you that class is almost always good if it can do solid damage, and it looks pretty good right now. Death though for Date Night from this trash here already. They're not. Oh, I don't know if they needed to res him there. The boss is about to die, and they could just release after the boss dies. Might have been a problem, although Skills is taking a lot of damage, so maybe it was smart to get him up just to keep the tank alive. As long as this boss goes down, any death after the fact will just be solved by a release, but it looks like they have most of the trash dead. Unfortunately, though, a lot of Sanguine healing onto Lady Valandris here. They're going to have to chew through a ton of its HP here.
Yeah, I was just looking at that too. They might have wanted him alive just for the knockback, right, for Sanguine?
Yeah, potentially.
If they sang with the boss there, they were in deep trouble too. I don't know. But now Date Night here, able to get the boss killed off a bit ahead of where Levels are. Levels having a death on their mage as they're having some casts go off, but now the Silent Sigil coming out should help alleviate that a little bit. But mage deaths are actually quite problematic. Fire Mage is a very tempo-based specialization, and even more so in the MDI. Whenever you have that like Sun King's Blessing and being able to like chain your combustions together, it's like that attributes like a lot of your damage, and any death that happens on Fire Mages, especially in the MDI, you just lose so much. Ooh, for Date Night, dude, we're having more Sanguine healing. Look at that. Oh my god, this is so bad. Knock, knock, knock,
Please
knock,
stop.
knock. Please get the mobs out up there.
Get him away. Oh man, they killed the boss first. You can see off of our split timers, they killed the boss 17 seconds faster than Levels, but the Sanguine management for Levels has just been better.
Do we take the Strike Down Lady into the spider trash? Like, I don't even know what we're about to do.
I think they need to finish it off, because you're going all the way to the top of the stairs. There's no way you're letting that run behind you the entire time and having a low HP mob to potentially Sanguine heal the pull. They just have to finish it off, and they do. Both teams once again making use of the Speed Shroud. Yep, love that. Speeding up your team, fast movement speed as you work your way up the stairs towards the next pull, pulling every single one of these spiderlings, plus the Rook Spitter, the big spider, into this top trash pack, where we'll probably see a banish on that Arcane Minion start off the pull.
So the banish on the minion isn't required. The banish on the minion is actually kind of nice for Sanguine management. You don't really want a Sanguine puddle. It also allows you to have a bit higher uptime on like such a heavy caster comp. But Fire Mage and Destro Warlock on AoE actually have a decent amount of like free globals. Destro is pretty immobile generally, but on AoE it's slightly better. How do you feel about the... I was going to say, how do you feel about the Mistweaver versus the Resto Druid pick? Levels has been running Mistweaver almost exclusively.
The fact that they're exclusively running it makes me think it's just a comfort bit for them. It's also one of the better throughput healers, right? Like, obviously, I think for utility and general strength in dungeons, as well as the damage they do, Resto Druid is probably the more solid option. But if you're a team that just wants to play safe and wants to just keep your team alive, I think Mistweaver is a pretty solid option for that.
Ooh, Knight going down on the side of Date Night. And he releases. He's gonna get back to the group here because the release point's at the first boss, but he probably has a 30 to 45 second run back ahead of him. That's not great.
Let me check something out. There's a potential that he could be running this speed wall invis talent, but that'll only shave off a few seconds in the long run, so it's not something that's really that
I mean, he's back,
important
but
to
like,
look at.
I don't know if he's gonna be running that just so. Yeah, when I die, I'm gonna be able to get back faster. Like what?
I mean, it's good in general for invis skips too, but it's definitely not ideal to have to take. You want to just stay with your team the entire time. Did end up costing them, and once again, like you mentioned earlier, that's just a huge tempo loss. He doesn't have SKB coming into this pull. He's not going to be able to extend his combustion duration on this pull as well. His damage is going to be very low compared to what we're going to see from Veilmage, although Veilmage dropping low on their side as well.
Oh, we're seeing
the invis to make sure he stays in live. Ooh, very scary moments for both teams here. We were talking about it earlier today. These Clothies, they can get bursted down quick in this dungeon. So much physical damage coming across, and those Cloth characters do not have a lot of armor to mitigate that.
Yeah. We still have that minion left up from the first pull of this area. It's fine. It's like you still spawn the trash here. This minion will probably just get dragged into either the boss or that double archer champion pack. Kind of depends on where they are going to be looking to drop that mob off. Again, it's kind of like Sanguine management related, is why they're continuing to leave that guy banished.
Yeah, and just safety from Date Night here. Everyone line aside for just a second as the commander spawns here to make sure they get it out of those Sanguine pulls they left behind on the previous trash pack and help them group up the trash just a little bit easier. We haven't seen that a lot from too many teams because their Sanguine management has been a little bit better, but making sure you get 0 Sanguine healing is the most important thing here. Gotta move the trash out of the pack here. Is that a very unfortunate Ursals that I saw there, giving them a couple ticks of healing on the mobs as well? Not that much healing in the long run, but still not something you really want to see here when it's this close between the two teams.
Ursul's is really good versus the archers just in general because it immediately cancels their barrage cast if they leap while the Ursul's is down, and so it's incredibly useful for that regard. But it can cause some problems, right? Like you were saying with the Sanguine healing, and it's kind of hard to move the mobs in this area unless you have a knockback or you have that Sigil of Chains available.
Even with the small mistakes on both sides, still very close between the teams. Only a 10 to 15% damage difference on the boss here, and there's still plenty of dungeon left with arguably the hardest pull of the dungeon coming up.
You think this next pull of the dungeon is going to be the hardest one? I think it's the one that you can lose the most time in.
Specifically, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really easy to lose a lot of time if you end up healing up those Blade Lords, yeah.
I mean, it can just kind of cascade in effect as well, right? If you ever let an Ancient Potion cast go off, and they tend to be one of like the flamethrower mobs, they can just stand there and heal for 20 straight seconds, and you're just like, well, now what?
Yeah. So, for those who don't know, the Ancient Potion cast, it has 3 different types of scavenger abilities that it can cast. First and foremost, like Zyro was saying, and this is the one that people are probably the most familiar with, they can cast a flamethrower. Alternatively, they can turn into a Beyblade and spin on you and kill every single one of your melee in your group. That's pretty bad. The third alternative is that they get big and they explode after like 2 or 3 seconds. That's normally ideal. However, whenever it's Sanguine, it's not that great because like if the scavenger is 40% HP and the rest of the pack is also 40% HP and it dies off, then you just have a Sanguine puddle that's beneath it, and so that can become problematic. Date Night, they started the boss 15% behind levels, but they kind of accelerate, and I think that comes off the back of that Resto Druid does a lot of damage whenever you are, especially to single target damage, and they had Heart of the Wild there as well.
Yeah, 50k overall more DPS just on that boss and plus trash alone there is a pretty significant damage increase, but I think a lot of it's going to come down to the next couple of massive trash pulls. How can they deal with the Sanguine pull? Date Night, killing the boss earlier on, able to gather the trash just a little bit more quickly. They have to make use of their AoE CC and their knockbacks to make sure these Ancient Potion casts don't go off, but those aren't going to go off until the Scavengers reach 50% HP. Let's see how they deal with it. Everything is gathered together. The AoE blast is starting to come.
So with this composition, they should have more or less enough CC to be able to deal with it. Levels actually has an incorporeal go off, and Walpin, I think, died while gathering the pack, and that's going to be a full wipe for Levels. I think that's like going to be the nail in the coffin for Levels unless Date Night has just a massive blunder at some point and wipes as well. Levels probably loses somewhere in the order of a minute and a half, maybe even 2 minutes to that wipe right there.
It did eventually let their Ancient Potion cast go off. One Scavenger sat in the back, pretty much full healing, trying to deal with it through Warlock CC and just single target here. But really, dude, one Scavenger healing up, that's a pretty good outcome. They do have a couple Blade Lords running around with their tank here. But, so far, so good for Date Night. It's not a full
God.
wipe like we saw from Levels. Very tough. The Beyblades can one-shot players, especially the Clothies, like we talked about many times already today. But it looks like it's going to be relatively clean for Date Night. Levels gearing up again here. There's plenty of dungeon left, so they're not out of it just yet. But they need to get this pulled down clean the second time.
Yeah, Date Night on the right-hand side of your screen, though, not having that massive blunder with the tank death. I'm interested in seeing what they're going to be pulling next. It's very common on live servers to kind of skip these first 2 Dominators. They're not the most efficient mods in regards to count. And in addition to that, very rarely do you need them just for percent in the ski. And so yeah, Date Night are skipping those Dominators. They speed shroud through. Again, another great utilization of that speed shroud just in terms of time spent kind of standing around, and on top of that, they're able to skip those 2 Dominators. And now these 2 Dominators only require 2 melee interrupts apiece, or actually 2 20-second interrupts apiece, which the mage plus a melee can cover. In addition to that as well. Oh wait, did we get a 3rd Dominator? Is that intentional?
Got a 3rd one. Yep.
Oh, that is definitely not intentional.
That is not intentional at all. The boss is double buffed now. Double buffed now. 2 Fell Frenzies. Are they going to let another one go off? They cannot let any more Fell Frenzies go off. You don't have enough interrupts to deal with 3 Fell Frenzy casts. And another one goes off. That's 3 stacks on the boss. Keep an eye on skills here. I mean, maybe potentially they could finish them off quickly and skills can live through like 1 single charge. No, it's not going to be the case. The stomp from Smash Bite. They have a battle res, but they need to make sure no further Fell Frenzies go off or it'll keep stacking, and that's going to be all she wrote. No shot for Date Night, and Levels are right back in it, heading up towards Smash Bite. They've got, no speed shroud, but they're going to be skipping past the first Dominator. They will have to deal with this trash before they go into the boss. There's no way you go in with 3 Dominators, right? We just saw the outcome of that.
I don't think they're skipping any of the Dominators. I think they're playing 4.
Are they just going to kill the trash normally and then engage the boss? Just play it safe? I think you have to. What? No, what? Really? How do you deal with 3 Dominators? We just saw this go horribly wrong. You have to interrupt every single Fell Frenzy. I think they have to focus down the Dominators here. You can't really do any boss damage, right?
I don't know what we're supposed to be doing here, frankly. So, this is not ideal.
Smart heads up play, I want to say, from Date Night, though, making sure nobody reses and they just let their Druid stealth back because the Druid is going to be way faster than everybody else, and they do still have that Dominator at the bottom of the stairs that they weren't able to deal with. This Druid can stealth past everything. A death here, though, from Levels. They have a battle res to get Berg up, but it's going to be scary with him dead. That's 1 kick they don't have access to while he's dead, and a Fell Frenzy does go through for them. Everything has 1 stack on it. The next charge plus smash will do that much more damage. They cannot afford to stack that Fell Frenzy anymore on the boss. Every kick needs to get got here. Look at Wall's HP with just that 1 stack on the boss. Kill the Dominators off!
Dude, I don't know if we're going to live this AoE. So we have Wall for Nubo, Veil... Okay, everybody's able to survive. Oh my gosh, did the Dominator debuff expire right as the time of that? Right at the time.
Oh no, Wall goes down.
Veil
goes down as well instantly.
No. Okay, and Levels are now wiping, and now we're back looking at Date Night as they've re-engaged the boss.
This time notably with just the 2 Dominators, not the 3. I see that we have a Curse of Tongues on Smash Bite. That should probably be a weakness, not a Tongues, but that's okay. We'll get them out on the Dominators where we can. And I think we're home free. You can see, the thing is, you can have a 2-target interrupt rotation with this caster comp on 2 Dominators. That's fine. 3, though, something is eventually going to go through, and that physical damage buff on the boss is just too much to deal with, especially when you let 3 stacks if it go off. That's a 1-shot on everyone in the group. Looks like Date Night, though, on their second attempt, are getting through cleanly. No Fell Frenzy is going through just yet. Still 20% of the boss left, but it looks like the Dominators are going to bleed out here in just a moment, and they should be through this boss and back into the lead.
It was kind of awkward when we were watching Levels. I actually didn't really know what to say because it was kind of difficult to tell if it was intentional or on accident that they pulled that triple Dominator into the boss. Like, I wonder if you're supposed to like lust that and AoE down the Dominators. Like, I wonder what the strat is actually supposed to be if you were doing that. I think it was unintentional that they were grabbing those though.
I mean, it was almost certainly unintentional. There's no way you can keep up with 3 Dominators with these kicks in your group. It's just not going to happen.
Well,
2 24-second kicks. It's not great.
So it's possible, right? So you're going to have 1 debuff go off eventually. Is what's
Right.
And you could maybe, if you know it's going to happen, live it. Oh my gosh!
Oh, let's focus up
Knight
here,
goes
though.
down from Raven's
Death on
dive.
Knight. They can res him, but it's going to cost them a little bit of time getting into
This
the
is
boss. You need
Soulstone.
to make sure you don't get a Raven's dive on top of the Soulstone so he doesn't die when he comes up. Looks like he is back alive and they're ready to go here. And they do have the Bloodlust, so everything should be stable. The person to keep an eye on here is the tank, though. Tanking all of these mobs plus taking those stacking bleed stacks from the boss is going to be difficult for skills here. Keep an eye on the tank. Nobody wants to get hit by a Raven's dive because you can pretty easily get chain CC'd by multiple of those as long as they aren't controlled, but it looks like they're doing a good job of making sure they're AoE CCing these mobs down so they don't get their leaps off.
I mean, that's one of the advantages of this Destro Warlock, right? You just get, like, Rain of Chaos, you get Free Infernal procs, where it stuns the Lancers completely off DR, too, and that'll end up, like, stopping a lot of the leaps.
Still a couple Lancers left alive. Got to make sure you don't accidentally sanguine the boss here. Of course, he's at max HP and they don't have their damage buff left here on their players yet. Looks like they are home free, though. No sanguine on the boss. This first Shadow Ball volley goes off, doing so much damage to everyone in the group. And Knight is dead. Once again, didn't have the Cauterize back from his previous death, and they don't have a Battle Res for him. They're down one player for the rest of the boss. Now, they can finish it off, but it's going to cost them a lot of time. But Levels is so far behind, I think Knight can just finish this out. It's just going to be a matter of making sure you DPS down the swarms the second they spawn, right?
Yeah, so the good news is I think they still win regardless. The bad news is they're actually kind of vulnerable to dying to a swarm potentially. Now it is a 23 fortified, so it's likely that they're going to be able to kill them off in time and be able to have the HPS to heal through it. But if this is like a higher level, I know that they would be in a lot of trouble. It's more of a question of like, how is this really going to look like on a 23 fortified?
Goes onto their rogue here, taking a lot of damage with the addition of that Shadow Ball volley debuff. That swarm is still alive. That needs to die quickly, a lot more quickly than that. Okay, they get that one down, but there's still a lot of time left in this phase here. Unfortunately for Levels, a death as they pull their trash together here. Berg is dead. Noob's going to have a tough time getting a res off here with these Lancers jumping around. He does get the Soulstone off, but I think it's going to be too little too late for them. Date Night with their boss down below 20% now as well. They still are having trouble dealing with these stinging swarms.
No.
Did they potentially get a second intermission phase here?
I think they're definitely getting second intermission here.
One more swarm.
I think the Guile is
On the
right after this
Warlock, that's
cast right
unfortunate.
here.
They're
Oh,
able to
we
get
won.
it down,
Alright.
though.
Great
It's
work.
going to be a tough map 1 victory here for Date Night, and they're keeping themselves that much closer towards moving on in the lower bracket.
That was tough
Yeah.
for both teams.
It was tough for us to watch too. That was a knockdown, drag-out, brawling fight between the two teams. But in the end, Date Night managed to come out victorious. But it wasn't the prettiest runs we'd seen. But hey, a win is a win. We're going on to the next dungeon. But Dratnos, you were just sitting there taking it all in. Tell me what you were thinking about that whole time.
Yeah, it started off looking like, oh, we've got a nice little trade here. Oh, maybe this little bit of sanguine healing is going to matter. Maybe what's going to matter is whether we used some B-reses early on or didn't, right? And that, it seemed like we were going to have that kind of match. And, we're killing our trash. We were operating as normal through the dungeon. We were having people getting killed by a bit of stuff here and there, having to run back. That was okay. That was all good. This was the kind of replay segment that I was preparing at the time, and that was the start of Blacker Cold. And Blacker Cold is a dungeon that, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of danger actually at and near the start of this place as well. I feel like a lot of this trash does represent a reasonable amount of danger. I feel like this area as well, we did actually see our first big wipe here. I'm surprised we only saw one on a Sanguine week in particular. This is an area that just does not mess around at all. You can see tank immediately disappearing, and that is just an immediate full wipe there that comes in whenever that happens. We've all done this in our own runs, right? If you ever play with a tank that walks all the way through this area and immediately dies, that just does happen. But all of that paled in comparison to this area. And like you guys were saying, these Felspite Dominators cast too frequently to let you have 4 of them on boss with this comp. You can't even really have 3 of them on boss with this comp, right? 2 of them on boss, it's fine. If you have 4 of them on boss, they are going to be casting that Fel Frenzy, and then it's just going to be one-shot city damage on everybody. And this boss actually has, even if you can live that stomp, the tank damage, The boss has like a weird kind of hidden mechanic on it where it grows this energy bar every time it successfully damages the tank. And whenever that gets full, it does a haymaker on your tank. So it's actually really deadly to let these Dominators get their frenzies off for that purpose as well. But I mean, yeah, this game ended up just coming down to Smash Spike just griefing both groups.
I have a question. Was it intentional that they got 4 of the Dominators into the boss?
I
No.
have to imagine no, but I didn't
way.
see.
Both teams did it though. It made me wonder.
No. So for date night, they accidentally got a third because a bat proxied the Dominator.
Right.
That's how they got a third. Levels, I think, pulled 4 or something. Like I actually don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like they had everybody alive, so if their plan was just kill it before it mattered, I don't see why that wouldn't have worked if that had worked for them in practice. So, yeah, I don't know. I am befuddled.
Maybe Shroud wasn't up and like they're
Possible.
They're used to like Shroud there.
Yeah, sometimes like something a little bit weird goes on earlier, and then something you usually have just isn't up. That kind of thing can and does happen. Sometimes somebody who like is supposed to meld and drop threat pressed meld to dodge an ability earlier or something. I didn't see what happened though. I saw them fighting it with the boss, trying to do it, and it not working out. And for date night, that's going to be one of those dungeons where you're just shocked that you get to the end of the dungeon and the admins haven't told you you've lost yet. You got to be feeling really good about escaping that Blackrock hold with a win somehow. You got to make sure though that you stay, focused. You still have to win this series, and then you have to play Echo soon afterwards. So by no means are they out of it just yet. A brief reprieve, but they still have to capitalize.
That was still a 17-minute run, by the way.
It happens.
Insane.
So I mean, that's you know, if you're Direwolves right now, or not Direwolves, your date night, or if you're levels, you're like, okay, we got that dungeon out of the way, right? I feel like that's how you have to approach it, where it's like, okay, that was the dungeon that, we're just gonna like forget that one happened. We got that out of our system. We're moving on. We're playing clean from here because not only do you have to win this series, but you have to stay in the mindset and get prepped to play against Echo in the end of it, whoever ends up winning it. So I'm very curious to see how good Atal Dazar looks, which is going to be our next map in the series, versus that last one. As far as like, will it be more clean? Will they shake off sort of the the heart rate increases that come along with playing a map like what we just saw, and stick it a bit cleaner as they get ready to try to move on, both of these teams here. But we've seen some interesting things in Atal Dazar, haven't we?
I think a lot of the strats in AD have been super interesting. The dungeon hasn't seemed very volatile, though. I wonder, like, what a volatile Atal Dazar really looks like. Where are the points that you realistically can wipe to? It's probably, that first pull? If you have any mistakes with, like, storming or, like, Juggernauts charging people, maybe you can wipe to that first pull?
Yeah, or if either team has tried to copy the, fast strats that have been deployed yesterday and the day before. Yeah. That could be something that, doing those pulls without a bunch of practice could be very deadly.
Yeah, I think you're also onto something with that, Tittles. I think it also comes down to whether or not you actually run the 4 DPS comp. That heavily increases the volatility, right? Not having access to those heals to kind of fall back on if something goes horribly wrong is pretty important. And of course, if you lose a DPS player, you lose some of that rolling DPS, especially on that first pull. We covered this. It happened to DAWGS in their one map that they lost to Echo earlier. If you lose a DPS, and those mantles go on with some pretty significant HP still on the augers, or wildfires go off, you take more and more and more damage. You really need to make sure those pulls are clean, but we're not going to see that here. Both teams with a healer in the group, both teams playing it safe, although we've still seen healer runs go very, very fast. Already off the bat, though, I thought we were going to see differing strategies. It was just skills pulling one of those middle trash packs in. Interesting.
Yeah,
what's the plan
that's
kind
of interesting from the side of Date Night, where they're actually grabbing Sarids and a Skyscreamer into this pull. This could potentially go problematic if the Skyscreamer actually gets a cast off. You see the Sarids kind of lingering in. This might actually only be the... Oh, they have the Stalker as well. It might actually only be the Sarid pull. They might not even have a Skyscreamer with that.
little bit of free extra count being pulled in here. I noticed they skipped the Juggernaut on the right here to the right of where their healer is, so
Yeah.
maybe they add in a couple extra things to make sure it's clean here, but the healer goes down here, and they don't have any healer alive to help them deal with the residual damage here. This next Colossus cast, if it goes off, would have potentially killed somebody, but they are able to barely stay alive. Their Shadow Priest just barely living through the last couple of ticks of a Wildfire debuff. And they kind of both end up killing their trash packs at the same time. Extra count, though, for Date Night.
Razhag actually kind of got unlucky, is what I would say. So he got picked twice in a row by that Colossus. Now the Colossus, the being the Soulburn, can actually be like invised off or melded off or whatever, right? And he melded the first one, but then he got immediately retargeted with all of the pseudo bolstering stacks that are on that Colossus. So the Colossus, whenever any of the mobs die nearby it, they actually buff up that mob and make it do increased damage. And so it's purgeable, but you're not going to be spam purging it. Like, there's no way you're going to have your sprees like dispel magicking it. You were just kind of hoping that it didn't go into Razhag twice in a row.
Alright, this is the second time I've seen them do it. Oh, never mind, gotta cover that. Shadow Priest going down to that Tainted Blood debuff. Also, 2 more deaths on the side of Levels here, going down to Juggernaut charges while they're trying to gather their blood debuff. This has been a problem for a lot of teams where they take so much damage from it, but we haven't seen it been a problem in terms of like death timers for anybody yet. That's going to make this boss encounter take that much longer for them. Every single one of those debuffs does 5% of the boss's HP to it whenever the transfusion goes off. That's just 5% per transfusion cast that they're missing out on. So they're going to be on this boss for a lot longer now.
I have a question for you, Zyra. Do you like what we're seeing on the right side where Date Night is actually leaving the Juggernaut polymorphed?
Yeah, I was
as opposed
confused
to
about
playing it
what
in the
they're
pack?
doing with that. Are they just trying to stay safe? Or are
Yes.
they potentially mind controlling it for something? Like, I'm not quite sure what the plan is, because this is the second time we've done it, right? On the very first pack, they also left a Juggernaut out. Now they're bringing it back in, but I mean, the thing is, right now, this boss is at 13% HP. All the damage you're doing to it doesn't really matter right now, because it's going to die to the next transfusion cast anyways.
I don't think it is. I think a Spirit of Gold actually got one of the blood puddles, which means that only 3 of their players actually even have that.
Wait! The boss is
blood.
actually healing?
Yeah, the boss is healing.
That's
This
not
is so
good.
bad for Date Night. Hey, left side of your screen, we saw Levels have some issues with the Juggernauts and the Merciless Assault cast killing people off. But now Levels able to kill off Priestess Alunza a few seconds ahead of Date Night. Now I would classify this as a count chasm. 12% differential between the two teams, but
This is similar count to what we saw from Echo at this point, actually. This is the same count percentage for Date Night as what Echo does in their run, 59.11% here as we pull Rizan. That means Levels is probably going to have to pull a ton extra. They might even be going for like the same trash cadence that we saw Legendary go for in their run, where they pull a lot of that trash outside of Volkal. We'll have to see, though. Both teams now going for a pull that every other team that we've seen today has actually saved their lust for. But neither of these teams actually have the lust for this pull. The danger here is much higher than we've seen in any other key. Have to make sure no extra wildfire cast on these augurs goes off on the group, because if they get hit by that wildfire at the same time they get targeted by a charge or one of the shots, it could be an instant 100-0 death, and that would be disaster because neither of the teams have their battle reses available.
I think that's a pre-10-minute versus post-10-minute strat, right? Like, if you're only going to get one lust in the entire key, you're going to rip it on this pull into the boss. However, if you think that you're going to be, 10:45, if that's your projected time in this key, you're going to, press the lust on the first pull and then press it on CD again whenever it comes up on Yasma. Which I think it just kind of comes down to what these teams are more or less anticipating their timers to look like.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just playing it safe versus going for the 2 lust versus just, the stronger 1 lust, but making sure you get full use out of 2. It makes perfect sense to me. Both teams now dealing with the majority of the dangerous trash, just those many boss mobs in the center left for them to deal with. Of course, the Warlock is able to stay out here. If they have their imp out, it'll instantly dispel that terrifying visage on them, so they don't have to worry too much about standing outside. Nice little tech from back in the day for the lock here. Date Night have completed all of their trash, but I mean, that might not necessarily be the best of things to deal with, right? Because you lose a little bit of single target efficiency by having those up longer.
Level's also going to kind of kill the boss a little bit faster. How much count are they going to get up to? So 73.78. What position would you rather be in? I think I'd still rather be in Date Night's position where they have 5% more enemy forces, but I don't even think this is going to be like 1 pull differential. I think this is going to be the exact same number of pulls between both Levels and Date Night. Nice gate by Levels, by the way.
Yeah, it's not that big of a difference, right? We're talking about the difference of like 2 skyscreamers, something around that. So you can pretty easily just drag those 2 extra skyscrapers into the final boss. So I don't think the trash differential is going to make that big of a deal, as long as they're able to deal with kicking ads on top of bosses, which is not what we saw in the Blackrock Hold. We'll have to see if that's going to be an issue for either of the teams here if they do get to that
All
point.
right.
This is a pull as well that's going to cause problems for even the best of teams. 1 skyscraper going off here while this trash is alive, and it's going to be a wipe. So have to play perfect.
Yeah, this is more or less an issue of like, once you run out of silent sigils, there's 5 mobs that you need that have mandatory kicks or stops on them, and 2 shield bearers that have required specific stops that only certain CC abilities can actually cancel that bulwark of Juju. And so that's why I think we've seen that cast go off from the Skyscraper. But both Levels and Date Night dealing with that pull expertly. Levels at 92.44% enemy forces, Date Night at 96.89. I think this is going to be the same number of pulls to kind of finish off the key. What I'm kind of projecting for Levels is going to do is they're going to do double Sarid Pack plus a couple of Skyscreamers into the boss, into Yasma, to finish off the dungeon, where Date Night I think only has to do 2 Skyscreamers into the boss is what I'm projecting with the 96.89%.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little extra difficulty of the pull for Levels, and they do also have to wait for the swords to kind of catch up, and they're going to be jumping on people as they go here. Wait a minute, Date Night, are they going to finish off their totem? That was a little bit scary there. There was not much time left there.
I looked away for a second.
Okay.
I'm like, did they actually almost miss it?
Whew. That was a lot closer than it may have seemed. That totem was at 10% for a while, but they're able to get through it. Both teams into the second phase here. A little bit of an advantage for Level, still holding that over from when they killed off Razan a little bit earlier. And it's going to really just be a single target DPS race at the end of the dungeon here. Both teams with 2 deaths on the board. Both teams no battle res available. Both teams will get Lust available again right at the 10-minute mark because they both used it at the start of the dungeon. Yeah, it's just going to be a DPS race, and it looks like Date Night is closing the gap. That Druid is doing so much more damage than the Monk.
I was about to say, Heart of the Wild being pressed for Date Night, Razhag is actually just popping off on the boss, and they're actually catching up a significant amount of time here. Just with that Resto Druid and that cat form being able to just pump out a ton of DPS. I think that, like you correctly analyzed, this is going to kind of be a foot race to the finish. I don't think that any team is necessarily in an advantaged position here. Look at this, 2 deaths apiece on both sides. There's zero time in regards to death differential that's going to be separating them. So it's really just going to come down to Yasma DPS, and does that Resto Druid, like how much more single target damage does that Resto Druid do than that Mistweaver Monk?
Well, that was his last Heart of the Wild of the dungeon, right? It's not going to be back up for the
Correct.
Bloodlust, so you could potentially even say it was a misplay there, but I guess it's pretty nice to let your DPS players just kind of do full damage and let you do full damage, so you can just kind of heal your team passively. It's all going to come down to this last pull. Both teams almost neck and neck, just a little bit of a time advantage here for Levels, starting the RP off a little earlier. They didn't gateway past. Oh, no, they did. All right. No, they didn't. The mage blinked through.
But they're...
Yeah.
Walpin has to grab trash mobs. So they have to grab Sarid Pack, so Walpin is like going to be a bit further behind actually engaging the boss than where Skills is for Date Night, because Skills is grabbing 2 easy Skyscreamers that are up on like that top landing area, and so he's going to be dragging those into the boss, where Levels has to actually get a Sarid Pack, I think.
Looks like Levels did engage the boss a little bit earlier, and both of them are just dragging trash that is eventually going to catch up to the boss here. So we're still at the exact same position we were as we engaged Full Call, as we ended Razan. Levels, a very, very small advantage. And as we look across the board at the cooldowns here, Infernal coming off cooldown for both teams in just a second here. Power Infusion coming off within the next 20 seconds for both teams. Lust coming up within the next 25 seconds. Whoever can line these up and get better efficiency out of their cooldowns is going to be the team that takes this. Date Night bringing that gap even closer. It's just within 2% between the 2 teams here.
Dude, Bell, I think, almost got hit by a spider like 3 times on the left side of your screen. Levels are actually able to get those Sarids cleared out, and they got a little bit more funnel damage just onto the boss. This compositional strength is AoE to single target damage conversion. They actually gain a lot more single target whenever you have a decent amount of mobs to hit. Particularly that Destro Warlock is one that gains a lot. But now, basically dead even between Levels and Date Night. And Date Night has a death. That's
That was
5
on his
seconds.
cooldowns. That was on his cooldowns. He died at
That's
the end
on
of his
Lust,
power
too.
infusion.
He
And
lost
on
Lust.
Lust. That is a massive damage loss for Date Night. That alone might be the difference, including the 5-second death timer. All Levels has to do now is just stay ahead. Walk it in. No errant deaths to spiders. Do not let a Soul Rend in, and you will take this second map, but there's still 30% of a Tyrannical boss's HP left. Can they get it done? Soul Rend's now coming out on the team. Stack up, get those mobs together, AoE them down quickly. Man, Date Night is trying to keep it as close as possible. That 11% lead is down now to 7%. Somehow they're making up the damage here. Can they pull it back? I don't think it's going to be possible with this much time left on the boss.
I mean, in addition to that, they have to make up the 5 seconds of death differential that they had from the Shadow Priest dying. I don't think that they're going to be able to do it, Zyro. I think that they were going to win if they didn't have that death, but losing that Void Form, losing that PI, losing the Bloodlust on the Shadow Priest, that is just a huge amount of damage. And on the left side of your screen, Levels are going to finish off Yasma, tying up the series 1-1.
Yeah, we are going to a third dungeon, and we did see cleaner runs, I feel like, than the first dungeon, but that said, there were still a couple deaths here and there, and the fastest time was still 2 minutes slower than the Atal Dazar that Echo showed us a little bit earlier today. So Levels takes it. We're going to a third dungeon, but I feel like we still need to see a bit more out of both of these teams if either one is going to have a chance against Echo, right?
Yeah, I mean, this was this part of the dungeon where we were talking about the volatility potentially coming in. You know, there was the discussion before the map started about, is Atal Dazar a dungeon that has opportunities for things to go badly wrong? And I think the answer here is unambiguously yes. I think the teams we've watched over this weekend, now basically every team has played Atal Dazar in our weekend pretty much, and they've done an incredible job of making these pulls look not super deadly, including these teams. You know, they've only had a death or two on these pulls, but there's actually so much that can kill you there. And to the credit of both teams, they were able to recover from, you know, death or two early on, keep those pulls alive, get it so that they were neck and neck coming into the end of the dungeon. And we were on just a single target damage race. We had the slight difference of a bit of extra trash coming into this boss as well for Levels, but at the end of the day, none of that ended up mattering more than the death that came out here. That spider just making its way in, costing them. I genuinely, I think we would have been, you know, maybe under a second of difference between the teams had that death not happened. But with that death, it's going to end up being 12 seconds in favor of Levels to close out that particular map. The two slowest times this weekend we've seen in Atal Dazar, it is worth noting, so the two teams are definitely still facing an uphill battle against the rest of our field, but that's a problem for the future. For right now, they have to win the next map because it is going to a deciding Game 3.
I mean, I think that it's pretty clear that these teams are very, very good, right? But at the same point, one of the advantages of cutting down the field from 24 teams to 16 teams is that we see higher quality matches. But one of the disadvantages is that, you know, the 16th, 15th, 14th, 13th seed, they are going to be fighting just a massive uphill battle versus some of these teams that are contending for the global spots. Yeah, especially the teams that these are new teams to the MDI. They haven't made globals before. They haven't really competed at that level, and so I think that they're actually doing quite good, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the graphs here, it's pretty neck and neck throughout the whole thing. So it was very, very close. It was just that last little death against the spider that was able to help Levels take the lead. But now we're going to our third dungeon, and for the first time today, we get to see Throne of the Tides. So that's going to be an interesting one. We don't get to see it very often. I feel like it's been banned a little bit. You know, teams aren't seemingly super interested in playing it, but there's no avoiding it this time around.
I mean, the interesting thing about Throne of the Tides is I think it was like Wakecrest Manor was the first most voted dungeon for most likely to be a fiesta. Throne of the Tides was the second most likely dungeon to be a fiesta. This key just naturally is very volatile and it can become incredibly challenging, which means it's also hard to practice. So teams end up banning it out or like you were saying, they're not super interested in going there.
Well, now we're going to see it. And this is going to be quite the test. You know, after some of the things we've seen in some of the earlier dungeons, like this is where, you know, you really kind of got to get it all out there, right? You have to try to be as clean as possible because, again, the team that drops this dungeon is out of the MDI. You gotta win it if you want to move on.
Yeah, I mean, like Dreadnought said earlier, it's an uphill battle, but you have to focus on the match that we're on right now, get it done, get this 3-game series, and then worry about that later. You have an entire series to practice for your next match, right? You got to take it one step at a time here. That's how you win those uphill battles. It's gonna be a tough one, but here we go.
The winner of the series gets the pleasure to play against Echo as well.
That's right. The honor, the joy,
The privilege, yes, of course.
the memories, you know. But hey, you know they say any given Sunday in traditional sports sometimes it's not Sunday, but maybe it's any given Saturday in MDI. Maybe we just take that day. It's a fun day. We'll see.
Maybe sometimes you just gotta look at the match ahead of you and just say, "Nah, I'd win." Go for it.
Maybe you just haven't even looked at the bracket yet, and you're like, "We'll have to play against somebody after this." I haven't looked at who.
Yeah, you don't even look at who you're playing against. Yeah, you never see
that bad.
It'll be fine, right?
That's the trick. You don't look at who you're playing. You ignore the admins. You're just like, put me in the dungeon. I don't want to know who we're going against. You just go for it, right?
Jadis, what do you think the pain points of this throne are going to be?
I think the first pull of the dungeon has a decent chance of being a volatility point, to borrow some language from Ataldazar. That and then the very end of the dungeon. To me, it's the first and the last pulls of the dungeon that I am personally most scared of.
All right. How about you, Zyronic? Do you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah. I mean, it's just a tough dungeon in general, man.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll tell you why. It's because you don't get the peaceful interlude of riding the jellyfish elevator like you used to.
That's true.
That's the reason.
You know what?
You need that elevator to gather your thoughts, kind of like take a moment, take a breather, get it together again. Without that, it's just too stressful.
It was nice to have that jellyfish, although sometimes it just didn't work. So,
that's true.
Do you like the situation we're in right now, where we have the little thing that you click on that takes you to the top, or would you rather sometimes have us cast somebody just not being on the jellyfish for whatever reason and losing like 45 seconds of their dungeon?
I mean, I will say one of those options sounds like a lot of fun and entertainment. The other option sounds like actual good competitive integrity. So, yeah, I think I'll have to go with the competitive integrity in MDI. But for my own, personal reasons, it is fun to see the jellyfish elevator interactions sometimes.
I'm interested in seeing if there's any new tech between that like date night or levels might be able to pull out in this key. Because I think there's a lot of stuff that you can do. Like I know like a lot of the mobs can snap in this key, but there's also a question of like how would you even path around snapping mobs and whatnot. Or a more traditional route like you're holding W. It's going to make more sense just logistically where you're going in the dungeon.
Well, here we go, and notably both teams now running that Mistweaver Monk. Now, of course, we covered why this is very good yesterday a little bit. Of course, that revival can be used to get rid of a ton of debuffs in this dungeon that can really mess with your team. Also, of course, Mistweaver great for healing off these nasty crushing depths debuffs that we see on the players as well. LFXD instantly getting that healed off him there. Another one going on the Shadow Priest for levels. Using the Cocoon as well to instantly get him back alive. Of course, there's a lot that can go wrong here, but gotta use those externals early and often to keep people alive.
Another big thing, too, is you have the Master Spell on a 2-minute CD, but then also having the Revival on top of that on a 3-minute cooldown really makes bursting a lot more trivial, depending on the pull. Especially like MDI-sized pulls typically are, 15-plus mobs, and so you're going to need either something like Dwarf that you're seeing both levels and Date Night running in spades, and then on top of that, Revival and Master Spell are great tools.
Exactly, yeah. Both teams the same first pull, going a little bit more clean for Date Night here. In our one other Throne of the Tides run, we saw a little bit of difference in strategy here. One team stopping here, pulling only the hallway. We saw Legendary moving up towards the next trash pack. Not happening here for the teams, just keeping it close here on this double Sentinel pull.
Notably Legendary, whenever they ran Throne of the Tides, though, saved their lust for the second pull of the dungeon, which Levels and Date Night both went with like the more consistent route, where the more consistent route being every single trash mob into that Ravager with lust, which is a very, very dangerous pull.
Well, also, the other thing we're not seeing either is Arcane Mage for either of the two teams. We're seeing the Fire Mage instead, which makes sense if you're just used to running the Fire Mage on everything, and of course, if your Mage players aren't Mage mains, which I'm not actually sure if they are. But if they aren't, they probably wouldn't be comfortable with Arcane.
Fire, I think in general just makes more sense in most keys anyways. So on basically you have enough AoE damage whenever you have the Shadow Priest and the Warlock. You know, they're going to be like dotting up stuff. You're going to be spamming Rain of Fire. Then on top, like after that, you just kind of want somebody who brings a Lust, they bring Arcane Intellect, and then they just like bring full single target damage. And for a pull like this, you know, the Fire Mage doesn't need to be AoEing, they need to be full single targeting the Ravager, and the rest of the group is going to be killing off the mobs. So it makes sense that the Fire Mage is going to be a preferred option most of the time. Obviously, like you were saying, yours was like it should be playing Arcane, but I think that, you know, the Fire makes sense whenever they're just hitting this Ravager and doing 450k while 100% that's going into the mob.
Massive volley coming out there. 2 people went down there.
Ooh.
That's crazy. Healer plus Warlock both end up going down. It looks like the Warlock had a Soulstone on himself, so he instantly took it and he's back with the group. Healer had to release and is running back. This Ravager might just kill someone off here. That one single bursting stack isn't going to finish off the Warlock.
Summon?
He's going to be okay. I think he's pretty much back with the group already. Monks, of course, have a lot of personal utility. He's going to be back with the group for the next probably 5 to 10 seconds here, even throwing a little gateway behind themselves just to help them get back with the group quicker. They have plenty of stuns to deal with this trash. Yep, Monks back with the group already. They're good to go. But those extra 2 deaths, 10 seconds of death timers, going to come into play for sure.
Notably, Date Night also had a Tempest Witch mind controlled. So a hotfix that happened, I want to say about 72 hours ago at this point. So the Tempest Witch could put the Focus Lightning debuff onto mobs and actually do, I want to say, about 20% of your group's damage, like so a significant portion of the damage just to the pack. That did get hotfixed out. I wonder if Date Night has actually gone in this dungeon and practiced it since that got hotfixed out, because they look like they're continuing to keep that Witch MC'd.
Well, I mean, you know, it still does a little bit of damage, right? It's obviously not going to do as much as one of your other DPS in the group, but yeah, it's definitely not as good as it was before. We'll have to see if it comes into play for them, but I mean, they're already doing pretty well right here. Already onto the boss here, already into the first intermission, so doing well for themselves here.
Yeah, Levels, there's a bit of a count differential between both of these two teams right now, between Levels and Date Night. 10% separating them right now. I think everything's going to get taken into Commander Ulthok on the side of Levels, and that's going to be like a pretty substantial time gain for Levels compared to where Date Night are.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions that we had after the run we saw yesterday. While Legendary was, for the most part, clean with their run, they had like 2 spot deaths to random things that they had Battle Rises for randomly in the dungeon. Overall, outside of that, there was no major wipes and nothing too crazy, aside from some of the big pulls they did, like the Lust pull we were mentioning earlier. That being said, there did seem like there was opportunity to go faster, right? They didn't pull trash on top of the third boss. They could have potentially done that if they needed to go faster. There were questions about how big they went as well, outside of that first pull. So I think this is a dungeon that we kind of don't know a lot about. There's a lot of hidden potential here for one of our teams to really kind of take advantage of. Maybe later this weekend, maybe next weekend, and definitely in the finals. So anything we see here is probably going to be new to us.
Mm-hmm. I think that's actually a really good point. And Levels on the left side of your screen here are going to be downing Lady Nazjar here in just a couple of seconds. They're coming out of that second intermission phase. That does happen at 30%. That Date Night has just hit. So now Levels, they do have a decent amount of trash to take into the second boss. And so this could actually be a big point of contention. If they don't get their CC dealt with like perfectly, I think they're going to have 1 more trash pack over Date Night. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's a ton, but I think it's another 3-pack. Oh no, it's the Snapdragons. Let's see.
Interesting. And they do have 1 pack on the side that they could also potentially pull in if they do want to grab the extra count and skip more later, but there's really not a lot that you can skip outside of the Murloc packs, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they need to pull those in.
So typically Gil Goblin Hunters and Gil Goblin Aquamages aren't played because they're very dangerous. Now in an MDI scenario, obviously that's less of a factor, but at the same point, those packs aren't exactly efficient. Whereas like if you could play all this trash with the boss, that's like peak efficiency, right? That's like what MDI teams are looking to do, is they're looking to play every single trash pack they can realistically with a boss.
So I'm curious what the plan is with these Snapdragons. Are we waiting for Infernal plus PI to come off cooldown before we pull them in?
I think so.
Double Fear Sigiled them right now. Yeah, that's definitely the play here. That Sigil's going to run out right at the same time the Infernal comes out. There it is. Power Infusion on the lock as well. The burst AoE damage here is going to be perfect for their teams. Here go the Warlock and the Priest, AoEing everything down. Maybe just kind of just there to do boss damage and spread the Ignite a little bit.
Exactly.
But that is perfect cooldown usage from them, and realizing it's going to be the safest to kill these mobs when they have our cooldowns out. I like it. However, the bursting is stacking up, and Walpin goes down. They have a battle res for him, but the battle reser is dead too. How are they going to get him up? There's no way they can get in there for an engineering res. He's in the Merc. This is going to be a full wipe for Levels here. Very unfortunate after we were praising them for their cooldown usage.
Well, the cooldown usage was good, but what actually was hard to notice was the Ring of Peace. I think it came out a little bit early. So the Ring of Peace is great for keeping the Snapdragons off of your DPS and moving the mobs. However, with how early it was deployed on the side of Levels, it didn't really allow them to either get a good knock on the mobs got left in the Merc, and then I think that Walpin actually took a couple of ticks of that grounded dot. And that ground dot does a significant amount of damage, even to anybody. And Date Knight having a death as well, as their healer does end up going down to
as
an
the bursting
Oracle
comes
cast.
Out,
I think they're
ticking.
fine.
This is the Ring of Peace gone for these ads that spawn. They just need to run. They need to finish the boss off, and they need to run. They're able to get it down. They're good to go. But that was definitely scary at the last moment here. Of course, their healer's just going to stay dead. They're going to wait for the RP to spawn, wait for the next checkpoint to come out as the group gets down to the bottom, and then they will release. Doesn't matter that the Warlock's dead. That's just 5 extra seconds. We're all good.
He's just like
get
me.
to the bottom.
He's just like
Just
me.
get to the bottom.
It's okay. It's okay to die to that. It happens to literally everybody. Anybody in chat who's typing anything otherwise, they're lying. There are 2 types of people in the world: people who have died to that and liars.
True. And with the checkpoint unlocked, the releases will come out. They'll get rebuffed up here. They're good to go and move on towards the 3rd boss here and into more dangerous trash. There's so many nasty overlaps that can happen here, and a lot of residual damage if you don't get full good AoE CC on all of these minions.
Yeah, so the CC on the minions is actually a big thing. On top of that, the Seers do this ground effect as well, and the ground effect, if it's not baited well, can actually be obscured just by like Z-axis terrain and stuff like that. On top of that, these Watchers will occasionally grip you in, and you can potentially LOS that. There's like this comp that they're playing doesn't love getting gripped in over and over again. A bunch of these casters are not particularly mobile in general, the Shadow Priest and the Warlock, and so there are points of time where the Shadow Priest can move and cast, but it's like you don't want to be getting chain gripped in. And so, like you were saying, they need to just kind of make sure that they get those Watchers dealt with. And that pack goes down pretty easily for Date Night. We're on the left side of our screen. Levels is finally finished off that second boss. But I think, barring a catastrophe for Date Night, I think Levels is out of it, right?
I mean, they are significantly behind, right? They're probably, if I had to hazard a guess, about a minute, 15 seconds behind, maybe give or take a few seconds for the death timer as well. I mean, they're not out of it just yet. We probably have, if the run is clean, another 7 to 8 minutes left in the key, I would guess.
Okay.
The pulls coming up for Date Night are not easy, right? They have to finish off 2 more of these Watchers. They still have trash inside the boss room. If they try to pull us on top of the boss, it's a lot of residual AoE damage that could potentially tick someone down, especially if they don't kill it off before one of those totems spawns. So there's a lot that could still go wrong, not to mention, of course, the Shadow Elementals coming up after the fact. We can see a lot go wrong there. Now, they do have a lot of tools to deal with that debuff, right? We have the Revival, we have the Dwarves, we have the Master Spells, but we saw plenty of random spot deaths there from even Legendary yesterday.
So
it's hard to keep it
It's actually
clean.
a disease. You can't MD it off.
Right. Well, the MD for the bursting, that is.
Yeah, sure. There we go. Which is like, you know, if you're taking any of the Guild Goblin Hunters or Aquamages into it, you can get up to 5 or 6 stacks of bursting, so it's non-trivial as well.
There was a lot that could still go wrong. So they're keeping it close is the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
They need to continue to keep it close, be efficient on this trash here. But they have a lot of work to do. They have to start their uphill battle now rather than after the series is over. Date Night dropping incredibly low here. Razak dropping low but able to top himself off here. That totem took way too long to kill off. They cannot let that happen again.
That was a nasty Master Spell on side of LFX. He hit the Master Spell like nearly perfect at the exact same time that the Flame Shock debuff came out. And so while Razhag actually dropped low, probably to the point where he wouldn't be able to heal himself up, he got perfectly dispelled. And so that was great showing on the side of the Shadow Priest for Date Night.
about as efficient as you can get here, and they are transitioning into phase 2, which is significantly easier to deal with. Your tank isn't in
Yes.
constant death mode. All you have to do is, LOS every now and then, and you're good to go. They should be home free here, and off to their last set of trash here. Levels, though, progressing through this trash notably slower than what we saw from Date Night here. They've got to pick up the pace here. These Watchers, I think you need to pull these into the boss, or at least into the next trash pack, and that's what they're going to do. They're going for it. They know they need to go for it. They're even committing the lust to this. This pull has to work out for them. If they can't get this done, that's going to be all she wrote for them. Have to keep an eye on these Psionic Pulls. It's going to do a lot of damage to the group. AoE CC is going to be very important here. They also, more notably when the trash is dead, have to deal with that same bursting overlap combo that they have here. And this totem isn't getting touched at all. They need to deal with the trash. So they're going to be taking more AoE damage here and going to have to move around too. This is going to be a pain for them to deal with here. But can they hit the Mass Dispel when it matters most? Looks like they're mostly home free. Just got to cleave down that totem. Great execution from them, and also great usage of the Lust.
It was actually very scary there. They didn't have the Infernal up, so they did have the Power Infusion, they had the Void Form up, or the Void Eruption up, and then they had the Combustion, which is like that's a lot of power. But the Warlock is the person who's kind of carrying your AoE damage more often than not, and not having that Infernal was very scary. However, Level's able to kind of chew through that, and they're continuing to pull more of these minions into the boss. If there was ever a way for Levels to be able to catch up, it is certainly, like you were saying, Zyro, doing exactly what they did. They took the Faceless Watchers into the boss. They've pulled all of the minions that they need to make sure that they're catching up with trash. Date Night on the right side also, I would say, an unconventional lusting all of this trash and actually doing like a pretty large chain.
Mm-hmm. We did see Lust on the second set of Tainted Sentries here for Legendary yesterday, so I wouldn't say it's too weird. It's definitely, you would definitely like to see them use it on the boss if they could with trash, but obviously pulling trash on top of this boss is very difficult. Getting through that second set of goblins, though, and they're good to go here. Only have the 2 Tainted Sentries left. These shadow debuffs are going to run out before they even get onto the sentries, so it looks like they should be good to go. Healing through this swell should be no issue for a Mistweaver Monk. Those mana starting to dip into the low regions. You can definitely just top that back up before the boss here. All he has to do is keep his team alive through these double swells, and I think they're good to go here. Date Night executing this trash very clean.
Yeah, so one of the big things about this, and you were kind of mentioning it, is if they could take trash in this boss, it would actually be really good for them. However, one of the prerequisites of actually opening up this gate is killing off all of the sentries. It doesn't have anything to do with the Guild Goblins or just the 2 sentries in front of it. It's actually, the prerequisite is killing off all 4 sentries to get the gate opened. And so that's why it's particularly difficult to be able to actually get trash pulled in the boss.
Levels.
I don't... Oh, Zyro. Some swell
That was like
depths.
10 stacks of the Shadow debuff going into a swell. They didn't have the Dwarves for it, and I would imagine they didn't have the Revival for it either, so it wasn't going to go well for them. They were definitely going for broke at the last moment, trying to do whatever they could to come back into the series, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for them. Date Night already are onto this last boss here, doing a good job of clearing out the inks here. Ads are spawning. They don't have to do too much to deal with these ads. They have a lot of residual cleave that will take them out. All they have to do is make sure they keep a clean floor, clear that ink. It should be a relatively easy boss for them. Great showing from Levels, really trying to put together the runs, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them.
I think they win this map if they don't wipe to the boss, by the way. I think that like, some of this... Obviously, that last wipe is unfortunate, but they were kind of going for broke. I don't think it was a situation where they would have done that with their typical strategy. I think they would have played it a little bit slower, kind of what we saw from Date Night. Date Night on the right-hand side of your screen, I don't know if you noticed it, but on pull, they almost wiped to the Unstable Corruption AoE. So the Unstable Corruptions, whenever they die, they put increased shadow damage taken, like debuffs. So those are the diseases we were talking about earlier. And everything on this boss is shadow damage. Skills almost got one shot, like 100 to 0, and Knight also almost died whenever he dropped that Blotting Barrage. It was quite close to having a catastrophe for Date Night.
Fortunately for them, they were able to live through it, and now they have the power of pure water as they blast down Azamat, and will take us to the end of our first lower bracket match, and we'll move on to the next lower bracket match, eliminating Levels from the competition.
That's right, Date Night continues. It's going to be a late night for Date Night as they move on to face Echo in their next lower bracket match, and that's going to be a tough one, but for now, they can bask in the glow of victory. They managed to handle Throne of the Tides a little bit cleaner. And, we know that Throne of the Tides is all about cleanliness. That's kind of the theme of the whole dungeon, right? So they were able to do it. They were able to get through. They're moving on.
Yeah, going into this map, I thought that this would be a pretty good opportunity for Levels because it's a Mistweaver map, right? Both teams are playing Mistweaver. Well, that's Levels' Mistweaver main, right? This should be a great opportunity for them because there's so much value you can get out of that spec. You know, those Rings of Peace, the Revival, a lot of value there. But then we saw just this really unfortunate Ravager claiming a couple of lives, and the Commander Ulthok as well. This is really unfortunate. The dot from that bleed is just so absurdly nasty. Takes down their tank, and you know this comp doesn't really have a good way. It's not like you're playing an Evoker. You don't have a racial that or a cauterizing flame that you can use for that. So tremendous pain there, and a lot of credit as well to Date Night for being able to just take the end of the dungeon, do it cleanly at this point, from this point onwards, get through these mobs, and Levels tried a aggressive, way to stay in it at the end. A big pull didn't end up working out, but at that point they knew they were in a lot of trouble, and it was all Date Night from there.
I think the second boss room just kind of proves how volatile this dungeon really can be. The Snapdragon debuff, I think it stacked up to like 12 or 15 or something like that on Wallpin and just killing him off. I mean, it's unfortunate, but Levels they were looking good. I think that they were going to win if they didn't have that wipe on that boss.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising to see Levels drop out that quickly. I mean, they're a team that has players with a lot of MDI history, and it's surprising to see. But we knew we'd have to say goodbye to some good teams. It was inevitable. Said goodbye to some seriousness. Now goodbye to Levels, and now we get to move on to another elimination match soon. Do we dare start talking about Legendary versus Direwolves? I feel like we can talk about this one a little bit more first. We've got the numbers, at least for Throne of the Tides. Obviously, there's a lot of deaths on the side of Levels that kind of have skewed that a bit. So yeah, I don't know if there's a ton to talk about on that graph in particular, but a 2-1 victory for Date Night.
I think it's they're going to be fighting an uphill battle versus Echo in their next series. is what I will say.
You think? Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I mean, I think Legendary as well. Direwolves is going to have a tricky time going up against a team that's strong. But this is kind of the world we live in here in Group A, where great teams like Legendary and Direwolves can get sent down to the lower bracket, and now teams like Direwolves that have been so close. I meant Legendary and Echo, by the way. Teams like Direwolves now have a chance to really prove themselves and move on, because the winners of our next two matches do move on. I believe, to the Global Finals. So they're huge, right? They're huge matches. It's not just the top two going through anymore. It's the top four. And so, yeah, you go into Sunday and you want to be able to, claim that prize in Group A. You want to go for the championship, the prizing. But it really is all about punching your ticket to the Global Finals. And we've got 4 teams. We're going to try to do that in the near future. 2 will survive. We'll find out who it's going to be.
I think honestly that potentially makes the quote-unquote lesser known teams a little bit harder to deal with going into day 3, because they've already qualified, right? So they don't really need to worry about playing clean and getting top 2. They can kind of just go for their strategy. So that means even a team like Echo, who, by the way, lower bracket, yes, I know, but they're still Echo. They're going to have to be on their toes if they're able to make it through to day 3, because that's something we have to talk about, the consideration of happening. They're in the lower bracket. They could lose and get knocked out. It probably
unthinkable,
won't happen, but
unthinkable.
I feel like this season has been very predetermined based off strat discovery. This has been kind of a weird season where did you come into this weekend playing 4 DPS in a lot of dungeons? Did you come into this weekend with weird strategies, unknown warlock gateways? What does your first pull of a Taldazar really look like? Are you kind of pushing the envelope? And that's kind of what you tend to see with first weekends of MDIs is people really going for broke. And with the competition being so hard and so tough in Group A, just with how many high quality teams we're having, we really are having all of these teams kind of pushing the envelope and kind of showcasing what is the best they really can bring. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious about what's the best our analysts can bring right now as we go to another boss guessing challenge. We're gonna, if you're new here, if you just tuned in, you get to guess what boss it is purely by looking at a replay of the movement of the players in the room. So you don't see anything, but a tracking a line of where the players move to. And we've got 4 bosses to choose from. So let's see what this one is. It's either Lady Nazjar.
I'm gonna need you guys to lock
I'm
in.
locked in. I'm locked in.
Oh, all right. Heartsbane Triad, Priestess, Alunza. What is it?
Warlock and Mage running around.
I don't think this can be
Even though they're
Triad,
running
right?
around.
Okay,
This has to be
can't-
Archmage Soul. Archmage Soul 100,000%.
Soul. This
Well,
isn't.
okay. So you have to remember this is from this competition. So this could very easily be Priestess Alunza, where everyone's stacked up at the stairs at the top, and then they have to run around to gather their debuffs and dodge Juggernaut baits.
Okay, Priestess Alunza 100,000%. I changed my mind. Yep, it's that one.
The higher percent?
Well, hold on. It could be Archmage Soul.
Oh,
It was
no,
Archmage.
Okay,
there-
I changed
there
my
it
mind
is,
back.
yeah.
I changed my mind back. I changed my mind back.
Wow, no, too late,
We
too
didn't
late.
lock it in. So you
Yeah.
just showed
I was locked
it.
in. I was locked
He
in.
said 100,000%. That's
Yeah, I
that's a
said
lot
the
of
first
percent.
time. That was a final answer. I
It could have been
can't
either
be.
one, I think.
No, don't you know that you never deviate from your first choice
listen,
in a multiple
yeah.
choice thing?
That
you
one,
did.
that was it. It was
got
it was
burnt.
so clear, and so it can't be Lady Nazjar or Heartsbane Triad because nobody's ever 4 DPS those.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right. That's right.
Cons.
Wait, Dredus, I didn't know you updated your predictions again.
yeah.
What?
Wow.
No, this
Speaking
is.
of predictions.
I've been a DAWGS believer the whole time.
Oh,
yeah.
so dogs and legendary.
Yeah,
Top 2.
DAWGS and
Yeah.
Legendary. I've been well known to believe in, these teams
Yeah.
and the results as we've seen them happen over. In fact, I basically had a bracket written out a couple days ago that is exactly how things have gone so far. So
Sure.
it's
Do you
looking
have
pretty
every
good for
other
me.
bracket also written out too?
He wholeheartedly
permutations.
believes in the results as he sees them happen.
Yeah, just give both answers, and then one of them is right, and then you just claim that that one is the one that you meant the whole time. That's what I did with the map prediction, and that's what
That's how
I'm
it
doing
works.
with my team predictions as well.
Yeah. There you go. We'll check back on those predictions and see how they adapt over the course of the weekend. From Drad knows, but for now, we're gonna take a quick break, and then when we come back. Legendary taking on the Dire Wolves, a spot in the global finals on the line. The team that loses is eliminated. The drama reaches its peak at the Mythic Dungeon International, at least for today, right after we get back, so don't go anywhere. We have reached the final 2 matches of the day here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Doey, here, along with Ironic Tettles, and Makes rejoining us here at the desk. And here is where it gets extremely tense, because a spot at the Global Finals is on the line, and the loser is eliminated. So it couldn't be 2 more different of a results for each team participating in this one. We're going to start with Legendary versus Direwolves. Direwolves battling their way back through the lower bracket, a win 2-0 over some seriousness, and now they have to take on Legendary, which if I'm Direwolves, if I'm any of the teams in the lower bracket makes, I probably didn't expect that Legendary would be a team I'd have to run into.
I think specifically with how this cup is playing out, it's really hard to tell who you're going to get. I think at this point, you're probably happier about seeing Legendary in your lower bracket game than Echo, but we'll get to that in a couple of minutes later. Personally, I think that this matchup is just really unfair because I like both of these teams a lot, and both of these teams had a lot of kind of movement going into this tournament, specifically role changes, all that sort of stuff. And Legendary morning for the Americans, start of the evening for the Europeans, had a little bit of disconnectivity issues, so hopefully all of that is fixed, as we are going to get a look at the bans here, and once again, Rise is not going to be offered up.
Yeah, fingers crossed that all the tech side of things goes smoothly here for Legendary versus Direwolves on the Legendary side of things. We're going to start out with Darkheart Thicket again. And so we just had Direwolves actually play this map, but we're jumping right into it, it looks like. All right, winner goes to the Global Finals. Let's see who takes the lead.
So this is Direwolves'
insane. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Direwolves' most played map so far. This is the 3rd time they've played it this weekend. However, we saw Legendary play it a bit earlier today, and I think that Legendary strats just looked a bit faster. First off, they're playing the Subtlety Rogue, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. And look at what they're about to do, Zyro. They are gathering up all of these mobs, and they're going to pull everything into the first boss.
Something I want to focus on is how did they get the wall down so quickly last time around? Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Wexy just stealthed on ahead, started the RP extremely early, lusting early so they can start getting that Ignite built up, start getting those Rain of Fires on the ground here and into the boss room as it's already open for Legendary. Last time around, Tobo went down here, had to use their Battle Res very, very early on in the key and play the rest of the key efficiently. 2 Bear Shouts going out. That's going to be the last 2, hopefully.
With threat.
Hopeful has threat on something. Maybe it was one of those abominations that was on top of him. Maybe he had to invis something off, but he is able to stay alive. Cheat death coming out from Wexy there as well. Still dropping incredibly low. That's a death there to the Nightmare Toxin for Wexy. They have the battle res for him. The Bears are dead, but these bolstered mobs are going to be incredibly scary. That leap from a Nightclaw is going to kill somebody. One-shot splat, and Lepen also goes down here. If they can maybe finish off the trash, maybe they can somehow fix this, but it is going to be a full team wipe, and there was still a Ruiner and a Screecher, I believe, alive at the last second there, so they didn't get all the trash dead. Now, Tobo did have a Soulstone on him, so he'll be able to mass res everybody, but this is a lot of time lost here. They didn't get all the trash count they needed, and they have the 5 deaths on the board. That's 25 seconds worth of time gone for Legendary.
Defilers.
So, one of the advantages of doing that pull is that it saves you a lot of time. One of the disadvantages of doing that pull is, first off, you only have 1 poison to spell, and depending on how many poisoners are in that pull, you see Wexy like having that dot on him, and the dot, whenever the mobs get bolstered up that high, it just like one-shots you. And so then on top of that, whenever Hopeful ripped aggro accidentally on that Nightclaw, it didn't allow it to like stay in that melee stack, right? It was no longer getting ignited. It was no longer getting the Rain of Fires. It was no longer getting hit by the sub-rogue. And so then that Nightclaw also has, 15 or 20 stacks of bolstering and then just starts one-shotting people. Where Direwolves on the right side of the screen playing a lot more conservative of an approach to that first pull, and they have the exact same amount of count, but like you were saying, now they're 10% ahead on the boss, and there's not that 25 seconds worth of death differential.
And if I'm not mistaken, from the run we saw earlier today, Legendary was at around the 37% trash mark at this point in the dungeon last time because of the mobs that they didn't end up finishing off there in their bolstered range. So they're going to have to figure out what they need to hold to make up that count. Yeah, they had a couple mobs alive there at the very end. Their Hopeful wasn't able to finish everything off. So they're going to have to do some on-the-fly calling here to make sure they have their count. And that is definitely something that's going to come into play because we've talked about this before, but we have to cover it again when it comes to Darkheart Thicket. You are not... there's no way that we know of that you can get out of that final boss area in this dungeon, unless you can get a clever gateway out of it somewhere that I'm not aware of. There's no way of getting out of that log. So if you don't have your trash count before you go into the log and you've killed everything off, you just lose because you have no way to get your trash count out. You're not allowed to take the portal guy because it ports you out of the dungeon, which is also something you're not allowed to do in the MDI. So they've got to do it on the fly, and they've got to make sure they get it right with hopefully not going too far over because you don't want to spend too much time killing extra trash mobs.
Yeah, freestyling your MDI route's not one that I thought I was going to be seeing on my bingo card today.
Well, we're doing it live, Tettles.
So
They're so far behind still, though.
One of the advantages of the sub-rogue in this next area is actually being able to just like speed shroud skip everything.
Yep.
But like you were saying, with the missing count, are they going to be looking to play some of this trash instead now? Like, okay, so look at this. The shroud comes up. This is historically Rogue's best dungeon, I think, of all time, just because like this area in particular has the least efficient mobs in the entire key. You would rather play mobs from any other part of this dungeon, and so now it looks like Legendary are grabbing a couple of mobs that they didn't have earlier, but I wonder how much they're going to be electing to get here.
So this is slightly different from how they did it last time around.
Yeah.
They waited to kill off the Keepers until they had killed off everything else, and then the Keepers were just pulled solo with a boss. It was boss plus 2 Keepers, but it looks like one of those Keepers is in the group with them now, so those blossoms are going to be a pain to deal with. And now they're also into the Nightmare Dwellers as well. You need to make sure your CC is perfect on these, otherwise people will get randomly CC'd and feared off. They do have one of them off to the side, which makes doing that AoE CC that much more difficult. They did use the paralysis to skip its cast, but it's just going to be a pain to get that mob in now. Looks like they finally have an interrupt on it, but now that everything is stacked up, they can potentially do a much better job of dealing with their AoE CC. I don't know how much they have left, though. There's the Fel Nova. I think they probably still have the Shadow Fury. Jack goes down for Direwolves. They do have the Battle Res still, because they didn't have a death earlier on, but they are able to deal with the trash on the side of Direwolves.
Yeah, so what happened was the Dweller was alive at, 200,000 HP with 20 stacks of bolstering, and it cast the channel. So the fear is actually a channel, and it does like ticking damage. And if the full cast goes off, then you get feared, and he just died immediately to the first hit of the channel.
This full HP Dryad is joining the group as these blossoms die. It's going to gain a bunch of bolstering stacks. It one-shot Wexy. This Dryad is going to wreak havoc on the team, and now the Keeper is going to get bolstering stacks too. This is terrible for Legendary. Fortunately for them, Wexy was the one that died. He can release, he can stealth back to the group, but these bolstering stacks are going to be a pain for them, and there's no way they're going to be able to pull these into O-Cart right now with all the bolstering stacks on them. And of course, now that the Keeper's in the group, the blossoms are going to start to heal up too. This is just worst case scenario for them. They haven't even engaged O-Cart yet. They're so far behind.
I think they can take the trash into the boss if they want. It's just
They can take the blossoms in, yeah.
Well, they still don't have Wexy as the issue, right? They're waiting for him to run back. Like I think in like a conventional method, they could just take this trash in the boss. The Keepers shouldn't do damage to the rest of the group. It's just the blossoms hitting the tank and the Keepers hitting the tank. Very unfortunate situation for Legendary, but they're keeping it competitive, Zyro. How much count did they have coming out of this area earlier today, if you have that pulled up right now?
I don't have it pulled up right now, but I'm going to page Dr. Atnos and see if he can help us out with that, or Mix if they're listening to us. We'd love to know what their count was coming out of O-Cart in their last run, so we can maybe make a comparison to where they are right now and see what they need to pull extra. I mean, there's not that much left from here on out that you can pull extra, right? There's really just the trash that's kind of around the log. They already pulled the bats, though, so like, what else can they pull?
They can do that Stalker Summoner pack with the imp if they want. Like, I mean, that's like a common pull on live, but it's not very.
It's not great.
Practical. Yeah, it's not very practical for the MDI. Look at this, Direwolves here on the right side of your screen. You have Thick Shake running and grabbing those bats, and he's going to human wild charge back up into that Dresseron area, or he's going to get life ripped, one of the two of those. He's just making sure to grab the bats for the rest of the wolves, because the rest of the Direwolves team, they're going to be grabbing those slimes, and they're going to be grabbing those big elemental guys, and then the Blood Tainted Furies. And so Thick Shake is then going to join the group. Probably. Okay, he got life gripped, but it didn't matter what exactly they used. And so now all the bats are coming in too.
That was almost a worst case scenario. You almost got life gripped into one of those blood orbs too. That could have been bad.
Somebody's getting meleeed by the Fury. I didn't see who it was.
Well, no harm, no foul. Nobody died. They don't have a battle res, so it would have been a problem if somebody died. Chaz dropped incredibly low there, but able to stay alive. They used pretty much everything here. Almost all of their cooldowns, defensive cooldowns, popped. Vampiric Embrace as well, doing a great job of keeping up with the healer, actually. 200,000 HPS on this pull. helping top people off. One more roar going off, doing a ton of damage to everyone, but that's going to be a problem for Thick to worry about. They still have a couple of Furies left alive. Once those Furies die, of course, they'll have to deal with the Blood Spawns as well. Make sure those don't transform. We've seen that happen to a team earlier today, and that is a big pain when it happens.
I think it happened to
Ideally don't have that
Legendary.
happen. It did, yeah.
Yeah.
I was unsure as to whether or not it was intentional or not that they were doing it. So the blood tainted Furies despawn, the minions despawn after a certain period of time, and it seemed like they could also outrange it, but it was unclear as to whether or not it was an intentional let them reanimate or not.
Yeah, like, there is some line of thinking where, like, you can probably let them stay alive and maybe gain some single target, but I think it's either 1 minute or 2 minutes after they spawn, they eventually despawn. I forget which one it is, but it's some pretty long period of time, and having those alive, charging around for that long of a period of time is really annoying to deal with. So I don't think it's something you really want to do on purpose, unless it happens, like, at the start of the boss and you can gain a bunch of extra single target from it. It just seems like it's more trouble than it's worth. But back to the action here, and we can see the lead that Direwolves has opened up for themselves here. They are now more than half the HP on the boss ahead here. This is a tyrannical key, so that is a large chunk to eat through. They are easily more than a minute ahead. As long as they keep it clean, they could very easily be walking away with a Game 1 victory. But this trash coming up after this boss is some of the most deadly in the dungeon. So many insta-one-shot potential combos. They have to make sure they do a good job of keeping everything nice and AoE CC'd at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, so the Stalkers in particular are the mobs that are very dangerous. On 23 Tyrannical, their charge out to people won't one-shot you, but once they get a couple of bolstering stacks, say any of the bats die or anything like that, if the Stalker then will charge a player, then you can die 100-0. Now you can mitigate that Dark Hunt cast that Stalker puts onto people and will charge them. You can mitigate it by being perfectly in melee of the Stalkers, but that's not always the case, especially whenever you have that growing paranoia. So it's kind of interesting to see. We've had a couple of deaths on this boss across the entire weekend. Direwolves need to make sure that this boss looks clean for them, though.
Here we go, Shade of Xavius engaged. We are past most of the hallway here. Some of that trash ring of Frosted up at the top while it waits for the rest of the trash to join so everything can get nice and stacked and die as evenly as possible so the bolstering windows aren't that out of sync. We'll have to keep an eye on what's left alive once the bolstering stacks start stacking up, because that's going to be the main thing as to whether or not they can live through this pull.
So yeah, like you were saying, it's 2 Stalkers in this pull, and on top of that they have 2 of the Dreadfire Imps. The Dreadfire Imps have required casts, and then there are other things such as, the Summoner's cast and stuff like that. Direwolves actually get that trash kind of deleted at the exact same time. Yeah. All of it just dies within mere moments. That Bloodlust, the Infernal, all the offensive cooldowns really, really doing a lot of work at making sure that trash goes down. On the side of Legendary, they down Dresseron, but Zaro, I think it's probably too little too late. I think that wipe on the first boss is kind of just what Legendary didn't need to see happen. The way that they wiped to that boss, I think is just going to probably eliminate, or not eliminate them, but lose them this map. Oh, Chaz actually goes down for Direwolves. Hold on, maybe I spoke too soon.
That is a battle res. That's their last one gone. If anything further horrible happens for them, it could be a problem. Fortunately, they're able to get him alive and deal with the Afflicted at the same time. That can sometimes be something that happens, in the background as you're trying to battle res somebody. Forget about the dungeon mechanics.
Did Legendary have a DC? Is Lepan DC'd again?
I hope not.
Well,
that would be the worst case scenario.
They're 4-manning a bat.
Oh, man.
And our tank isn't on the damage meter.
Looks like a bat got stuck in the wall, and now it's unstuck. So thank God it wasn't another DC for Lepan. And you know what? At that point in the dungeon, they were so far behind, I don't think it would have mattered. I think it would have just been something we don't have to worry about for next game. But fortunately, Lepan is still with us. That being said, Direwolves have played this key almost... Direwolves have played this key very clean here, and it really came down to that first boss wipe, right? But I'm sure Mix will be talking about that. Don't want to take her thunder. Direwolves are going to be taking this first game in a relatively clean Dark Earth Thicket, sub almost 12:30. Very clean.
Yeah, strong start for the Direwolves as they take the lead in the series. Legendary obviously still positioned to catch up in map number 2, but this first one really looked good. And I mean, I feel like I can be pretty confident in saying that was probably the best dungeon we've seen Direwolves run today. What do you think, Makes?
It's not only the best dungeon we've seen them run today, it's also their fastest Darkheart Thicket we've seen at all from them. They've been getting faster every single time we've been seeing them in the dungeon, but of course, there was a little bit of other stuff that was going on here, so why don't we get to it? Of course, Legendary repeating what they did earlier on. This massive poll has so many different things that can go wrong here, which is why you're not seeing it from many other teams, and it can happen. These toxins, man, they're brutal. You saw that cheat death proc, and right after Wexier just going down in the Bloodlust, no less. On top of that, that Nightclaw just jumping back there, ending Splat's existence there for a second, and that turned into a team wipe for Legendary. From there on out, they were really playing from the back. We did have a little bit of an upset here happening for the Wolves, one player going down to the Tormenting Eye, but that didn't really cost them any time. It's just another 5 seconds on the clock, and then they were able to actually play out this pull, which also has been giving teams some issues. You can see Thickshake, or I think you guys saw it on broadcast as well, grabbing these Bloodseekers, these bats from the background. They're making sure it's even a little bit of a nicer pull, really landing them right where they needed to be before they go down into the lock. And despite having one more death at Sabius there at the end, it was fine. They had that battle rest and they were okay. And like I said, the fastest Darkheart Thicket out of them yet. But, you know, I don't think the series has been decided just yet between these two teams. I think Legendary still has a lot more to give.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as we go into our next dungeon, which is going to be Fall of Galakron, it's going to be a great opportunity for Legendary to come back. There's some more numbers from that last one, but yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been seeing this for a lot of series today, but this is going to go 3 dungeons. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. I feel like it should. I feel like both of these teams kind of deserve that shot. They deserve to fight that epic battle. But here's some more numbers. The graphs, of course, for the Darkheart Thicket. But Tettles, looking ahead to Fall of Galakron, we've seen that one a couple times. It's not been as common as some of our other dungeons here. What do you expect?
Well, I think it's probably one of the easiest dungeons to practice.
Sure.
There's only so much innovation you can realistically do in Galakron's Fall. There's not a ton of routing differential. I guess there's a question as to whether or not either of these teams are going to 4 DPS a key, but it doesn't seem likely. It seems like the 4 DPS stuff is just mostly Echo and DAWGS, where the other teams haven't really busted it out, so I don't expect it to kind of be something that is freestyled this late. It looks like Makes was wanting to say something as well, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to point out something on the graph there, but it's okay. We can talk about the fall as well, just to give you some raw numbers if you're interested in that. So far, we've been seeing fall keys, the fastest one coming in at 11:10, and the slowest one coming in at a whooping 13:21. Now, between of them, of course, some were no healers and some were with healers, but we know that doesn't always mean that the no healer keys are faster. But yeah, if you're looking at this curve, you can really see that first pull from the Wolves being a little bit earlier in the dungeon, but not as big in terms of what they pull, and then it just kind of going wrong for Legendary from there.
Circling back to the fall a little bit, I think if you're a Direwolves fan, you actually want them to win the fall. I heard a rumor that their Black Cold not as crisp as you would love it to be, and so like if that's like going to be the third map in the series, I have a suspicion that Legendary's Black Cold from earlier today was going to actually beat Last Hope, and so their Black Cold is actually quite good. And if Direwolves don't have a quite good Black Cold, if you're a Direwolves fan, you really want them to win in Galakron's Fall, because that's their most likely situation for them to advance to globals, is winning this series 2-0.
You'd think you'd want the 2-0 for Direwolves either way if you're the Direwolves fan, unless you really wanted the, the Makara, like, honorable, like, take it to the limit combat. But, and that's okay. If you want that, I think that's great.
That, man.
But,
I meant that their most likely path to victory is involves a 2-0.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there.
That's how it goes normally, yeah.
That's true. There's no escaping this, Tunnels. There's no escaping this.
Easy. I have a yapping cast. Oh my gosh.
In fairness, though, I might have gotten some intel that the fall is maybe not the Wolves' strongest dungeon. So I'm not so sure we're going to be looking for. We'll see. Maybe you never know what happens, right? It's been some crazy stuff happening today.
There definitely has. It has been a day of surprises for sure, and it's nearing the end, but it's only going to get more exciting as we go to Galakron's Fall, our third dungeon in this series between Legendary and Direwolves. Remember, our second dungeon rather. Remember, the winner goes on to the Global Finals. The loser is out of MDI. There is no last chance tournament this season, so this is it. It's do or die for Legendary. They want to try to tie up the series and force at map 3. Direwolves, sure, they can drop this one, but as we now know, they would prefer to win it 2-0. No, I'm just saying.
Anyways,
this.
going into the fall, Zyro, even like Bix was saying, Direwolves apparently not feeling super confident in their fall. There's only really so much teams can actually do in the fall. Legendary are 4 DPSing with a Moonkin?
Is it a Moonkin or?
That's a Moonkin.
Yo, someone get Nagura back on the broadcast here.
Can you solo cast? I don't want to cast a Moonkin.
Wait,
it's a Feral, isn't it? It's gotta be Feral.
No,
it's a Moonkin.
He's
Moonkinning.
balanced.
Oh
my god, he's balanced. This is insane.
All right, Tettles. So, why would we play Moonkin over Feral? What are the benefits of the?
Well, one of the main benefits is we play Moonkin on live, and so.
What was a Moonkin main, right?
He's been playing AUG the past couple of seasons, but he plays a lot of balance. Yeah.
Okay.
He's I don't know. Yeah, that's probably most of it. Is that we're very comfortable playing Moonkin.
Interesting. All
right.
Well,
we're getting out DPS by the tank right now.
Well, maybe he's just pure single targeting, not doing any AoE whatsoever. I mean, listen, I'm as big of a Moonkin hater as they come, but if he's blasting the boss DPS, I'm okay with that. That's a smart Moonkin.
Dog, he just lost to the tank.
Yeah, but Lepan is padding, so is Taurus the DPS. So.
Alright, they zapped the trash pack and the boss got pretty eliminated.
The boss got destroyed. I mean, they're going to kill the boss here a solid minute faster than Direwolves. The question for me is 2 things, right? Number 1, how do you deal with this room? Because in our matchup in this dungeon we saw earlier today, Echo lost a ton of time in this boss room. They had to pull slowly. They couldn't do it in 2 big pulls like we've seen from pretty much every other team.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the healer available for all the debuffs here. And also, just the rest of their trash pulls were slower too, and they ended up losing a bunch of damage and just time later on in the key, just to the size of the trash pulls. If Direwolves can go for the bigger pulls here and just make use of their healer, keeping their team alive, they could really easily catch up here. But I don't know. We'll see how big they're going here. Direwolves really need to go a lot bigger than this.
So one of the big things with this trash room is the way that you activate the boss is actually killing off all 4 portals worth of trash. So you'll see like the patrolling dog, and you can see the patrolling coalesce time. Neither of those mobs actually have to die to get the boss spawn. And so that's where I think you can actually lose a lot of time, is if your sequencing in this room is a bit slow, or like it's not optimal, you can actually lose a significant portion of your time. But Legendary make quick work of the trash. I think they did this entire area in 2 pulls, Zyra, and they were able to get the anomaly killed off. And hey, things are looking great on the side of Legendary. They are going really swift.
Well, they did what I wanted them to do. That was a very clean section for them. Now they're going to have 2 of these leeches alive for the boss, but these are just single target enablers, right? They're funnel for their entire team. Almost everyone on the team gains damage from having these alive. Even the Fire Mage, that extra ignite target, giving you a little bit of extra chance to reproc your Fire Blast charges. But of course they die instantly because everyone wants to pad on them, so never mind.
Sands of time, I call upon you.
How are you feeling about 4 DPS in this dungeon? So the scary part of 4 DPSing this key is probably this dragon pull that we're going to see here in maybe like a minute and a half or something like that. But with Nature's Vigil and Vamp Eruption, is it going to be okay?
Well, it was for Echo. I mean, it really becomes an It Die or I Die pull, right? If the VE and Nature's Vigil can keep you alive long enough, which they should, they'll keep you alive for their full duration. But after they run out, you need to make sure those dragons are either dead or you only have 1 alive, because you really don't have that much off-healing in your group. Zillia was playing Red Paladin in that run, which has a little bit more access, I'd say, to off-healing than the Moonkin does. Would you agree with that?
Tobo just popped Heart of the Wild and is actually healing his group right now.
Okay. Interesting.
So he's playing this.
Not going to have that, or...
I mean, he's playing this like a hybrid, I guess. Yeah. where he's just trying to do as much DPS as he reasonably can. But then you look at the healing meter; he's doing 50k HPS.
They also just VE'd and Vigiled now with the boss at 10%, but I think that'll come back up because there's a lot of travel time in between here and the Dragon Pole, so I think they should be fine. Yeah, about a minute seems fine to me, so good quick kill from them, and they have opened up the gap here to Direwolves with how they pulled the trash and having that 4th DPS available for boss damage here. Direwolves still have to chew through 50% of a Tyrannical boss. They are very far behind now.
I think that there's a lot more wiggle room, though, in their composition. But I would say the downside is, dude, look at the trash differential. Why is it so large right now?
Usually what that comes down to is one of two things, either pulling bigger on the very first pull or pulling leeches into the boss. I didn't actually see if Direwolves pulled leeches into the boss.
They did some, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you can see their dead bodies underneath their characters.
Yeah,
so they did
I
pull
wonder
at
if
least
they're gonna.
one.
I wonder if they're gonna get like. I wonder if they're gonna do 4 dragons. Yeah, maybe.
That's scary, but I mean they have the healer to deal with it, so we'll see if that's what they go for. They got to do something to catch up here, because Legendary is just going to run away with it if they don't. Here we go, Legendary. You can see the Vigil and the VE are back up here. Going to head to the left side, skip past the dragon on the right, pull this one dragon into the other 2 dragons, and we'll see. They've got pretty much every major cooldown except, well, actually, no, they don't have Infernal or Incarnation, so it's pretty much just going to be on the Shadow Priest and the Mage to do as much damage to the dragons as possible here. 3 dragons together. Where are the VE and Vigil? Vigil's coming out first. They're sitting on the VE. They aren't even using the power infusion here. Nope, never mind. There it goes. It just now comes out, and you can see both of those hybrid cooldowns doing work, keeping everyone nice and topped off. But when those run out, they're out. They're out of healing, and both of them are gone now. Just one dragon alive, though. They should be able to use their personals and their health stones and their health pots to live through that. That's good execution there from Legendary. Very clean.
That was cool. I like that a lot. That is super cool to see, like that strategy. It's very scary if that pull lasts, somewhere in the order of like 10 seconds longer. But Legendary get that pull cleaned up quite nicely. And now they have to deal with this boss. So Blighted Galakron actually does a decent amount of damage if you actually ever let the corrosion hit your player. However, you're able to meld it off as it's being like precast. But the meld timings that you actually want to do with like a 4 DPS comp is purely in P2 or P3, because melding in phase 1 is just like not super efficient for a composition that's like this.
Direwolves also only doing 3 dragons, so maybe Legendary just overpulled. Or maybe they're planning they're planning on skipping 2 trash packs, aren't they? Because they only need to do 2 trash packs to get the rest of their count. Okay. All right.
What are they gonna do to skip it? Is it just misery meld?
That has to be it. Otherwise, they'd have to Invispot, which is not something you really want to do. But if you have to, I guess you could.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Direwolves able to get through their trash pack. Only 1 dragon left. Another clean execution from them, although albeit a little bit easier with the healer. Something we neglect to mention. The Moonkin over the other 4th DPS does bring Mark of the Wild, but I mean, rest of it does too. So.
Well, I mean, the alternative would also be something like an Augavoker or a Ret Paladin, right?
Right. So the Mark of the Wild is definitely a solid option.
It's a damage increase as opposed to the other. I mean, the Evoker is just Evoker, and then Ret Paladin brings Devo Aura as opposed to like a damage increase.
There's definitely trade-offs to all of the potential, off-spec.
What's the fastest
options?
Fall? Are we
fastest
cooking right
fall
now?
We've had it was in the Echo versus DAWGS matchup. I think DAWGS had an 11-10 and Echo had an 11-17, if I remember properly. Those are the fastest runs we've seen so far.
DAWGS had an 11-10 with a healer.
Yep.
I think that Legendary might be cooking up something faster. Just looking at this timer right here.
They're going very quick, yeah. Let's be honest. 8 minutes of this boss kill, that is incredibly fast here. They do have to run through this next area without a rogue. Skip past 2 trash packs. They don't want to do all 4. All 4 is like 27%, if I remember
Something
properly.
like that, yeah.
The last 3 is 20%. I think they can get away with doing 2. They might have to do 3, though. I don't know the exact count numbers off the top of my head. They definitely don't have to do all 4, though. That's for sure. They have to start the RP, and then ideally you'd like to pull the trash into the boss.
Are we mass invising?
Something that's dangerous with no healers. Was that a mass invis?
I think that might be mass
bringing
invis.
the mage tech into play?
I don't think that was something I'd really considered until... Oh my gosh, is he actually running that?
Hold on, checking.
Beep, beep.
You can also check at home by using the little tool at the top left of your stream there. You can click on that arrow, check out what runs, what talents, what gear all the players are running here. Let's check it. Legendary, Hopeful, Talent Tree. Is he running the Mass Invis?
Everybody,
Oh, man.
regardless, everybody invised. I couldn't tell if he mass invised or not.
Okay, he didn't. He's
No,
running
he's-
mass
he's-
barrier.
he's
that
mass
would be really
barrier.
cool though if he did.
Well, so we saw
Everyone just invis
mass.
spotted.
So we saw mass invis actually be used in a Wakerest manner earlier this weekend, and so it's not unprecedented. It's just very uncommon because the alternative is mass barrier, right?
Oh man, it was funny. Hopeful has said any chance that he can get to use obscure mage tech, he definitely will. But not really doing it in this dungeon. All of the trash is dead for Legendary, though. Very clean execution there. Doing a great job of keeping everyone topped off. Now, the main thing to keep an eye on here, we need to push this boss before the next Stonecracker Barrage. You can see Chromie's
Yes.
HP in the bottom there. It
We
will
have
die
heal
to the
it
next
back.
one if they don't heal it. And none of these players really wants to turn to that and heal it, nor could they really do that good of a job of doing it anyways. We need to push. The Lust is late, too. It's
Oh
not
my
going to be up
God.
for another 10 seconds, though. So, can they even push this before the next one? What's the play?
Yeah. Dude, they
is
killed
rough.
that. They killed that boss shield off instantly. This is insane. I think that they're gonna beat this next one. We saw it get beaten earlier. This next Stonecracker Barrage phase, and so I think it's fine.
Lust.
What's scary is that we're not waiting for the shield. We actually have to beat the like cast on the boss, and so the boss
Right.
does phase at 90% HP, and
I think
I'm not-
it lives the first tick. They can let the first tick of
Okay.
the cast go off. If a second tick goes off, Chromie dies, you instantly wipe. So we need to push fast. Here's the blast.
Zyro?
Guys, we need to push. Oh wait. Oh, okay, we pushed.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay,
We're good.
we're good. We're good. Chill. We're chilling. Okay. All right.
Oh
Okay.
my god, that was so close. Actually, okay.
And Legendary actually going to be able to finish off this dungeon in a. What was the time that we had earlier from
11:10.
DAWGS?
11:10. They're just
About
barely.
the same
Well, actually,
time.
no. They're not going to beat it out because there's RP here before the timer actually stops. But it's still an incredibly fast run, and a great way to get them back into the series is they take us to a game 3. What a run from Legendary!
Yeah, that is how you do it. 11-12, the final count for Galakron's fall there for Legendary. But I was sweating there a little bit. I had heart palpitations. They got it done just in time. Chromie lives, and so does Legendary. They live to fight in another dungeon. They live for a chance to get to the global finals. And that's what we want to see here. Except for the Direwolves fans. They don't. But everyone else, we want to see us get to that third dungeon. But Makes, help us break down what we saw there.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, Boomkin playing it in a very hybrid kind of style. Loving that. I think it's a really cool way to kind of play no healer, but also play something of a healer. But this is the big one, right? They did have a little bit extra trash on the Chronicar poll. We've been seeing teams vary that all throughout. But this is what I think absolutely changed everything. They did one small pull here in this area, and then they just grabbed everything. And that is such a scary pull to actually do and pull off, particularly with no healer. Now, of course, with those 4 DPS, you are running classes that can CC, that can silence. You have your Vengeance that has all of these sigils that are just so phenomenal. But I thought that was so impressive. Just basically the entire room nuked it down within seconds. Then these 3 dragons, we saw that from Echo as well this morning. Also a little bit sketchy if you're not running a healer, but they were able to finish them out quickly. And then because they had that extra trash in the beginning at Chronicar, and were also running the same amount of dragons that we saw from the wolves, they were able to just skip through here, use their invis, not pull all of that trash, make this pull a little bit safer as you are going to be pulling onto the boss anyway. And I just thought that was really well planned out. I don't know how you're feeling, Tettles. I didn't hear everything you guys were saying, but this kind of hybrid Boomkin to me makes a lot of sense.
I think it's pretty good. There's a question as to whether or not it's like really better than like Ret Paladin or Augevoker, which I expect whenever I have questions like that, I tend to lean towards the teams know what they're doing, right? These are groups that have really put in a lot of practice and a lot of effort. And so like the way that you would tell, oh, is the Boomkin really better than the Augevoker or the Ret Paladin in this instance, is you would have to do like A/B testing. You would have to really test your splits. And you'd be like, oh, how does it feel in this regard? How much are we actually doing? And I mean, whenever you looked back at the Chronocar boss damage, Toba was actually doing a decent amount of just like pure single targeting on the boss. And like we saw, he was also doing like 50k HPS on the second boss. He was making sure that everybody was able to get topped. On top of that, being able to, you know, have the Nature's Vigil and stuff like that. I think that 4 DPS strats are pretty viable. And the ways that they're viable isn't always the exact same way. And I think that that's a nice innovation to see this MDI. It's kind of interesting to see that even 4 DPS comps, everybody kind of has their own unique take on it.
And the thing that we really need to go back to in this particular series, we're not worried about comparing it to the Ret Paladin or the Ogavoker right now. We're comparing it to the Resto Druid. If we could go back to that damage meter earlier, you could see that Toba was doing something like close to 300k overall DPS, whereas the Resto Druid for Direwolves was actually only doing closer to 120k. And not having a healer really wasn't impacting the rest of the group's DPS. Everyone was doing pretty much the same amount of DPS across the board. Being able to add that extra 150k DPS and just everyone staying alive anyways is just way too valuable for them not to take, even over just a Resto Druid.
There are a couple of things, though, that like bringing a healer gives you an advantage over rather than the 4 DPS. First and foremost, embellishments. You're able to actually wear that blue silken lining a lot more conventionally, because that's a, like, you know, just embellishment that, you know, Warlock and Mage and Shadow Priest want to play. They want to play Mastery above 90% HP. Whenever you have a healer, it makes sense to wear it. However, whenever you're playing 4 DPS, it doesn't really make much sense because you're not going to be topped all too often. So that's like kind of a big distinction that you have to make. But the other thing is, like, does the healer enable us to merge pulls together? Like, are we going to be able to save a pull? Because if you have to do the dungeon the exact same amount of pulls with the healer or without, you're obviously always going to drop the healer. But if the healer allows you to actually, you know, 4 pull a dungeon as opposed to 5 pull a dungeon, that's like a huge thing.
Yeah, and now we have to look forward to the Blackrook Hold. And, you know, as we heard earlier, this is one that Legendary has a lot of confidence in. It seems like maybe Direwolves don't have as much confidence in this dungeon, but it all comes down to this anyway. And you know, so we'll end up seeing who takes it, who moves on to the Global Finals. Just to touch on the 4 DPS thing again, though, I love that this has allowed us to see 3 different specs used in that spot too, right? We saw the Ret Paladin, we've seen the Augmentation Evoker, now we've seen the Moonkin. Like, it's neat that this style of just running 4 DPS branches out into these other questions and these other opportunities of what spec do you bring. Very cool.
All I want to say is, Tettles, make sure you don't make a video about how strong VE and Nature's Vigils are, because we don't really want those to be nerfed.
Oh, they've been nerfed twice this expansion. Both of them have been nerfed twice this expansion. They used to be twice as strong.
We did see Feral in the time trials and no healer keys. I personally thought it was going to be Feral. I don't know how you felt when you saw that kind of orange DPS bar pop up. I was surprised that it was actually the Moonkin instead. So there's still a chance that we might see that also, but I don't know if Blackrook Hold is going to be the place for that. We've seen a couple teams in there already. We also saw Legendary in there having a little bit of, some hiccups towards that end there. I think we all remember that disconnect at the end there for Lepan. It was going good before that, but we haven't seen the Wolves in the Blackrook Hold just yet, so...
Yeah, I mean, you described it as a hiccup, but I really like they were going to win that map prior to Lepan full DCing on the last boss. Like that was going to happen. Their Blackrook looked impeccable, and if I was a fan of Direwolves, I would be very, very concerned here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Legendary, you know, what can you do earlier? I mean, sometimes, you know, in a esports situation, whether you're online or when you're in an arena, you're still at the mercy of technology in the same way. So these things do happen. So to bounce back, come through the lower bracket is kind of a triumph of sort of like mental fortitude on top of everything here. So that's something we got to think about coming into that, is that's tough to sort of like shake that off and just keep playing, especially at such a high level like what we're seeing in the MDI. So I think this last map is going to be a really, really fun one to watch, because both teams have so much to play for. They both worked so hard to get here, but only one can move on to the Global Finals this time around. And I think we're only moments away from getting into that dungeon, so we shouldn't have to wait too much longer. Hopefully.
Yeah, this is going to be the most stressful match probably of the weekend for both of these two teams.
Yeah,
One
I would
single
say
dungeon to either qualify or go home.
So Legendary, for those who don't know, they actually got 3rd place in the Season 1 MDI, but they had to battle through the last chance qualifier, which is it's not an easy feat. But at the same point, this Legendary team is quite good, whereas Direwolves historically have been, you know, top 4, top 5, top 6 MDI teams in pretty consistent fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, the last time in the MDI, if I remember correctly, Legendary was also having disconnectivity issues. I don't know if you guys remember that, but
Is that right?
this is like
might
it's
be
a
right.
trend
I don't
with
remember, but
them,
you might
and
be right.
somehow they still made it through the last time. So if you're a Legendary fan, just hope they can do that again and the network stays stable. But of course, the Wolves, I always feel like we're a team that gave us a lot of things that we didn't expect, and I think you said it, Tettles, earlier, that this MDI feels to be a lot about that, like finding these angles, finding routes and options that maybe other people hadn't considered yet. So I feel like the Black Cult would be a good place to maybe see that. We'll see.
I think a lot of it is like first weekend kind of things where there aren't really refined strats, there aren't really refined comps a lot of the times for these MDI teams, and so they kind of have to assume that their practice is going to be good and kind of just go on with that. And then sometimes it's just not, and sometimes you have the third or fourth best of a dungeon, the third or the fourth best of a couple of dungeons, and then you have the first or second best of a couple of different dungeons.
You know, I feel too, you've got this interesting sort of dynamic where most of the dungeons that we have in the season of MDI are dungeons that all these players have played many, many, many times before in previous expansions. So you can come into it with sort of some assumptions about what might work, adapted obvious to where all the specs are right now in the game. But, you know, you're also sort of experimenting based on like what you knew from the previous times you were running all these dungeons. So I feel like that allows for a lot of variation too, because there's kind of like more testing that maybe comes into it. It's very interesting. Yeah. So we're hearing now that the teams are getting ready, a little bit of swapping going on. Everyone's getting their specs all perfected for this dungeon, and you better make it perfect. It's an important one. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Yep.
Loading into the dungeon.
Yep. There's Smash Spite.
There's the boss that's taken out multiple teams today already. Smash Spite.
Well, he had help.
Had his fill.
He did
have help from some nice Fell Frenzy buffs.
A few Dominators.
Hopefully we see none of those in this run.
They got big. They got very big in that
big.
one run. Some big boys. Well, that said, looks like it's about time. Setting the stakes again. Legendary versus Dire Wolves. The winner moves on to the MDI Season 1 Global Finals. The loser goes home. So this is it. One dungeon to determine the fate of both of these teams. It's been a long road this weekend for both of them. It all comes down to this. I'm seeing a lot of props on the dungeon that I want to throw into a map quiz sometime. Just put that out there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right. And we should be about ready to jump in. There we go. This is it. Dire Wolves versus Legendary. Who moves on to the Global Finals?
Stress is building up, but they have to let go of that now and play their best they possibly can here. No rogues for either of the teams, so we're not going to be seeing the Speed Shroud tech for either of them. It's just going to be the pre-and Vispot, pass as much of the trash as possible, and a little gateway to run as quickly to the boss as we possibly can, and let that trash funnel in after the fact as we head towards the Amalgam of Souls, getting ready to pop Lust and burst this boss and trash down as quickly as possible.
Are you surprised that neither team is playing Rogue in here?
Yes and no. I think it's a solid option. I mean, I think this is one of the dungeons where there's a lot of leeway in your comp. I think the Rogue definitely could take a spot over any of the other DPS, but this DPS is just so efficient in terms of how it buffs itself that if you don't really need the movement speed, you can get away with not playing. I think until we see a matchup of the top end teams playing different comps, it's going to be hard to tell. That being said, it's very neck and neck here. Direwolves pulling a little bit ahead on the boss damage here, but we both know from how this first boss has sort of sorted out itself before, it really comes down to how well you're able to deal with the trash after the fact and the efficiency.
Oh, 40 goes down.
Oh, a death from Direwolves already. And he is their real battle res. I guess they also have the Druid as well. But it's going to take a long... But 2 deaths from Legendary on the Soul Blast from these Ghostly Counselors. They can only get one of them alive. Tobo also going down is a terrible thing for them because now they don't have any way of dealing with them, and Splat cannot do 15% of the boss's HP. But Direwolves is also wiping!
Zyro!
Both teams going down!
Legendary, and Direwolves
it's a full wipe for both!
What?
And they both used their battle reses.
Okay, so hear me out. What if we had a gentleman's reset and we just run it back? we just,
Can they do that? Admins?
I think the answer is no.
Is that allowed?
I think we make the rules. But we will not be doing that. I was kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke for anybody who's listening. Please. All right. So now we're no longer is the trash going into the boss. We're doing one pack at a time.
Oh no. Okay. Now, we've seen this before. We saw this on our first Black World matchup of the weekend. Once you've committed your lust, once you've committed your battle res, you really have to make sure that you can actually deal with the trash on its own. There's no way you can do it with the boss as is, because you'll just start dying to the trash buffing itself, right? That sacrifice soul, if it goes off and the mob doesn't die, they will actually just one-shot people with their soul blast after the fact. That's what we saw happen to both teams. So it's really hard to focus those down when they're in all of that AoE. And
the problem,
what happened.
The problem also is like Sanguine, right? Like, here's the thing: that first pull is so dangerous for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, you want to only be hitting the boss. You actually don't really care to hit the trash, which is why they'll leave it like miseried off to the side or something like that. Secondly, if the trash does die, it cannot die underneath the boss. If it dies underneath the boss, you're healing the boss, which is like a huge deal. And so that's why you see them basically not hitting the trash. And oh my gosh, I'm just gonna keep talking. So that's why you kind of keep seeing the teams pulling the trash off to the side and making sure that it doesn't go down. But the downside of doing this is that you have the Counselor's Bolt basically free casting outside of having Silent Sigils. And then on top of that, you're having the Retainers put that bleed onto players over and over again. And so how 40 went down for Direwolves is he had 3 stacks of the bleed, and then he got Counselor Bolted and just died. Same thing happened in Legendary, where Splat had 3 stacks of the bleed, he got Counselor Bolted, and then he just dies. And Direwolves having more deaths, we're wiping again.
They tried pushing it and pulling trash into the boss once again without their cooldowns up, and this is, an errant soul blast onto Thick, takes him out, and then once your healer's dead, it's just going to cascade from there. Direwolves need to get it together, and they need to get it together quick, because Legendary look like they're going to be running away with it. Of course, we're at the start of the dungeon. There's so many parts of the dungeon that are difficult left in this Sanguine Key. Legendary also needs to do something that they probably haven't really done in practice, which is deal with these restless souls, because if these reach the boss, they make its explosion that much more dangerous for the group to deal with. They should be able to live through 1 or 2 of them reaching the boss, and also they do have one of them rooted out on the side, so it wouldn't go off for a long time anyways. Once it reaches 15 HP, of course, it will go off regardless, but they're able to live through it, having killed off most of them.
Yeah.
So they're going to be able to finish the boss off here.
All right, and now Direwolves about to repull the boss. Round 3.
Now I see.
So Legendary get the boss down. How far ahead is Legendary now? Minutes? 2 minutes?
A lot.
I'm feeling a lot as well. That's like a really good qualifying metric. A lot.
Now, see, this is the thing that we don't normally see on the side of Legendary here. Normally, they're dealing with the remainder of their trash after they deal with the Amalgam of Souls, but now they just get to sit through about 40 seconds of RP and think about what they've done.
We gotta have a mental reset. I think that it's really easy, by the way, to get super tilted whenever something goes wrong. And these MDI teams, whenever they're in practice, by the way, just to kind of explain it, how they practice is, if that happened to practice, they're zoning out of the key and they're going again, right? They're not practicing that run. They're not redoing the first pull. Like, they're like, well, we better not let that happen. And they get their first pull to a point where that doesn't happen very often. And so I think that this is a situation where the teams aren't very comfortable with what they've seen. And so on the side of Legendary, they're in such a commanding position that they really need to just kind of get over the hump of what they just saw and make sure that they don't have like another catastrophe, like a wipe to smash bite level mistake.
Yeah. Well, see, here's what's going to happen from this point onwards, right? They're going to think, oh man, we had a massive wipe, we're in trouble. But at this point, the broadcast will have caught up. I think it's roughly like a 2 or so minute delay. The broadcast will have caught up. They'll have seen that Direwolves has wiped, and they might have even seen that wiped a second time, and they'll know, okay, we don't have to go for the crazy pulls. We just need to play it safe and not die like we saw on Smash Bite earlier today. I mean, Direwolves even now with Jack going down,
oh my God,
Sanguine healing on the boss as well.
Sanguine the boss! Oh, no!
They have to just chew through 65%. Okay, I don't... This might seem like a weird question. When they push the boss to 50% here, will it do that phase again? Or does it just lock it? Does it doing it once lock it out
Okay,
again?
so I'm pretty sure the answer is no. But admittedly, I haven't ever tested it, so I can't really speak on it too much. But so the answer is definitely no after looking at...
No, it hasn't done it now.
Okay.
So let's go back. Let's backtrack and go to what we were talking about before, about the teams practicing runs when they do make the mistakes. It does happen eventually. You want to have a plan in case something goes wrong, but obviously you're right. You do mostly want to practice for when things go the way they're supposed to normally go. But let's talk about what kind of things you'll have to practice and you'll have to know about when things go wrong. Cooldown timing is completely messed up.
Yes.
You kind of have these runs planned around like knowing when your Inferno will be up, knowing when you're going to be PI, and having a big mistake happen at the start of a run like that, it completely messes with the cadence of the rest of the dungeon here and can cause random deaths like this where a pack lives longer than it normally does, and you're not ready for that barrage to go off, and it just mows down Wexy.
Well, another thing too is like, where are we supposed to be lusting? Like, is there a better lust for us? Like, there's like a lot of different stuff that goes into it. Not only just timing, but I feel like, I don't know how you are, but I feel like my mental is like not that great whenever stuff like this happens.
In the middle of a competition, if I can see that we have a chance to win, my mental's pretty fine. But if we're behind like 3 minutes because of a massive mistake that we made, yeah, it's in the gutter for sure.
Understandable.
Also, when we competed in MDI, wipes like this were a lot more normal than they are nowadays. Let's be honest.
You don't bring that up. That was a long time.
It was 5 or 6 years ago now.
Let Direwolves, having downed the first boss, a nice balmy 30 million sanguinely on the board.
All good.
It's all good. So, downside, Direwolves not in a great spot right now. Upside, it's still possible for them to win, right?
There's a chance.
I think there is a chance. I think it's very unlikely from this position, but I do think it's possible.
Well, let's talk about the things that they would need to happen to Legendary for them to get back into it. Obviously, the one major one is the same as what we saw earlier today.
Yeah. Which Zyro is, I think, coughing, and so I'll take over here. First and foremost, not letting incorporeals go off. You kind of have a perfect run from here on out if you're Direwolves. Legendary needs to wipe on Smash Fight though for Direwolves to catch back up. I don't think we necessarily even need to like kind of hit like harp on like a what ifs for them to necessarily catch up. I think that making sure Legendary continues to have just like a clean run is really what we're looking to see here. They've taken this champion and that's into the boss. They need to make sure that the next pull goes off swimmingly. This next pull can cause a lot of problems. There's like scavengers and blade lords that are in the pack. And I think that's something that people and viewers kind of overlook a lot of the times is just like kind of how hard the MDI is. It's like really easy to make minor mistakes that cost you multiple minutes in these areas. Does somebody accidentally miss a kick and they kind of get punished for it? Does a bloodthirsty leap go off? Did we accidentally sanguine heal the boss? Like those are definitely things that you have happen. And Direwolves having a couple more deaths on the right side of the screen. Again, just it's one of those things that the MDI isn't easy. I think that viewers kind of like to think it is sometimes because they're so used to having this insanely high level of competition, but it's really not that easy.
Dude, that was crazy. I think I swallowed a bug or something. That's never happened to me before, especially during a broadcast.
I don't eat bugs regularly either, so I can't really speak on that one.
But yeah, like you were saying, I mean, Legendary really needs to know just to play it safe here, right? That's the major thing here. Of course, a pull like this with the Scavengers is something that's pretty much, it's locked into their brain. They've done this pull so many times, they have the cooldowns available for it. It's something that they're going to go for. A little bit of extra Sanguine healing here isn't going to be something that really makes or breaks the run for them, as long as their tank doesn't die. Lepan needs to stay at Lepan.
It's fine, it's fine.
He was 1 HP, the Blade Lords do a lot of damage. But he's alive. We're watching... keep an eye on those brutal assaults.
Yeah, we're watching out for Sanguine healing here. I think is the big thing. Look at some of these. So there's Scavengers, and then there's the Fellhound, which has half the HP of the Scavenger, and then there's the other mobs that are in that pack as well, not the Blade Lords. But the other mobs, not the Scavengers, have about, I would say, 80% of the HP of the Scavengers, and so that's why this pack is actually so hard to deal with on Sanguine. And so you really need perfect Sanguine management. What we saw from Legendary earlier is they kited up the stairs to kite the Sanguine. Now they kind of changed it to have a larger corridor or a larger area to kite it, and their Sanguine management is much better because of it. Only 18.5 million on those mobs is really not that bad, all things considered.
Yeah, and the reason they can't actually cut up the stairs there is because we've seen in the past Tobo goes up and starts the RP, while the team is dealing with the beginning of the trash before it starts actually casting its potions and before they start getting Sanguine on the ground. So there's plenty of time to set up there. Of course, we've got the Invis past the first couple of Dominators here. We only want 2 Dominators into the boss, not 3, just 2. Can we count them here?
You guys can't see Zyro, but like on camera, I can see him on camera, and he's literally just holding up 2 to his camera.
Only 2. 2 Dominators only, please, not 3. I think we're good. I think we only have 2. Okay, we can interrupt 2. We can deal with 2. Onto the boss here. Just got to make sure no Fell Frenzies go through. That's the major thing here. Got to get those interrupts. We're good for the first rotation of them. And they're holding the Lust. I think saving the Lust for the spot where you're normally using it is the play. That Lancer pull, I mean, it's where they wiped earlier. DC or no for Lopan, that's probably the hardest part of the dungeon. So you probably want to save that second Lust for that anyways.
Something like we were talking about 3 Dominators into this boss. Like this is actually a pretty typical pull for live, where you kind of invis the first 2 and then you end up pulling just pulling the other 2. Sometimes you'll accidentally get that third one pulled, and if you don't actually know what causes it, it's those bats that are patrolling back and forth. They can accidentally like proxy pull that third Dominator, and so if you make sure that those bats are in a good spot, you can kind of eliminate the opportunity to have that third Dominator pull. But you kind of really have to be diligent about like looking and seeing where those bats are whenever you're walking into that path.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, clean pull coming out of Legendary. Direwolves just really struggling to progress through the dungeon here, right? They were already probably 2 minutes behind here. These trash pulls before the second boss really weren't as efficient as what we saw from Legendary. It's really unfortunate to see them go down this way, because they had a very good shot of taking the series in that Dawn, but it just doesn't look like it's meant to be for them. Legendary really just have one more pull, probably the most difficult pull in the dungeon, outside of that first boss pull, but if we can get through this, Legendary will be through and qualified. Just have to execute one final pull. Up the stairs we go. The Bloodlust is available, hopeful, making sure to dodge the Lancer, using that Alter Time just to give himself an extra blink charge as well. And we're into the boss room. All the trash stacked up except for a couple stray Lancers jumping around, and we're all stacked up and CC'd. Where's the Lust at, though? We haven't popped that yet. This is where they popped it last time. I'm expecting it to come up. Infernal's up already, too.
I don't know. Maybe we're saving it for P2.
Yeah, potentially saving it for the P2 for the 1 phase. The Power Infusion is up now, too.
Oh my god,
we'll probably save that.
Beam.
Hopeful does get hit by the beam, but because he's a fire mage, he cheats death with the Cauterize. I didn't know that you could actually cheat death that. I thought it would just one-shot through them, but you learn something new every day, I guess.
Personally, I've only ever died to that. Oh my god, Hopeful, please.
Got hit by a glaive, too. Oh.
Okay, we need to not sanguine the boss. We're actually a great Sigil of Chains. Lopan hit an insane Sigil of Chains there to really make sure Dentalian Axe is not getting healed up. But we have a couple more of these Swordsmen and Lancers dying here in a couple seconds, and now Dentalian Axe is stuck in Sanguine.
Oh, the Shadow Bolt goes off. Lopan dropping very low, still has 3 stacks of that bleed on him. Need to keep him topped. That was very scary, but Tobo doing a good job of making sure everyone is nice and safe here. We have the Stinging Swarm out. Let's focus that down so Wexty doesn't go down, although it wouldn't be the worst case because we still do have a battle res. But I think we are finally home free. We're through the dangerous part. The Bloodlust is still available, although
so
it's only lusting the combustion, I guess, but you know what? I guess that doesn't matter. They should be able to one-phase it with the Lust here. Dodging the beams in a rotation. Love watching everyone running in unison around the room together in 2 little packs. And once the boss is back alive, the Lust is active. It was even like an early Lust. That's a little funny. But I think they're home free now. The combustion is there. Hopeful going to be making his way up the meters as it's the only one with cooldowns with the Lust active. And Dentalian Axe is getting bursted.
We get the vintage full screen action too from Legendary here. Really.
First one of the weekend?
First one in a while, I think. All right, now back to the picture-in-picture. But Dentalian Axe on the left-hand side, or on the big screen, going down for Legendary. That Bloodlust still even active for them, as they're going to be fading out of that and taking the series down 2-1, but not without a bit of adversity.
Yo, we got it done. In the end, Legendary manages to take the 2-1 victory over Direwolves. They will move on to the Global Finals. Sadly for Direwolves, this is where the road ends for them this season of the Mythic Dungeon International, but I'm sure we're going to see them again at some point. They are always around. They are always a threat, but this time, it's going the way of Legendary. They'll move on and makes. That was a dungeon, wasn't it? Oh,
This is your legally
nice.
mandated break. Please take a moment
this?
to unwind and relax as we are going to take a couple of deep breaths together. Inhale, exhale. Okay, we're feeling better after all of this, yeah? Do you think we can head into the
Yeah.
replay? Because I feel like we all just needed a moment after that dungeon for realsies.
I did
But
need
yeah.
this. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I
is
try my
nice.
best. I'm not sure why Smash Spite is still on the screen, but sometimes we just cannot escape
Oh
the
my
terror
gosh.
that is Blackrock Hold. Both teams at the very start having trouble, and that trouble turned into tragedy and trauma real quick for the Wolves as we were going through this one. Not being able to come back to this, we did have a little bit of a soft reset. It looked like both teams were just going to go slow, but then Direwolves went even slower, so Legendary was able to pull ahead. They did the kind of pulls that we would see later on from other teams as well, with Ilisana and having that extra trash on there. This time around, also no crazy fell buffed Smash Splites for Legendary either, so really well done in the back end of that dungeon. Was nice and easy. And then the Lancers also thankfully working out, so I personally am just happy that this dungeon took an end eventually, but we'll definitely remember this one, I feel like. I don't know how you guys are feeling.
Yeah, this one was memorable.
I think it's one of those things that it just happens sometimes, right? Like, I think that we're used to watching
Yeah.
like super high quality matches all the time, and so you kind of get jaded over like how many points of failure there really are in a key.
Yes.
And then like if something goes wrong, it can go wrong in a hurry, and then like if you full team wipe, you have to recover, and that sometimes requires you to 3-pull a pull that you were previously doing in 1.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I grew up in the mean streets of BFA Eastern Cups, so I'm good with watching these types of maps.
You relive the glory days.
I
of the
really
Talbazar.
want to shout out the Wolves, honestly. Just to keep going after that much kind of going wrong for you is a lot of mental resilience that is required. But we do have Legendary moving on and also qualifying for our top 4, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that's pretty
right.
dope.
Yeah. Yep. Just to reiterate, the top 4 of each group go to the global finals because we've got the 2 groups this time around, and that means that indeed Legendary has moved on to join both DAWGS and Last Hope in the global finals. One question remains, though. Echo versus Date Night. Who is going to be the team out of those 2 move on to the global finals? You may say Echo. You may just default to that. But if today has been any indication, expect the unexpected. But before we get there, we've got another boss to deduce. Another set of lines of markers of where the players ran around the dungeon movement maps to try to figure out what dungeon boss this is. And I think this is part of the lighter moment here. So let's check it out. Which of these 4 bosses is Ancient Protectors Morchi, Chronolord Deus, or Archdruid Gladalus?
Wait, was that a late gateway from the Druid? Is that why they were so far away?
I think that might have been a
If
while
so,
I'm
it's
ago.
Ancient
going to
Protectors.
say Ancient Protectors 100%.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
it's
think
Ancient
it has to be.
Protectors.
Well,
We haven't seen Morchi this weekend, so I don't think it can be that.
It is from an existing MDI
not
run, so
Deus.
yeah, that does kind of
I think it's
disqualify it.
Archdruid.
Archdruid.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it had to be that.
Well,
one.
now we
Yeah.
know. Archdruid Gladalus. There he is.
why was the Druid so far behind? That's what I want to know.
When he
don't
wild
know.
charged in, he was in cat form. He just wild charged the boss immediately on pull.
Okay.
Okay.
Is I think what happens there.
I don't have all the answers,
Fair enough.
but I do have this one. And it's Archdruid Gladalus. Gladalus?
I was thinking it's Gladalus, but you said it
Gladalus?
differently, so now I'm very insecure.
Gladalus? Tweet at WoW Esports and let us know.
All I know about that
Which
boss,
you prefer.
all I know about that boss is if you're wearing like the staff from Legion, he's like, oh yes, a fellow Druid. or something like
Oh.
that.
That guy does love to
that's
RP
really
with
cool.
the druids.
I love the hidden
like that.
interactions there. Yeah. hmm I love that when you still transmog Xalatoth, that axe from way back when, it'll still whisper like evil things to you. That's fun. As a warrior
Seen a
player,
lot more
I
of
end
her
up doing
next
that.
expansion.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I think so too.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll be fun. Well, you know what else is going to be fun? Echo versus Date Night. It's what, like around 6 p.m. Eastern time? That's close enough to get Date Night started. That's right. So that's what we're going to do after a short break. So do not go anywhere. The Mythic Dungeon International returns with the final match of the day in just a few minutes. So stick around. At last we come to it, the great battle of our time, Echo versus Date Night, here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host Doey here along with Dratnos Makes and Tettles, and this is at the final match of the day, the final match to decide what team will be the fourth to go through to the Global Finals. I gotta say, I did not expect that Echo would be one of those two teams where we're like, are they going to be the last team to make it through? That was a bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
Echo looked particularly vulnerable earlier today. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but whenever we're comparing their splits versus other teams, it's not even just DAWGS. I feel like Legendary and Last Hope are really going to give them a run for their money.
But
right.
if you're looking at what Echo did in their first Ataldazar and their second Ataldazar, right? Nagura kind of posed a question of, did they on purpose not show some of their tech? Now, you could say that's some copium and some Echo fangirl talk, but I feel like due to their history in the MDI and all of their standing, there could be a point made where this is actually the case. So I'm not really sure where to place Echo right now.
Well, I mean, I'm going back and looking through some of the dungeon times, and I feel like with Echo, you really can't take any of their previous dungeon times too seriously because, again, they have that tendency to sort of bust out things that nobody's expecting when it really matters. And once again, we got to look at our predictions here. And, all of us who, picked Legendary, it was close. It was close for a moment. All of us that picked Direwolves, well, it was close. It was close for a moment. But, I think a lot of us are looking at 3 out of the 4, potentially. Dratnos looking for 2 out of 2, potentially.
Yep.
He's done it. Perfect predictions from Dratnos. Congratulations.
Always had it all along. I was never worried. Echo not on my predictions here, so we'll see. What? Okay.
Ooh.
I think our graphics are bugged out a little bit here.
That's okay. It's still okay.
It's all good though. Echo could still make it through to tomorrow. I guess the Direwolves can't, but the other 3 certainly can. So I don't know. I mean, Echo are coming into this particular series as the overwhelming favorites, right? Like, let's not cut any corners around it here. Date Night looked good earlier today. They were able to beat levels, but they looked good in that series. That series was probably 2 orders of magnitude lower than the average Echo run. That Echo didn't look terrible earlier. They had a couple of small mistakes up against DAWGS that looked fantastic, but I think that this is going to be one where pretty quickly into each of these maps, we're going to see Echo take a commanding lead, and it's going to be a question of will they wipe 1 or 2 times, and if they do that, then maybe Date Night will be able to overtake.
So here's the thing with Date Night, sometimes with lower seeded teams, you don't know exactly how much they've practiced or kind of what to expect. The Date Night that we've seen is actually pretty clean in regards to deaths. They have pretty infrequent deaths. They don't really make massive blunders. I think just their overall strats have on average just been a bit slower than some of the other teams, which like you were saying, that kind of puts them in a position where if Echo does make a massive mistake, say they have a wipe to something, it could put them in a spot where Date Night's able to capitalize and win.
Just looking at their dungeon timers, too, I don't know if this Ataldazar would help them in that case. The time that Echo has locked in is 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It was the fastest Ataldazar we've seen so far, and Date Night lost their Ataldazar earlier on with 11:46, but here they go.
Yeah, Echo are opting to stay on the plan that they used earlier today rather than the one they used yesterday. You could actually make an argument for playing a healer for a little bit more safety, perhaps, in a lower bracket series if you're confident that you'd be faster even with your slower strategy if you think it's safer. But Echo are not interested in doing anything of the sort. They are getting their first pull going. They are not hitting their bloodlust because they know, look, if we do this dungeon in less than 10 minutes, we only get to press that button once. Whereas
Exactly.
Date Night are pressing it right at the start of this dungeon, expecting to go over that 10-minute marker. So Date Night's win condition here is clear. It is disasters on Echo's side that they are hoping to manifest into this dungeon.
Date Night actually does a very interesting first pull of the dungeon. So they do all the mobs that Echo does, except they pull in an additional pack of Sards and a Stalker, one of the invisible Stalkers that's off to that right side. And so it gives them a slightly larger first pull.
Well, they have less count coming out of it than
maybe
Echo
they
do.
leave a Juggernaut off to the side or something like that.
Yeah, certainly something. Perhaps some of the skyscreamers off down to the side or something. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not 100%
maybe.
sure which exact mobs are missed, but Echo do have a 2 percentage point edge on enemy forces. Both teams pulling Alunza here. Echo did pull a little bit earlier, but I mean, this boss dies pretty much at the same time if you don't mess it up, right? It'll die during that
Yeah.
second transfusion cast kind of regardless, so it's a little bit fake to do extra damage to this boss unless you're going to fall below that, 50% of its health threshold.
So, like, on live keys, boss damage on this boss is largely irrelevant. But in, like, MDI level keys, they're wanting to push about 50% of the boss's HP. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit more, like, real damage that you're going to have to do to the boss in comparison to live. But it's still half the priority of the trash. I feel like if you just, like, hard AoE the trash, you should be better off. Does Spirit of Gold just pick up that blood?
While feared, it ran over a blood puddle. Now, I think they're going to be okay because they were in combat with a priestess still, which priestesses do spawn extra blood puddles when you
Yeah.
are fighting them. So, fortunately for Echo, that's not going to hurt them. They are going to kill off the final percentage point of Alunza right after that transfusion finishes. Now, Date Night, on the other hand, just like you were saying, actually are still going to have to do 12% here of the boss's health by themselves. So, they are losing quite a bit of time now on this encounter.
Are they going to be even count with an additional pack pulled?
I think they're going to be just about the same. Yeah, it's gonna equalize here. Echo are going to hit their lust pull now. This is the middle pack, the famed middle pack that actually Ataldazar was modified. The count in this dungeon was adjusted near the start of the season. And it was increased how much count you needed to actually finish this dungeon. Ever since that change has been made, that middle pack has been such an appealing way to get that extra count if you are comfortable surviving it, which kind of stops being true as the key level gets really high, but in the MDI, that is something that we will see teams very much interested in doing because it's just such an efficient way to get that count if you can survive it.
A lot of that comes down to Monzumi's Wild Thrash and the Dynamancer's Deadeye Aim. And so, like, those two abilities at, like, super high levels can one-shot you. But at, like, this MDI level, it's not, like, too bad. However, whenever you're playing a composition like Echo's, it's pretty scary, right? Like, you're not going to have the healer to be able to top you up. If you get selected for a couple of Deadeye Aims, if you get left on by any Sarids and then combine that with a Deadeye Aim that you didn't meld, you can die.
Yeah, you have basically everybody's kind of responsible for their own survival. Zalia does have access to some off healing. Miraz, in theory, has some off healing, but primarily he just has Vampiric Embrace, which will top the group while it's active. And then, Clix is going to survive passively by virtue of being a warlock. That's a huge advantage of the warlocks. He's almost never in any danger. Gingy has like 10 buttons that he can press to help stay alive as well as that mage, but he doesn't have a tremendous amount of self-sustain. So
The
Echo Gateway is not good. So they're going to have to walk around the slow way. That is minus 30 seconds or so, perhaps even more for Echo. So that's very bad. That's something that they're going to have to figure out how they want to do this. They actually have to poly to run through.
Yeah, this is problematic for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, like you were saying, minus 30 seconds just in travel time alone. Secondly, there's trash that they don't pull right now, in front of them.
And, I mean, they can still audible and save this run, but Date Night are not having a bad run here. Echo are in some serious danger at this point. Looks like they are going to audible and just do this pull right here.
Okay.
You can see Mira's hit Meld, having been the only person with aggro on the one that they polymorphed. So there is still one Sky Screamer hanging out down there that they are now not in combat with.
There is what I would describe as a count chasm occurring right now, though, between Echo and Date Night. Date Night has to do a lot more trash coming out of this Razan area compared to what.
Here comes the gateway for them. Mission successful for Date Night. It looks like they are able to actually execute that gateway. One errant Sorid is somehow reset back to the start of its spawn point there that was supposed to come down with them to Razan, but it's okay. And they are going to be setting up a mid pull all the way forward. Is this into the casters? Yes, it is. Date Night are going big.
Oh, Frizzy Charge. No.
Night is going to go down for them. That is the first death for either team of this dungeon.
Okay, this is really, really bad for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, kicks. Knight probably had a kick assigned on one of these Sky Screamers, or he's going to be like rotationally kicking these Witch Doctors. Additionally, Dragon's Breath is really good versus the shields that these shield bearers put up. That Bulwark of Juju. DB is incredibly, incredibly good. So Knight dying there is a pretty massive time loss.
Yeah, he also hit that. I mean, that combustion cooldown being lost as well is a
SKB,
tragedy.
yes.
And Date Night are actually going to end up fully wiping here. So the
Yep.
ball is back over in Echo's court after that gateway catastrophe. They also had a little bit of a shadow meld catastrophe as well. The Screamer that they tried to meld off after polymorphing, they didn't actually successfully drop combat with, so it did have to come and get killed later. But all of that doesn't matter. They're at 100% enemy forces count. They're good. They're happy. They're going to just kill off these totems. And right now, that is going great. Actually, it's really nice when you have a Shadow Priest to have 3 DPS, because your Shadow Priest can just dot all of them. Your Warlock can kind of kill 2 of them. And then your Ret Pally and your DH can be on the other one. And yeah, it works out pretty nicely. Your damage allocation is very easy with that extra DPS player and the Shadow Priest just having dots on all of them.
I have a question. I haven't played Ret Pally this expansion. How is Zaylia doing 55k HPS right now?
Yeah, Word of Glory. Word of Glory is going to be a lot of it. I don't actually know if they have much other passive healing coming out of the kit as well. I think it's going to be... I actually see him still pressing his finishers as well for damage, it looks like. So, I'm actually not sure how the Ret Pally passive healing profile looks. That could be something that we can maybe look into the Warcraft logs.
Well, I mean, he's Shield of Vengeance right now, which is,
Yeah, that's going to count as HPS for himself.
Yeah, exactly.
He does have Lay on Hands as well if he needs it. That'll be a big
It just
spike
came up.
in healing done if necessary. But, I mean, pretty much everybody is doing a good job of surviving by themselves here. At this point, it doesn't even look like he's casting very much in the way of Word of Glory.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good damn. Okay, cool. Echo finishing off Volk Hall. They don't have any count that's necessary. Typically, they would be taking those sword packs into the boss that we saw them finish off earlier, but since they had to walk through them after failing the gate skip, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Now, one of the consequences of what they've done is they're not going to have Lust up for Yasma at all, like where they would otherwise with that failed gate skip. However, it's likely not to matter too much. They also do a great gate skip over the wall there, so there's actually an invisible wall that comes up, but apparently with where they place that gate, they're able to just completely skip by that, saving themselves probably somewhere in the order of like 15 to 20 seconds. And that's like a big deal in a dungeon that's projected to be about 10 minutes long.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a crazy season that we have this time around where, the mid game of a dungeon is like the 4-minute mark, and the late game is the 8-minute mark, right? It's like, all right,
yes.
we are zooming through these dungeons, right? You get your one Bloodlust, and you got to decide where to use it. Echo, of course, sending it on that Razan pull. Date Night are going to go for 2 Lust, the 2 Lust strategy, which they'll get later on Yasma, so they will be able to accelerate a little bit there, and I think if they hadn't wiped, they'd actually be really close here because of that gateway time loss. Yeah, the gateway time loss, it doesn't show up as any deaths or anything for Echo, but it's going to be huge here. It's going to be minus, I think a full minute or so as a result of that, which, yeah, catastrophic.
What do you think about now intentionally running over all these spiders for his DPS?
It's interesting. So, and actually, Zaylia is going to run over one as well.
I don't know if that's intentional or not.
I mean, he wasn't moving. I'm sure it was intentional. Like, if you don't have any spiders up, it's actually a lot easier because you can't get hit by any of them. The problem is, if you pop half the spiders, you don't really remove the spider threat, right? You don't reduce it by that much because the being caught by surprise by one is still possible, and then you have a bunch of purple puddles on the ground that are also bad, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, I like it. I think it's a good strategy, but you have to get all of them. That's the thing, right? Like, if you only get half of them, it's much worse than just not getting any of them at all.
It's actually a good point. I hadn't really considered it like that. And Yasma on the left-hand side of your screen going down for Echo. Unfortunate wipe for Date Night kind of ended up sealing their fate there. I do wonder if Date Night didn't have that wipe, like with the Lust on Yasma, would they have actually been able to take down the final boss ahead of Echo? That would have actually been really, really close.
A question for the ages, but it just kind of raises the hype for the next match, right? Or next map, right? Where if Date Night does this well, they don't wipe, maybe they can give Echo a run for their money. That said, Echo does get the dungeon win in the first one of this series, and here's Makes to break that down a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically seeing the same thing Echo did at the beginning of the day. They're doing one big pull where other teams are using their Bloodlust. They're deciding to not use it, saying, if everything goes right, we only have one Bloodlust, so we're not going to commit it at the start. We're going to bank on having that later. Now, it worked out for them this morning. It didn't work out for them this time around. It was a little bit over that 10-minute timer. We'll talk about it when we get there. On the other side, we did see that Bloodlust commit right out of the gate for Date Night. Doing similar polls, though, there was a little bit of extra count on the side of Echo that put them ahead, but unfortunately, due to the gateway that came later, they then had to do some extra count that wasn't really calculated in the way that they had originally planned out this route. So this is just the very first boss poll, everything going right for Echo, no issues here whatsoever, look pretty much the same on the other side. And yeah, as soon as the replay is ready to move on, I'm also ready to move on. just
we love watching
I guess
this
we
fight,
clipped
though.
the entire fight.
Yeah, let's go. Transfusion. Here we go. Here we go.
So yeah, this is setting up the Razan poll, basically taking the middle pack, dragging everything down. Now it's just grabbing them, and then they're going to get in fight here with the Razan. This is where they use their Bloodlust. I think it makes sense because of how difficult this middle pack is. And I was very scared for when I saw Death Knight actually pull that middle pack with the casters, with the Saurids, and everything else without having something like a Bloodlust. That always makes me scared, and rightfully so, didn't work out. So for Echo, everything good here until this moment. We see that gateway not working out. We saw it this morning works, but apparently it's a little bit fidgety, and then they had to actually walk around. They had to mind control one of these little critters here. It cost them some extra time. This missing pets, you know, as you do, not the fastest run from them, but in the end, it was still enough. How are we feeling about the fear kind of coming through here on this very low poll for Date Night?
I mean, I think this poll is sketch. Like, there's
Right?
I basically, and we were talking about it whenever the poll was happening. Knight going down, they're gonna wipe to this, and it's like a delayed wipe. It's like watching it in slow motion, right? Like you know that this is going to go wrong. A fear goes off that they were able to LOS a couple of times, but they didn't have any of the kicks up. These Bulwark of Juju just last entirely too long because we don't have the Dragon's Breath at the right time, and so then everything just kind of goes wrong because the pack is supposed to be dead by this point, but since we lost our mage, he lost all of his damage. Like it's just not going to happen, and so it's one of those situations that like I think that pull is good. I think that pull without a mage is not obviously not very doable.
I think that's understandable. You want to theoretically be able to proceed through it with all of your players on your team alive. Definitely helps.
I mean,
Yeah.
why do you think that they didn't do it with Razan without Lust? Is it just a situation where it's like not really doable with Razan without Lust?
I think either way, whenever you're pulling the middle pack with something, and that something is not just a Saurid pack or maybe even the caster pack, but like multiple different packs, it starts to get sketch. And Razan is the same thing. You want to have the Saurids on there, you want to pull them down.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Echo setting up that Razan pool, right? Like, they had a bop, which Date Night doesn't have access to, that I think really helped Miraz not get killed at the start of that big pull as well. And, you know, you could even just see, like, the fact that Echo are only doing that pull with Lust, and they have, like, world markers down, they have all that stuff, just because they do it without any depth, I think that any other team attempting it is going to have a lot of difficulty until they learn all the things that Echo learned to make that pull possible and have all of those resources to commit to it as well, potentially including that Bloodlust.
For what it's worth, the Date Night pull, in my opinion, I look at the Date Night pull and I'm like, wow, that is even scarier than what Echo has done. Like, I feel like, for some reason, I feel like personally into the boss is like entirely more chill than taking it into that trash bag.
Well, that's like the Echo advantage, right? Is that you know, you if you want to play like them, you have to figure all the things they figure out up. You have to match the execution. It's very difficult as we look at some of the graphs from that last dungeon. That said, though, you know, Date Night's still in it. They've got one more dungeon to try to get back into this series. It's going to be Galakron's Fall. Looking ahead to that one, what are we thinking? But first, Mix.
Yeah, actually, a point for both. So if you're looking at that graph, something that Echo is very good at is actually reducing travel time due to stuff like gateways, but also due to stuff like using a shroud for speed and all of that kind of minute detail where you normally would think, okay, maybe it's not that important, but in the fall that we saw earlier, it made up like 3 or 4 seconds, which in the end gave them a big advantage. So it cannot be overstated how really important it is, how fast they sometimes move from A to B, even though that doesn't even take in any extra damage that you need to do or any crazy tech, but just thinking about what is the most optimal way to get through this as quickly as possible. And that's what we're going to see in the fall as well, I expect.
Yeah, if you're not operating with maximum efficiency, you're probably not going to win the MDI. That's what it kind of comes down to and that doesn't just include how you handle packs. That doesn't just include how you press your buttons. That includes how you move around the dungeon too. So yeah, exactly. Every little corner jump counts, you know?
Yeah, I gotta say, I actually kind of hate this Warcraft Manor ban from Date Night now that I'm looking at this map pool. Like, I feel like your best chance against Echo is not to play them on these Ataldazars, these Falls, these Everblooms, where like they have really fast, either no healer or just really fast runs in these dungeons, and they're like 10-minute dungeons. I feel like you want to take them to the Waycrest Manors, to the Throne of the Tides. Is obviously, they Echo banned out the Throne of the Tides, but I think if you're Date Night, like, you want to go somewhere where there's chaos possible, and I think 24 fortified bolstering Waycrest Manor is your best chance. Obviously, it's going to suck for you as well. Like, it's also going to be a very difficult, volatile dungeon for you, but I think you want to increase the chance that something goes wrong for your opponents here.
I do think that fall is like a very on the rails key. Like, there's not really much you can do.
Yeah, I'm worried it's the lowest failure percent chance for Echo. Now, obviously, Echo is a fantastic team, right? They're unlikely to have a disaster in any dungeon, but I feel like this in particular is a dungeon that they are likely to have locked in.
I think that's a really good point, actually. Yeah.
I just quickly want to add something before this starts. A little birdie told me that Date Night is bringing out the cook for this dungeon. I don't know what that means.
If that's true, I retract all of my complaints about not banning this one.
New chef class revealed?
Well, we'll see what that means.
It's Date Night, and the eligible bachelors can cook.
That's right. Hey, well, I mean, a home-cooked meal is an impressive thing on a date night, isn't it? I mean, as long as it tastes good.
That's what I'm saying.
It has to turn out.
You say that, but I show up to the restaurant with a lunchbox, and people are just look at me so weird. I don't know.
Okay, it's getting late. I think we need another waterfall break.
I believe that I am cooked after him saying.
Yeah. Yes, chef. Yeah.
I don't even know what they would be cooking up. Like, I'm interested in seeing it though.
Well, we will. You won't have to wait too long, as I believe, right about
by the way,
now,
Date Night,
we're getting into the game that's right. Can Date Night survive? Let's find out.
That's a lot of paladins. That is a lot of paladins.
It's a lot of plate armor, let me tell you. This is an amount of plate armor that is very good if you're trying to maximize the chance of being able to trade a good plate piece to somebody in your group. So that is great for the Date Night composition here. We have the DPS Warrior. I wonder which flavor of DPS Warrior. It looks like it's Fury as well.
It looks like it's Fury because he's got he's got Avatar though. I don't know. I'm gonna look.
Yeah, this is definitely Fury. Yeah,
he's got Dragon's Roar, right? So it has to be Fury.
Yeah, and we just have the Fury icon on the details as well. So.
Oh, okay, perfect.
1000% Fury.
Didn't look at that one. I was just looking at his abilities.
Yeah, this is a very cool comp from Date Night. So let's talk a little bit about the things that they can do with this. First of all, they have 2 paladins, which means they have Devo Aura and Ret Aura. Wow, that's big. And they have the there's a bit of a anti-synergy here where the Warrior is bringing Battle Shout, but then Battle Shout is not benefiting the other DPS here. So the raid buff situation, the buffs that these different classes are bringing, the Arcane Intellect from the Mage isn't helping the Warrior, the Battle Shout from the Warrior isn't helping the
oh god, heal,
the Mage.
Please heal our tank! Okay, we're good.
A little bit of danger there. That's actually going to be a Blood Spattered Scale and a Lay on Hands, or actually no, a bubble taunt even committed by skills there. Bubble Taunt, though, we haven't talked about because we haven't played a prop paladin up until now. Bubble Taunt is one of the most MDI buttons in the game. Like, that is such a powerful effect to have in this kind of competition.
So what did Razak lay?
I don't think he actually did press Lay on Hands. I think he pressed Bubble, and then Lay on Hands appears on cooldown because he has Forbearance. Yeah, you can see now Forbearance is gone, so it looks off cooldown again.
Yeah. I understand what's going on now. All right. Anyways,
in the meantime, what has happened while this is happening is Echo has killed the boss in 1 minute flat, whereas Date Knight are going to take 2 minutes to get that boss killed. So, like, I'm going to level with you. The start of the dungeon, we're already at a disadvantage here if you're a Date Knight fan, which I believe many of us are now rooting for them as tremendous underdogs here. But Echo are looking implacable, working their way now on what's going to be the final pull they need to do before they'll be able to actually spawn that second boss. So Echo looking fantastic here. Also on that cool Ret Pally no healer variant, which is very powerful in here. We have all three specs of Paladin represented in today's game.
Yeah. Can you explain to me what the word implacable means? Because you just like threw it around, but I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
Unable to be placated is what what the dictionary says here.
Can you run the placated word by me as well? Because I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
Less angry or hostile.
So
they're relentless. You know, they're pushing forward, unmovable, right?
Yeah.
They're simultaneously the unstoppable force and the immovable object here. Echo crunching their way through the manifested time waves here. Already a third of its health gone as those final spiteful shades are disappearing here. They're doing the bullet hell section of this fight the right way. So the way you want to do that is get to the left of them as they're spawning, and then just slowly walk to the right. Mirez dies for Echo. We actually had a death for Date Knight as well, at right about the same time there as well. So a lot of danger here. Skills, the tank now for Date Knight, also going to go down. No Bubble Taunt available there, so danger is tremendous for Date Knight. Echo look to have stabilized, but they have committed their battle res.
So one of the interesting things about this boss for Echo and like 4 DPS comps in general is you might ask, like, how are they supposed to get that chrono-faded dot off of their players? It's actually Imp Dispel. So Imp is actually able to dispel every single time if you want to. So you'll see he has that Imp out and he's microing the Dispel to make sure that the person is inside of the correct zone, and he's able to get that dispelled off in time. And Echo doing a great job being able to down Manifest Time. It's kind of unfortunate that Mirez dies, but all things considered, not like the end of the world. We're just down 1 battle res. It could come back to bite us in the end, but it's pretty unlikely. Date Knight on the right-hand side of our screen is having a couple more deaths coming through here.
Yeah, Date Knight are solidly behind now. They are going to be spawning the Manifested Time Ways now, but Echo have already killed that boss, now setting up to skip the mini-boss here. But yeah, Date Knight also playing the Holy Paladin, which Holy Paladin is something that we did not see very much at all in Mythic Plus this season. It's a very rare spec to be played this season. Ooh, as a beautifully timed Shadow Crash by Date Knight's Priest right as the boss becomes active. That's what we like to see.
Person shouting out the Shadow Crash.
That's good technical play right there. That is what we love to see. But yeah, it's cool to see it here as well. It has some good tools for healing in 5-player content, and some of the things it struggles with in higher keys as well just aren't going to be a problem in the MDI setting as well. And you can see the damage being put out by that Holy Paladin. It's not insubstantial here either. I don't think it's quite Resto Druid numbers, but it is not bad. It's not a bad damage dealer when being focused on.
I've played Holy Pally. I played with Holy Pally a bit on live, and the big thing with HPAL is like the throughput HPS can kind of be a bit sketch at like super high key levels, but on like especially at MDI level, it's great. Echo on the left hand side of your screen there, they actually did that gateway skip and skipping 2 dragons that I didn't know was possible until today. This is like insane tech, because basically you would have to otherwise play either 3 or 4 dragons to be able to get Blighted Galakron spawned. However, Echo able to just only pull 2, and if you're playing with a Warlock on live and you can route around only playing 2 dragons, that is like a huge deal.
Yeah, that is a very difficult thing to do without that healer, right? Is to do extra dragons, to do all 4 at once. You're in a little bit more danger of dying before they do.
they delayed the chunks coming in. So they misery those chunks off to the side, and they really delayed them coming in for the side of Echo until Light of Galakron is spawned. And then that allows things such as Cataclysm and the Shadow Crash to get a lot of funnel damage out for the Shadow Priest and that Destruction Warlock. That's like a huge single target damage game for those classes.
Yeah, and those chunks do basically nothing on their own, right? They are pretty much free real estate to have them come in during the boss fight. So absolutely great play from Echo, keeping those mobs off the side until they are ready to be cooked. Meanwhile, Date Night have finished off boss 2. It's not as bad as I think it's thought it would be. So they're down 25 seconds of death timer, and then they are down 2.5 minutes of dungeon progression, according to our current splits timing. You know,
I
for a
think
full
win
wipe,
for
that's
Date
not that
Night-
bad. Yeah.
I think a win for Date Night involves a Ridicron not being one-phased. I think that is like, if you have the second Stonecracker Barrage and a Ridicron and Chromie isn't topped, then you're going to be wiping to the boss, right?
Knight running over those orbs, activating them, trying to grief his team there. That's
He's just
another
like me.
move I respect. I do that as well every single time.
just like me.
I don't care how important the key is. I'm trying to get somebody with that. But yeah, I mean, I think they're a little bit too far behind to hope to win off of just being faster, right?
Yeah.
I think they are at this point going to need something to go wrong for Echo, but you know, they could make it a minor mistake rather than a major mistake potentially, especially if they're able to survive a quadruple dragon encounter here.
Are they doing 4?
They are going
Oh my
for it,
gosh,
yeah.
It's 4 with the H-Pal. They
I
said
mean, the
it couldn't
H-Pal
be done.
The H-Pal healing here is going to be phenomenal while the wings are up, right? We're going to be good then. The problem is once the cooldowns are gone for the Holy Paladin, the healing is going to be gone as well. They're overlapping everything as well here. They're using Vampiric Embrace as well to carry that healing at the start of this pull. And yeah, so far so good, but now we're starting to run out of stuff. Aura Mastery is still rolling, but it's only a couple more seconds on that. Now, a melee actually is going to take down the Holy Paladin from one of the chunks. That's going to be useful in the litigation of whose fault this was later, as now the rest of the group dying as well. Skills is going to be able to keep this going indefinitely, but this is going to cost them multiple minutes. Well, no, maybe a minute.
There's actually a major problem with doing 4. So whenever you pull the dragons, the ticks of their AoE, they tick every 3 seconds. However, if these ticks are like perfectly synced with one another, it is very, very scary. And so like by pulling 4 of them, you're just increasing the likelihood of all 4 of them being synced, or at least like 2 or 3 of them being synced, and like 100 to 0ing you. And Date Night, they get corpse camped a little bit by the dragons, but they don't wipe. So it's still winnable, but we have 17 deaths now.
So they are going to need a tremendous catastrophe to happen for Echo. If you're a Date Night fan at this point, you are hoping for something on the order of 2.5 wipes or something out of Echo on this encounter, which it's not impossible. They have dealt with the trash, which is the most volatile part of the Ridicron pull, right? Is at the start of the pull with the trash. So the chances are definitely slim for Date Night, but maybe they'll forget to heal Chromie, right?
Well,
So maybe they, like
Chromie.
you said. Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe they get to the because they don't even have Lay on Hands to try and nuke up Chromie's health. So yeah, if they get to that second Stonecracker Barrage, they will actually wipe here. Will Echo. So
Legendary was like 5 seconds off of wiping whenever we saw this dungeon ran earlier. And so I don't really know how tight this check is for Echo's composition, right? Legendary was running that Moonkin composition. And so it was a little bit different of a damage profile for single target. How does Echo's single target really look? Are they going to be able to have that dealt with? Because like you said, like we pointed out earlier, Chromie's not getting healed here, and so we have to be beating this. And we actually pressed Lust pretty much as it has come up. We have Gingy in that SKB. Actually, he's in Big Bust even, and they also have the damage cooldowns from Mira's being pressed right here. Wings are going to be coming up here in a couple seconds, and Infernal's out. So I think that Echo is going to be able to beat this 90% threshold. And it's not even when this Extinction Blast ends. It's when the Stonecracker Barrage happens is what we have to beat. And so we have about 5 seconds here to push this boss to 90%.
Close.
And we do it. Okay, great work from Echo. We have this shield coming out. Zalia's pretty low here, but we drop the Darkness immediately. We're actually getting kind of a high roll in our Dark. I don't think Zalia actually dropped 1 HP.
Yeah, there's not even any Vampiric Embrace rolling or anything like that right now as well, but that is going to be it there. Echo are going to push the boss to 85%. That ends the encounter and the dungeon.
Cool.
Echo taking the series 2-0.
That's
Great work.
right. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Echo is going to be our final team to make it to the global finals here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Final team from Group A, anyway, to make it to the global finals of the Mythic Dungeon International Season 1. And, hey, it looked pretty tight in that last one. And, Makes, tell us a little bit more about what you noticed watching that one.
Well, we did have deaths on both sides. I just want to point that out. Both Echo and, of course, Date Night losing some players. Now, you pointed it out already, Dratnos, the rate buff situation not really being ideal. But I feel like it deserves a shout out nonetheless, running double Paladin as well as the Warrior, giving that a little bit of time to shine. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it wasn't as strong as most of the other comps we've seen, but I appreciate a little bit of changing it up. Now, for Echo, I was really impressed that they managed to pull off the double dragon pull, because if I remember correctly, the last time they also did this, but they pulled 3. So they had 3 dragons in here with having that ret as well, and it was pretty sketchy, but they were able to kill them faster than they could kill them. And this time around, only 2 dragons, making it a little bit safer. On the other hand, we have this absolute, I can only describe it as a Giga Chat moment, taking 4 of these dragons. It didn't work out, but in theory, it was a great moment, right?
You gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it.
Yep.
You gotta give the people what they want.
If you go on a date with Date Night, they're going to bust out 4 dragons. Those are just the rules.
It's good to know in advance, I suppose.
Either way, at the end here, Echo, of course, triggering that RP and then taking the rest of the trash that still remained into boss just to kind of help that Warlock get a little bit of more single target, I think is always smart, but it was already dead by the time the boss activated, so only some Spitefuls left over. Pretty clean run. I mean, it's kind of what you expect from seeing Echo as a team in the lower bracket go up against a team like Date Night, but still was nice to see them and shout out for them for going as far as they did.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should really look at Date Night and be like, oh, 17 deaths, bad. Oh, no, it's like they knew they had to do something extreme. They're playing against Echo. They tried something crazy. They pushed it to the limit, and they weren't quite able to get it over the finish line. But that's okay, because they made it memorable, they made it entertaining, and I think that's sometimes in competition, that counts for a lot too. So, good show from Date Night to make it this far.
Yeah, agreed.
Yep.
So now, I think the big question is, how vulnerable is Echo going to be tomorrow? I think that is question for the future, because it's very rare that we've actually seen them get knocked into a lower bracket. I believe the last time it happened was when Incarnation did it back in Shadowlands. They knocked them into the lower bracket after the upper bracket finals, and then were able to win that cup. I think it was like Cup C. And so it has happened before, but it's been a mighty long time.
Shadowlands seems like a long time ago at this point. But it's a couple of years, really, almost.
It
right?
is a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Did Mandatory do it? Last MDI knocked them to lowers at some point?
I'd have to go back and look. But here's our bracket so far for this weekend anyway, in the MDI Dragonflight Season 3 Group A. DAWGS and Last Hope facing off tomorrow in our first match to see who is the first team to make it to the grand finals of the group, and then Legendary versus Echo will be our second match of the day, and so on and so forth until we crown a champion in Group A. But all 4 teams have made it through to the global finals, so to a certain extent, the pressure's off a little bit more than it is on the final days of groups than we have in the past. That said, you still have the pressure of being the champ of that group. There's still prizing on the line, so there's still a lot to play for, and I think we're going to see a lot of really fun stuff from some really good teams.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean, I
stoked.
think
Yeah.
seeding is also going to matter, right? So
It
keeping
could.
that in mind, now that we have 4 teams out of both groups coming through, you do kind of want to pay attention to where you're seated in the finals. So definitely still on the line for all of these teams.
So, So, how much does seeding realistically matter? Because it feels like every
Maybe.
team is just absolutely cracked, right? Like, we have the 8th seed in DAWGS
randomly knocking Echo down. I would say randomly, randomly in quotation marks, knocking Echo down into the lower bracket. Does seeding really matter? I feel like for the globals, it's like you have to be the best team that weekend in seeding. Like you're going to have to beat everybody almost regardless.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play against, the best team in the tournament on the first match of the tournament, which is usually the thing about seeding. But yeah, like you said, I mean, we have 4 teams into Sunday today, and I could imagine if we reran this tournament a few times, any combination of these 4 could be in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, right? Echo and Legendary coming in the lower bracket right now is surprising me. I think if you run this tournament 10 times, usually they're going to be in the upper bracket, both of those teams. But
totally,
this time around, it went the other way with those. I think I would describe that as actually upset results in both of the quarterfinals, even though I predicted Last Hope to get through and Legendary not to. I think that when you looked at how well those teams played, I actually think Legendary looked like even the better team in those maps, and it was kind of a fluke that cost them in at least one of those.
I think there's I don't want to say a high chance, but I think that there's a higher chance than historically that Legendary actually knocks out Echo in 4th tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And the thing you have to remember as well is that, okay, maybe Echo and Legendary, maybe we think they're better than their seeding would suggest here, right? Like but the fact of the matter is, it's a substantial advantage to come into Sunday in the upper bracket, right? DAWGS and Last Hope now have the opportunity to capitalize on this because whichever of those teams wins, they only have to play one more game this weekend to win the weekend. Whereas if you want Echo or Legendary to win, those teams have to win 3 in a row through the lower bracket. That is a lot more taxing. It's a lot more difficult to do that. So if you think that the teams are close, but maybe Echo and Legendary, you think maybe, this team's slightly better than, DAWGS or Last Hope. Well, that advantage might be entirely nullified by the upper bracket advantage that DAWGS and Last Hope have earned with their incredible gameplay today.
Yeah.
I saw the Last Hope healer, Drogo, soliciting some Retribution Paladin advice about 45 minutes ago, by the way.
Hey, it's never too late. It's never too late to learn something new. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I did go back and look, too, and it was Incarnation that beat Echo in the Group C finals back in Shadowlands Season 2. So that did indeed happen. You remembered correctly. Let's take a look at the maps for DAWGS versus Last Hope.
The unbannable Waycrest as well, coming in that first map position.
We've only seen Last Hope play the Waycrest Manor so far between the two of these teams.
I just quickly want to mention, while I'm also excited about an unbannable Waycrest Manor, tomorrow is also the first time we're seeing Rise, at all, because teams can't ban it. It's a very first dungeon on our second game of the day, so between Legendary and Echo is where it should come in. Yeah, there it is. We're going to see that Rise. They cannot get away from it, and I'm personally pretty excited for it.
Legendary Ataldazar? Gosh, this is a dank map pool. What is this?
It's going to be great. That's what it is going to be, no doubt. And it's impossible to predict, I feel like, at this point. I give up. We've seen so much crazy stuff today. We're kind of getting to the end of the day. It's been a wild weekend here at the Mythic Dungeon International, and it's only going to get better tomorrow, so you better watch. Sure, we know the 4 teams going through to the global finals already out of the group, but man, it is going to be an incredible few matches to close this group out. So before we go, any final thoughts from anyone? Should I go around there? I'll go to Dratnos real quick. Any final thoughts on the day, on the weekend so far, looking at to tomorrow, anything like that?
I guess I'm just really excited that the no healer option is good, but not clearly dominant, which, we've had a couple of weekends in the past, a couple of MDIs in the past where it's like, the teams that haven't figured this out are just, they can't win, right, in some of these maps where, and then there's been, obviously most MDIs, it's like, you can't do that, right? You have to play a healer, what are you thinking? This time around, we actually have some dungeons at some key levels where a team can try the no healer, but it's not like it's clearly the best. In fact, in many cases, there you can make an argument that you can be faster by pulling bigger by playing healer, which is something that we've seen. Like Ataldazar is a perfect example of this. Ataldazar, 8 teams now we've had this weekend. I feel like we've seen 8 different strategies, or maybe even more than that, because Echo have used 2 different ones in there at this point. So, incredible amount of, I guess, diversity of strategy that we are seeing so far this weekend.
Yeah, lots of different options for 4th DPSs. I'll go to Makes next. Final thoughts.
I'm really excited to see how the competition has changed with how we changed groups. I feel like in previous MDIs, we had some fun with some teams that maybe were a little bit lower ranked than others, but I feel particularly this group, we said it before, it could be anybody's game somehow, and that feels absolutely bonkers to me. And I'm really excited to see how tomorrow's going to shake out, honestly.
Yeah. Tettles, send us home. Close us out.
I think the strats are for me the most interesting thing because it, like Dratnos was saying, like every single team, like in a Taldazar, they're running a different strat. More about the strategies that we're seeing than the compositions that we're seeing is like, I feel like this is like a first weekend thing, but it's also just like how this season kind of is shaping out, where like you're seeing like a bunch of really high quality teams because we kind of shrunk down the field a little bit, and so we're seeing the best of the best doing the strats that weren't really unveiled because everybody was like running secret strats, and now you kind of have to commit to like what you did in practice, and sometimes things that you thought were good aren't very good, and now you're having to relearn over the course of the weekend, and I think that is so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been one of my favorite weekends of MDI, like so far. I think that I've been a part of. It's been awesome. It's going to continue to be awesome. Speaking of awesome, our production crew behind the scenes making all this work, they are pretty awesome. So props to them for running the show, essentially. You guys are awesome for watching. Thank you very much to all of you out there. And join us tomorrow for the final day of Group A. Oh, yeah, and the players are pretty good, too. Yeah, they're decent. Mythic Dungeon International Group A concludes tomorrow. Shout out to the players. Thanks for showing us great dungeons.
Shout out the fans.
Shout out the fans. That's right. If you love your parents, put your hands in the air. Another one. Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night or date night. See ya.